Good morning and a very warm welcome from me, Ian Sowman, to Silverstone, the home of British motorsport, for the second day of racing, organised by the 750 Motor Club. This live stream brought to you by Alpha Live. We're on the 1.64 mile national circuit at Silverstone, the northern end of the Silverstone campus this weekend. 6 turns, a little bit of elevation, but generally pretty flat, but lots of great racing that it produces. And it's another glorious day at Silverstone. It says cloudy there. It's true, there are clouds in the sky, but the sun is beating through. No rain in the forecast, and a little bit cooler than yesterday. Top temperature of 12 degrees. Before we go racing, let's have a look at the Silverstone National Circuit. We go on board for a lap with Sam McKee, and talking us through it is Anthony Jordan.
Welcome to Silverstone National, a Formula World War II RAF base and now the home of British motorsport. Let's take a lap around this 2.6 kilometre circuit. We start the lap off with the short run down into Copse Corner, the fastest part of the circuit where track limits and speed momentum are going to be on the top of the driver's priority list. As you enter through the corner, clipping the apex and not running out too wide, as that tarmac looks very, very tempting. Drivers now have to scramble for track position as we head into the tricky braking zone of Maggots and Becketts. If you have the space, keep your foot nailed to the floor as you go around Maggots and then hard onto the brakes as we brake for Becketts. Keep the car tight on the apex and then let the car naturally flow out wide as you try and gain as much speed as you can as we head down the Wellington Straight. We go under the bridge halfway down the straight and start Sector 2. We then have the heavy braking zone of Brooklands and Luffield, the first and only real left-hander on this very short circuit. Again, with the car over the right-hand side, heavy on the brakes, down into 4th, being incredibly careful with the car steering, trying to maintain as much control as you can as you then head into the right-hander of Luffield, the longest and probably most trickiest corner on the entirety of the circuit, as you try to hit both apexes to gain as much speed as you can. We then head in towards Woodcote, a corner that isn't really a corner because it's absolutely nailed through here. No excuse to lift your foot off, bringing the car over to the right-hand side, clipping the apex, trying to make this right-hander that isn't a right-hander as straight as possible. We cross the line to finish the lap here at Silverstone National.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for that lap of Silverstone in the company of Sam McKee. Well, my co-commentator for today's second day of action here at Silverstone is Matt Suckling. Matt, a very good morning to you and welcome back to the commentary box.
Yeah, morning Ian, morning everyone. Great to be here at Silverstone for what, as you said, is going to be a very busy day to look forward to from the 750 Motor Club, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. Great to be here on Sunday. We've got some lovely conditions. As you said, a little bit cooler than yesterday, but we're in good company with what races we have coming up, so I'm very much looking forward to it, Ian.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we've got coming up for you today. Then a quick look at the schedule. Racing getting underway in about 5 minutes time or so with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. It's the second of 3 races this weekend for them. We've got the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship coming up after that. And completing our races before lunch, we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship, the Protec Shock Sports Specials Championship, and the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. We'll take a break for lunch and we'll be back at around about 2 o'clock with the final race of the weekend for the F1000s. Then we've got the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, the 90-minute endurance race. We've got more Mazda 7 action, Classic Stock Hatch and Protec Shock Sports Specials, and we'll round out our weekend with the final race at around about 5:30 this afternoon, which is the second and final race of the weekend for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. So a definite sports car feel to the racing here at Silverstone today. So coming up, our first race of the day, the second race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. So we had a race yesterday for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. That was won by Lee Morgan from Elliott Mitchell and Dan Gore. The grid for race 2 has the top 8 reversed though, so it's Adam Walker that finds himself on pole position. Next to him is Paul Butcher. Dan Clues, number 1, and Matthew Booth, number 65, on row 2. Booth a bit further up than he would have been because he had a 15 seconds track limit penalty yesterday. Rob Wellham, number 5, and Dan Gore, number 80, line up on row 3. Fourth row, you've got 11, Elliott Mitchell, and yesterday's race winner, the 2013 champion, Lee Morgan, number 56. Alok Iyengar and Dean Warren, 30 and 22, on row 5. And on the 6th row, Jack Tomlin, who had some engine issues yesterday, number 60. He's alongside 66, Max Windhauser. Mark Betts, number 88, and Daniel Levy, number 17, are on the 7th row. Rob Bailey and Andrew Wheels, 33 and 67, are on row 8. Kales Cole, newcomer to the championship, number 73, and Billy Stiles, next to her, on row 9. And completing the field, Nikita Abramov and Ed Falkingham, 55 and 69. So that's the way the grid lines up, and we should be in for an excellent 15 minutes of racing. A few drivers had dramas during the course of yesterday. Nikita Abramov, he retired. He had an engine issue. That's been fixed, so he is out there. Billy Stiles had a replacement engine going in. His engine had been recently rebuilt, but it blew a hole in itself yesterday. And Jack Tomlin, he was losing power during the course of yesterday's race. He wasn't really as high up the field as we might have expected to see him as the green flag lap was about to get underway. He has been donated a spare engine from fellow competitor Andrew Wheels, which really is an evidence of the great camaraderie you see in F1000. One or two of the cars failing to get going on the green flag lap, I think, including Kales Cole, who I think had issues yesterday as well. Another driver to have problems yesterday, that was Paul Butcher. He had gear shift issues, so hopefully those are sorted. But one thing to note yesterday was the fearsome pace that was being set. We had a new lap record, 54.98 seconds, more than 107 miles an hour, set by Elliott Mitchell. That's a combination of things, really. Great conditions this weekend. I think a new track surface since F1000 last raced on this layout. But also, increasingly, drivers are getting more driver coaching. There's been no changes to the regulations. It's not a development formula, so it's all down to driver ability. And Matt, these things are absolutely fantastic to watch. They are blisteringly quick, aren't they?
They certainly are, yeah, very, very quick indeed. And it's a great little championship, the F1000, and I think over recent years it has really built on its numbers as well, which is great to see. So we're going to be in for some really fierce racing. As you said, close action yesterday between Lee Morgan and a man who could have finished second, Matthew Booth, but of course with that 15-second penalty, that dropped him down. So without that, the gap would have been less than a second between the top two. But I think this is going to be good. As we know, this is a reverse grid race, so those who were quick yesterday will have to find their way through the field today.
Yeah, and Lee Morgan 8th on the grid. That is the 67 car that we're looking at, Andrew Wheels, and he will be lining up on the 16th slot on this 20-car grid. There's number 88. That's Mark Betts. He's 13th on the grid, pole position on the outside of the circuit, and you can see it's a staggered grid for the F1000s. One by one grid then, all the way from the back. Marshall will recover his hat and then we'll be able to get racing underway for 15 minutes of this national circuit. Yesterday that equated to 17 laps of racing. When the cars are stationary, as I can see from my comms box window from the back, they've got red speed marshal lights flashing so that drivers ahead know that they are stationary, but we are almost ready for the off now, because I can see the red lights are on and they go out, and it's Adam Walker from pole position that makes a pretty good start. Bit of jostling and a few changes further back as one or two drivers possibly don't get away. I think Max Windhauser 66 might have been slow away there. There's the 88 car of Mark Betts as they turn their way through Copse Corner and down to Maggots and Beckett's. For the first time, it's Paul Butcher from the outside, or the inside of the front row, second on the grid, that has gone through to take the lead there as they head through Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. I think it's Adam Walker that slotted into second place, and Dan Clues, last year's champion, the number 1 car, is in third place as they head up the Wellington straight, Matt, for the first time.
Yeah, they start to fan out as they head down towards the left-hander for the first time. Very close for second place as Paul Butcher has almost stolen a march as they come round to complete lap number 1. But as we said, watch out for those quick drivers working their way through the field. It's going to be side by side up towards the line for second place. And I fear Adam Walker's going to lose out here because Paul Butcher come through as the leader. Second, third, fourth, fifth, 4 wide across the line, Ian.
Absolutely stunning stuff, and I think it was Lee Morgan, 56, that was going around the outside of everybody, and he has made it into second place by the time he gets to Copse Corner from 8th on the grid within just over a lap. That's a remarkable effort. 1 for the pits is 66, Max Windhauser from row 6 of the grid, but here are the leaders. Paul Butcher has Lee Morgan right behind him now. Matthew Booth has come through to 3rd, Dan Clue's 4th, Rob Wellham is 5th, the pole position man. Adam Walker has gone back to 6th place already.
Yeah, certainly has, but now Lee Morgan is going to bring himself alongside the race leader, which was Paul Butcher. I don't think he's quite going to get the job done there as they work their way in towards the left-hander at Brooklands, but Lee Morgan already from 8th on the grid up towards 2nd place, and now surely with the speed through the final corner he's going to try and get alongside Paul Butcher. He's quicker, he's alongside, he's going to try and get to the lead of the race, which he does as he comes through, and Lee Morgan in the space of 2 laps goes from 8th to 1st.
Well, that is absolutely sensational stuff from Lee Morgan. It's the kind of thing we know he's capable of. I think he's now on 37 wins in F1000 after his win yesterday, and he's looking to make it 38 here. So Paul Butcher 2nd, Matthew Booth 3rd, Rob Wellham has moved up to 4th. Last year's champion Dan Clue's not having such a strong start this season. He is back in 5th. He finished in 6th place yesterday. So along the Wellington Straight they go, and already Matt, Lee Morgan starting to pull out a bit of a gap.
Yes, certainly is. As for 2nd place, we're going to have another change as well, because Matthew Booth, who received those 15-second penalties yesterday, now goes into 2nd place. And that is a good move from Matt, because he doesn't want to see the race leader Lee Morgan get away, because if he does, that's going to be a harder charge to try and close down. But now they come through, another lap completed, and further back we're going to have almost side-by-side action there between Dan Gore and Elliot Mitchell. That's the fight over 6th place.
Yeah, Rob Wellham, though, the man in 4th place, has got a 10-second penalty, and I think that's going to be for jumping the start, because, or being an out-of-position start, as we call it. So Rob Wellham, a 10-second penalty. That means he has got a lot of work to do. We can just see the number 5 car going through shot at Beckett's there. New livery for Rob this season, reflective of his sponsors. So as they head up the Wellington Straight this time, it's Morgan whose lead at the end of lap 1 was just under a second from Booth. Then it's Paul Butcher, and trying to find a way past Butcher is that young man with the 10-second penalty, young Rob Wellham.
Yeah, and Rob really needs to get past Paul Butcher to try and then extend that gap to over 10 seconds to remain on the podium. So Rob Wellham's going to try and get on with the job now as he tries to get to the inside of Woodcote along towards the start-finish line. He's going to look either side of Paul Butcher on the run down towards Copse Corner. Can he get the job done? Yes, he can. So Rob goes through. That's good news for him. But Paul Butcher, at the start of this race, hasn't really held on, has he, to the top 3? And I think he's one of those who is one of the unluckiest men in F1000s, because he's yet to win a championship, but he's given it a good go over the years.
Couple of second places in the championship he's had. We've got a new lap record. So Elliot Mitchell's mark has lasted all of about 20 hours, because Lee Morgan has done 54.97. He's gone 100th of a second faster already. So we're nudging up towards 105 mile an hour average speed around this Silverstone National Circuit. Then there is number 14. That's the driver that was in pole position, Adam Walker. He is battling with Dan Clues, and he's got back ahead of Dan Clues actually. For 7th place at the moment, just in behind them you've got the 22 car of Dean Warren, I think it is. We've had nearly 5 minutes of this race so far. 5 laps have been completed. Morgan's gone quicker still now. He's gone 2/10 faster, 54.75 seconds, well over 105 miles an hour that'll be.
Wow, that is quick. So 1.8 seconds now is the gap between 1st and 2nd. Lee Morgan still leading Matthew Booth. Then 3rd place is Rob Wellham with that 10-second penalty, and he was slightly wide there as well, coming through the Beckett's corner. So he's got to be careful not to put more than 2 wheels or 4 wheels over that white line, because that could be troublesome as well, as Paul Butcher tries to fight back down towards the left-hander, but not quite enough room to get through there. So they stay as they are, but this bunch is now getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Dan Gore took 0.6 of a second out of Paul Butcher on the previous lap. He's taking yesterday's lap record setter, Elliot Mitchell, number 11, with him as well. So that is now really a 4-car fight for third position. Obviously, that's third position on the road. Rob Wellham not really a part of that because of this 10-second penalty that he's got. There is the 60 car of Jack Tomerlin, so he's moved up into 10th position. He started the race on 11th, so he's not made too much progress, but hopefully he's not got the power fading away as it did during the course of yesterday's race with this different engine that he will have in today. You can hear the cars, their slick tyres rippling over the curbs there at Maggots before they turn into Beckett's, going very wide there. That was certainly 4 wheels off. That was number 33, Rob Bailey, who runs in 13th position. These cars then, Matt, heading up the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands once more.
Yep, this is the second group of cars we've got. So this is the likes of Edward Falkenham further back with Robert Bailey, Mark Betts and Nikita Abramov as well. So that's a great fight. There's some more great fights going on towards the front as well, because the gaps in this field are very, very close. Just shows how quick and fast-paced these laps are, as we've seen with the quickest lap coming from Lee Morgan. His gap out front hasn't changed too much. The gap is now 1.8 seconds, so fractionally down between the top two. And then Rob Wellham is third, but he's not pulling away, is he? Because Elliot Mitchell is still with him, and is Paul Butcher, and is Dan Gore.
I just caught sight there of the number 69 car of Ed Falkingham, who's just gone through shot at great speed. He is up into 12th position now. He was forced to start this race from the back of the grid as well, so that's good progress from Ed Falkingham, who raced Clio's before he switched over into F1000s a couple of years ago now. We'll see if he can break up into the top 10 as the cars spread out. That's Rob Bailey under pressure there from, I think that was Nikita Abramov in the TSR car with its engine having been fixed after yesterday's race. We're now pretty much at the halfway mark of this race. 8 laps completed. I think we'll just manage to squeak 17 laps out of it again. Up front, the lead pretty static between Morgan and Booth. Elliot Mitchell trying to close on them, but he's about 2.5 seconds behind now. This is the battle, though, for 12th, headed by Ed Falkingham. We go a bit further up the field now. We can see Paul Butcher in there, and he is now behind Dan Gore. So Dan Gore, already on this 9th lap, has got through into 5th position.
Yeah, and Elliot Mitchell is just starting to pick up the pace as well, because last time through he was pretty much a second quicker than Rob Wellham, so he's extended that gap over Rob. Paul Butcher is also there or thereabouts in 5th place, and also not too far back is going to be Dan Gore, who turns his way through on towards the main straight once again. So some really, really good fights so far. There's kind of 2 eyes or 2 pairs of eyes needed in this one, because there's lots happening at the minute, including this long line of cars as well, which is about to make its way up towards the line, which still includes Ed Falkenham, Rob Bailey there, the yellow car number 33, and then behind that, almost side by side between Nikita Abramov and Mark Betts, tries to get through but doesn't quite make it on this occasion.
So these F1000 cars, if you're seeing them for the first time, if your ears are working, you'll have detected that they use 1000cc motorcycle engines. All of the chassis built by a Northamptonshire company, which is Jedi Racing Cars, as Rob Bailey goes wide, and I think he'll lose a position to Nikita Abramov there because of that. So Abramov will go up into 13th position. He did some cross-country rally, I should say, and rallying in Russia before he's did some rallycross in the UK and then racing in this country. And Abramov there trying to go up the inside of Bailey to finally get that move done. It was a good fight back from Bailey out of Beckett's and down the Wellington Straight, but Abramov now has made that move stick in the TSR car, so he does indeed go up into 13th position. Falkingham a bit further up the road now. Bailey tries to go back through on the inside, I think hits a patch of cement dust there as he crossed the start line, and Bailey, number 33, has got back through, Matt. So really good dice between these. I was going to say 2 cars, but actually there's 3 or 4 of them involved.
There's more and more coming, isn't there, as they head their way down towards Maggots. We'll wait for them to appear. There they go, side by side, and it's the number 55 car which is going to get through there. So Nikita Abramov goes through. Number 33 tries to do the switchback but doesn't quite get the run, and further back from them, 2 cars side by side, which is Mark Betts and Billy Stiles. So fantastic racing. All of this 4 positions outside the top 10, as fighting back is Robert Bailey on Nikita Abramov. So they're not lying down in this one. They really are putting up a great fight for these places, as we said, for 13th on backwards. But this is fantastic racing from F1000. Something else I was very quickly just going to pick up on is Dan Clues, who is not really having the start of the season he wanted, is he? Because yesterday he finished in 6th place. At the minute he's down in 8th place, so not too sure if there's some problems with the reigning champion, but this is not quite what we're used to seeing from Dan.
No, had a very strong season last year, got 3 wins out of the 8 races that we had last year. Lee Morgan had 3, Rob Wellham had 2 last season. But up front, by the way, as we're watching this battle between Bailey and Abramov, the gap down to 1.3 seconds because Matthew Booth just did his personal best lap of the race, 54.84, so he is going after Lee Morgan, but he's probably only got, 5 laps to go as they cross the line again. Another couple of tenths taken out of him that time, but we're watching this battle, which Mark Betts is now trying to buy into as well. Bailey in the yellow car, Abramov in the grey and orange TSR car. It's the Mark Betts number 88, the Tim Gray Motorsport Rome car, just behind as well. 3.5 minutes to go. I'm sure these drivers really enjoy themselves. I think they want someone to hide the checkered flag, and I think I wouldn't mind if that happened as well.
Exactly, and we've got another race to look forward to later on as well. So it's a triple header this weekend at Silverstone. Slightly wide again there from the number 33 car. In fact, I think that was Nikita Abramov. Let's have a look as they come through. That was Robert Bailey, wasn't it? So he's really locking up now down towards this right-hander. So again, is it going to be running wide? Yes, he is. So 4 wheels again over that white line. I'm sure the clerks, of course, will probably have something to say about that, but he's definitely pushing hard, but maybe now, just pushing these tyres a little bit too hard as he starts to drop himself down the order.
I'll just have a look to my left to the finish line where the warning flags and penalty boards are shown, to see if there was anything being prepared for anybody, but doesn't seem to be just yet. There's the one car going through, Dan Clues you mentioned. Here's Jack Tobolin, number 60 now, and he's got the Indian driver, number 30, Alok Iyengar, just behind him. And Alok did a bit of racing in India before he came to race more regularly in F1000 in the UK. But there's Clues at the moment, number 1, with 22, Dean Warren behind him, driver that's also raced in Monoposto in the past. Now, Wellham and Butcher, they're now disputing 5th and 6th positions on the road, with Gore having got past both of them, of course, and Wellham, of course, with his 10-second penalty, hasn't been able to shake off the much more experienced Paul Butcher, Matt.
No, not at all. So Paul is still with him. They're going to go through with just under 2 minutes left on the clock. And looking at where Rob Wellham is, this 10-second penalty is going to drop him down to outside the top 10. So this is not going to be a good result for Rob, unfortunately, who runs there just behind Dan Gore and, as you said, just ahead of Paul Butcher. But quick stuff out front. Lee Morgan still leading, but look at that gap. It is now less than a second as we head towards the end of the race.
Yep, a good scrap this then between Wellham and Butcher, but up front, Matthew Booth making a really good chase of Lee Morgan. We'll perhaps pick that up in a moment as we come into the final knock-ins of this race. Butcher tried to get alongside Wellham into Brooklands there, but all of that came to nothing. The leader's getting past my commentary box window, and they will have 2 laps to go now, so it will be a 17-lap race, the gap down to 0.8 of a second. And there is Matthew Booth, who was the Sports Specials champion in 2016, and then in 2019, his first season in F1000, he won the title, only the second driver to win the title on his first year in F1000. And it is difficult to do because they're quite idiosyncratic cars, quite different. Now, although Matt Booth has had a good few laps, I can't help but feel he's just actually fallen a little bit further behind Lee Morgan again, Matt.
Yeah, the gap did come down, didn't it, last time through, but he looks a little bit further back. But then Lee Morgan was a little bit wide in towards the left-hander there at Brooklands, and he's again wide in towards Luffield. So is the gap going to come down further? We're going to get the end of this one and one more. So 20 seconds as they go through. Let's see if Matthew Booth has made any more inroads into Lee Morgan as they come through. Wait for the lap times to come up to see what they have both achieved. But it's going to be kind of last chance saloon now for Matthew Booth as they head on to the last lap with just under 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, gap's actually come down to the smallest it's been throughout the race, but the time ticks down to 0. So we should now be on to the final lap. Booth, possibly, I would suggest, just a little bit too far back from Lee Morgan to be able to do anything. Lee Morgan, as we've said, 37 wins so far in his F1000 career. He knows how to win, he knows how to defend, certainly. He's not the kind that's going to be easily pressured into a mistake. Down into Brooklands for the final time they come then, this left-hander before the very tight, effectively double right-hander at Luffield, and then it's gradually on to the gas, flat out through the right-hander at Woodcote Corner. No chance here for Matthew Booth. Up to the line they come, and the checkered flag goes out. It is Lee Morgan that takes the victory, and he does so in the end by 0.68 seconds from Matthew Booth. The gap came down by just 100th on the final lap. Elliot Mitchell was 6 seconds back in third, Dan Gore fourth, Rob Wellham fifth on the road, Paul Butcher in sixth. But we'll see where Rob Wellham comes once the 10-second penalty has been applied. Adam Walker 7th, Dan Clues in 8th position, Dean Warren 9th, and Jack Tomlin rounding out the top 10. But a very entertaining start to the day, Matt.
Certainly was. Very, very exciting there from the Swallow Hill Homes F1000, and it's a second win of the weekend for Lee Morgan. He did that, of course, with the reverse grid, coming from 8th place up into the lead just after 2 laps, and since then he didn't look back, did he? So good Lee Morgan in first, and Matthew Booth manages to hold on to second place this time, and unfortunately looks like Dan Clues has ended in the gravel after the checker flag, which is never good, is it?
He did cross the line, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he finished in 8th place, and then has, well, whether that's you'd like to hope in a way that something broke on the car, rather than he put it into the gravel of his own accord. Anyway, let's have a look at the results. Lee Morgan it was that took the win, car 56 by 0.68 seconds from Matthew Booth. Elliot Mitchell, a slightly distant third place in car number 11, fourth to number 80, Dan Gore. In the Metal Cars entry, fifth to number 5, Rob Wellham, but we had 10 seconds to his time, and I think that's going to drop him back to 10th place, because there was 3 of them all within 600ths of another for 8th, 9th and 10th place, so Rob Wellham drops a number of places back. Paul Butcher, Adam Walker, Dan Clues, Dean Warren, Jack Tomlin, they all get promoted 1 place, then it'll be Rob Wellham 10th, I think. Looking a bit further back, we should have an 11th place Alok Iyengar. He wasn't far behind 10th either, was he? Ed Volkiam came through the field to finish 12th, then Mark Betts, Nikita Abramov into 14th after his engine issues yesterday, Robert Bailey 15th, Daniel Levy, Billy Stiles and Cales Cole completed the finishes on the lead lap. Then it was Andrew Wheels and Max Windhauser, who just managed 1 lap before heading into the pit lane. Another race for F1000 a little bit later on. That will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon or thereabouts. We've got another 4 races to come for you before the lunch break, though. We've got the Mazda 7s next, then the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catches, Protect Shock Sports Specials, and the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship as well. All of that action to come up before the lunch break here on the national circuit at Silverstone, if you're in any doubt as to where we are looking at that shot. Anyway, let's head down to the pit lane for the first time today. We'll say good morning to Anthony Jordan, who's with our race winner.
Good morning, thank you very much, Ian. Yes, our first race of the day, the F1000s, and it's another race win. Lee Morgan, your 38th win altogether for F1000. So there we go, a great result for you, and a great race that was.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really make a great start, to be fair. I mean, I think I'd literally stayed 8th all the way through the first part of the lap. Saw there was a lot of jostling position going on down into turn 2, so I tried to set myself up for the best run possible down the back straight, because I knew it was just going to be literally a case of four cars wide down there because it was so tight. I think I picked a good line, managed to make a couple of positions, and I managed to sort of position myself really well in the last turn. And I just came off there with such a good run. I got to tow off like 3 people and just came around the outside of everyone. Just had to make it stick into turn 1. I think the most important thing on lap 1 was really clearing Matt Booth and Elliot, because I knew they were going to be quick again. And when I saw myself in front of him, I thought, I've just got to get my head down now. And he didn't make it easy again, did he? He was literally, I was giving it everything I had, and he was coming a little bit. I knew I sort of set the car up to maybe a bit quicker at the start. But yeah, he kept me honest all the way through, and I think another lap and he was just edging that bit closer every time. So I'm glad that 15 minutes was up.
I suspect you are, yeah. So he was within 0.6 of a second behind you at the end of that race. So yeah, very closing in. It was lucky that the race did finish when it finished. So very lucky from that point of view for you. But of course, starting from 8th to 1st as well, again, it was an amazing start. You say it was quite a slow start, but within 2 laps you were in the lead and setting a new lap record as well with a 54.75. So a great race.
Yeah, super happy. Yeah, like I said, I knew sort of early on it was going to be important to get my head down. We set the car up to go fast early on and just hope we could get somewhere near the front. And to be fair, I would have been happy if I could have been in the top 3. The fact that I came around at the end of lap 1, sort of just taking second, and I did actually pass Paul down here. That he came back past me, which I thought was a good move, and then I managed to just get a good slipstream on it down here. Then yeah, like I say, Matt came through and it was just head down and race 1 all over again.
Well, one of the excellent stuff. Again, fantastic race, and we'll see you for race 2 a little bit later on today. Excellent stuff. Great result then, again, from our race winner there, Lee Morgan, for the F1000s. It's time now for the Mazda 7s.
Yes, indeed, and this is going to be the inaugural race, as far as the championship is concerned, for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. They've raced as a non-championship category, partly standalone, partly sharing grids over the past couple of years, but this year for the first time, it's a standalone championship race grid for the Mazda 7s. If you've seen 750 Motor Club racing before, you'll have no doubt seen the low-cost racing, which run with the 1300cc cross-flow engines. Essentially, this is an upgrade of that type of cars, and it uses the 1.8 litre Mazda MX-5 Mark 2.5 engine and gearbox, and that can be upgraded for a little over £3,000, including all the parts and a second-hand engine and gearbox. There's a list of both control and optional parts that are required to build your Mazda 7. So it's got everything that's great about low-cost racing, lots of close racing, lots of slipstreaming, but a little bit quicker, and some would say perhaps a little bit more reliability in the engine and gearbox as well. But both categories still providing very strong grids and very good racing as we move into 2021. Let's talk you through the grid then. Pole position for this first race of the day for these cars is going to be taken by number 27. That's Danny Andrew. Danny, a previous champion in low cost a few years ago, and so he certainly knows what he's doing, and he was just about 0.7 of a second faster this morning than number 37 Ben Powdy, himself a multiple winner in low cost and recently in Mazda 7s as well. He had 3 wins during the course of last year. Second row on the inside, that's going to be number 55 Simon Court, and next to him will be 56 Daniel Sibbons. Jonathan Lissitter is in car 71 on the inside of row 3, and 43 David Mason next to him. David Winter in car 35 on the inside of the 4th row has Martin Sheldon, number 99, beside him. Then it's James Lewis Barnes in 38 and James Millman in 63. 6th row has got 24 Martin Farrelly, having his first race in the Mazda 7s, and 18 Stephen Kimber. 47 Lewis Penstone Smith and 8 Ollie Batten on the 7th row. Matt Groh 34 and Colin Marshall number 1 will be on row 8 of the grid, ahead of number 20 Josh Platts and 69 Tom Bates. Barry Stewart 44 and Daniel Court number 7 are on the 10th row of the grid, and alone on row 11 is going to be number 88 Michael Jacobs. So you can see the cars now coming out onto the grid. We get straight into racing with this one, as we do for most of the races by the day, most races today, by the way. No green flag lap. You can see the white car of Danny Andrew on pole position, the orange of Ben Powley alongside him. And Matt, I'm sure you've enjoyed lots of low-cost racing in the past. I'm sure you're going to enjoy this Mazda 7 race as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we all are, because as the description says for this championship, it's ultra close slipstreaming race action and affordable cost. And I think for this year, now it becomes a championship, it's going to be an ultra close championship as well, because if we look at the form from last year, kind of condensed season due to the pandemic, but 2020 I think kind of gave us 4 different winners from 8 races, so it's very competitive, and I think this year is going to be no different, as I said, with it now being a championship as well.
Absolutely. Greetings to our viewer in New Zealand, Cliff Field, watching what surely should be his bedtime, I would think, over on the other side of the world. Cliff, if you make it through the whole day of the live stream, all credit to you, especially if you've got work in the morning. Right, we've got a green flag waved at the back of the grid, so very shortly we're going to be underway for what's going to be 15 minutes of racing for the for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. There you can see the red lights go on, out they go, and the race gets underway. And there we are, the 27 car, actually it's the blue car, isn't it, of Daniel Andrew, I beg your pardon, doesn't make the best of starts. It's Ben Powney that sweeps even into the lead of the race in his orange machine. They turn their way through Kopsk for the first time, and these 20-odd cars in close formation as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett. So it is the orange of Powney, but he runs wide, and Danny Andrew straight away gets the lead back, I think, up the inside of him. Yes, he does. So Danny Andrew gets through. We've seen him out in Sports 1000 as well in recent seasons. There's the number 99 car. It's Martin Sheldon, the sort of grey car with the pink roll cage, but it's Danny Andrew leading, Ben Powney second, and it's the 56 car of Daniel Sibbons that's moved into third position, Matt.
Yep, certainly has. Very, very close as they head off the back straight for the first time, but no incidents on the first half of the lap. But it's those synonymous colours in second place. Ben Powney runs this colour livery for most of the seasons, but Ben is now going to draw himself alongside Danny Andrew. So it's side by side. First bit of ultra close slipstreaming of the race, and in fact we're going to have more further back who are going to try and get into this battle as well. Almost 4 wide down towards Copse Corner, and it looks like Jonathan Listeter is going to get himself up into second place, just ahead of number 56, which is Daniel Sibbons.
Yeah, so they're all fanning out along the straight, the short straight between Copse and Maggots. Looks like Danny Andrews got himself a useful lead here by Mazda 7 standards over the green car now that's up into second place, and that is Jonathan Lissett. So he has gone from fourth of the line to second already as they head up the Wellington Straight for the second time. And Jonathan won a couple of races last year, but he's under threat here from Ben Powney, the orange car on the inside line for Brooklands, and Powney goes back through. The fourth car is number 35, David Winter. He's also made up a couple of places on this lap. The one that's gone backwards a little bit is Daniel Sibbons, back to about 6th place.
Yeah, and what these 3 or 4 cars don't want to do is start battling too hard to allow Danny Andrew get away, which isn't quite happening at the minute. He's extended his gap out front slightly this time through, but Danny Andrew is still the race leader. Second place for Ben Powney. Third place across the line is going to be the number 71 car, I believe, as they come into Copse Corner. Yep, Jonathan Listeter. Then we see the number 43 car of David Mason, and just behind them, again, there's a couple more to come through in the shape of Daniel Sibbons and Martin Shelton, but the gap of the line under 3/10, it comes down even further in towards the right-hander, and now we've got a train of 6 cars all heading onto the back straight.
But we do unfortunately have a retirement. That's on the exit of Copse, isn't it? One of the TSR cars, I'm afraid, has come to a halt. Danny Andrew did build up a bit of a lead, but that's been eroded really, and we've got a train of, it's 6 cars in this leading group, isn't it? And then there's a bit of a gap back to Martin Sheldon in 7th place, but as we always say in low-cost racing, it becomes quite strategic, especially on a circuit that lends itself to slipstreaming such as this. You want to make sure your car is in the right position going on to the last lap. You don't necessarily want to be leading the race down into Brooklands, for example, for the final time. David Mason using quite a bit of curb there on the inside at Woodcote Corner. He remains in 3rd position, side by side with Jonathan Lister. Only 200 separated them at the line. A little more than that now as they head through Copse Corner and down towards the left-hander. See the deserted banks here at Silverstone. No spectators, of course, here this weekend. Motorsport, as indeed all sport, still being run behind closed doors, other than for some pilot events. Side by side here for second place briefly. That was Ben Powney and David Mason, but it's Jonathan Listeter, actually, I beg your pardon, that seems to have emerged in front.
Yes, he has, and down the inside there looks to go number 56, which is Daniel Sibbons. So he briefly goes into third place. Will that stick on the outside of Luffield? No, he then gets muscled into the middle, because also to join in now is number 43, which is David Mason. Almost runs out wide, but he'll be at the back of this train now as they run side by side for what's going to be third place, and also for pretty much fifth place across the line. But the magic rule, as you said, Ian, is in this sort of racing, you do not want to be leading on that last lap. They know it very well. Let's see if they adhere to it in around about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, half a second the lead front Danny Andrew at the moment, but there's a second of a gap back from Lister to Daniel Sibbons. We've not had a race on this configuration for the Mazda 7s before, so whoever gets the fastest lap here is going to get a new lap record. At the moment, that looks like it's going to go the way of David Mason, actually, 106.88 in qualifying. Danny Andrew did a 106.49, so we've not quite gone down to those times just yet. Increasingly, it looks like the first two, Danny Andrew and Jonathan Lister, are making a bit of a break. Daniel Sibbons there in third, Mason fourth, Powney, after that strong start to the race, back in fifth position, and David Winter at number 35, the 55-year-old property developer from Cambridge. He's in sixth position. He's been racing for 6 seasons in low cost initially, then he was the Class B champion in Sport Specials. He's had podiums in Mazda 7 previously as well. That's David Winter at the back of the group there, the white car you can see, number 35. He's in sixth position at the end of lap 5.
Side by side for the lead, and in fact a change of lead that time round, because Jonathan Lister now heads this field in the Yokohama Ma7da Championship, but can he hold it on the run down towards Maggots and Beckett's? Let's have a look as the fight for third place intensifies as well, and that in fact gets a little bit closer to the top two. So just as we said that the top two had broke away, scrap that, because we've now got almost 5-6 you could just about say together, because David Winter is just about hanging on to the coattails of that of Ben Powney. But here comes the weaving now, is trying to break that chain, and it's going to be Jonathan Lister who's trying to do that for the first time in this race.
Taking them to the left, Ben Powney in the fifth position. I know that he had some issues with testing the other day, some serious work needed on the engine to get the car ready again for this weekend's racing, but it seems to be holding up reasonably well so far, and it's still well placed here in fifth position in this lead group, in the mix for a possible race win. Good battle going on further back, you can see as well, for 7th and 8th between Simon Court and Martin Farrelly, but up in front it's Danny Andrew that's got the lead back again. And so here we go, this is this jousting that we're talking about, swapping the lead, positioning your car just right as we go into the final stage of the race, but there's still more than half of it to go.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if these 6 positions change on every single lap, because that's what low-cost racing is all about, and that's what's going to become of the Ma7da Championship as well. So it's very, very close between the top 6. Still, I think when they left us, yeah, Danny Andrew was the race leader, but that could change on the run down towards Brooklands, because Jonathan Lister pulls alongside. Has he got enough to get through? He probably has, but he probably doesn't want to, does he? He wants to stay there in second place and just watch the traits of Danny Andrew to see how that car handles, how it turns, and as long as he stays there or thereabouts, he'll be happy with that. So first and second coming back towards us. There's the fight for 10th place, which is number 99. That's Martin Shelton, and he's trying to keep behind the number 63 car in 11th place of James Millman.
Yep, James, who was a jockey, now a horse racing pundit, and he is going pretty well in the midfield. He'd have liked to have been further up the order with James. He's been up towards the sharp end in the past, certainly. Just looking back, he didn't do too many. Well, he did a few races last season, but it was around 6th or 7th most of the time. So heading down into the left-hander at Maggots. This is the second group, if you like. And it's headed, I think, at the moment by the 24 car. So that is Martin Farrelly then, who was a Class B Sports Specials champion in 2017. He did MR2 racing before that, but back with the leaders though, and it's Daniel Sibbons, number 56, on the inside of Danny Andrew there for Brooklands, but Andrew's on the inside for Luffield. Pound is trying to get through as well in the 37 car, the landscaper from Hythe, and it's almost going to be 3 wide as they come towards Woodcote with 6 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, almost 3. Are they going to do that as they come across the line? I think Jonathan Lister's going to try and get to the inside line. Danny Andrews gone back to the head. So just as we thought it was going to be David Mason or the number 56 car of Daniel Sibbons to lead, they've now found themselves back in about 4th or 5th place. But it's Danny Andrew who goes back to the head. Ben Powney, who we thought may be down and out a few laps ago, he's now up in there to 2nd place. Make that 3rd because Jonathan Lister is back through on the inside line. And for 4th and 5th, it's side by side as well. That was Daniel Sibbons, just trying to keep, by the looks of it, David Winter at bay. But you could almost say there's nearly 2 groups of 3 forming, but let's see if they can keep themselves together as they head down the Wellington Straight.
Best lap of the race now is to Lister, 106.81, so he's got the lap record. He's almost got the lead as well as he overlaps with 27 Danny Andrew there, and Andrew just made a bit of a mistake really, because Lister was able to go past between Brooklands and Luffield there as Andrew wrestled for control, and that might just sap his momentum a little bit. As Powney tried to capitalise on that, but Andrew's got plenty of momentum now as he comes off Woodcote Corner, gets alongside race leader Jonathan Lister as they come over the line with less than 5 minutes to go. And which car turns in first to Copse? It's Danny Andrew, 27, back in the lead.
Yeah, there's no real point really talking about the gaps, is there? Because all we need to say is it's close, because the top 6 covered that time by less than a second. So, as we said, if you wanted ultra-close slipstream in action, this is what you've got from the Yokohama Mazda Championship, the first round of the 2021 season. And for now, Danny Andrew is the man who leads the way. 2nd place for Jonathan Lister. Ben Powney now falling into the clutches of the car behind, which is Daniel Sibbons. And then 5th and 6th still there, David Mason and David Winter. Here comes Lister again for the inside, but again he doesn't really want it. He stays there in 2nd place, and he'll just watch to see what Danny can do as they head towards the end of this lap with now just under 4 minutes remaining.
So Lister, who had 2 fantastic wins at the end of the 2019 season at Snetterton in low cost, in horrible conditions, very different conditions to what we have here. He's a 40-year-old based in Essex these days, works in the construction industry. This car that he races was built in 2019 by Richard Bradley, converted into Mazda 7 spec by TSR in 2020. He's done lots of karting in the past as well, has Jonathan. Here they come down towards Maggots, left-hander, and then the right-hander of Beckett's. There's a bit of a gap opening up between the top 2 and Daniel Sibbons in 3rd place, and Daniel, by the way, was 6th over the line, but he's got up to 3rd place. He's just ahead of 35 David Winter, then it's Powney, and then it's David Mason in the 2nd of the green cars at the back of the field. Lister trying to break the toe from Andrew as they come down to Brooklands again.
Yep, certainly do. Danny Andrew in 2nd. Am I right in thinking, Ian, this is the first time he's raced in Mazda's Championship?
Well, I think he may have done 1 or 2 races in the past, but he did a few last season actually. Didn't particularly get the strongest results, Danny Andrew, but he's done Sports 1000 as well regularly over the past couple of years since he raced in low cost and won the championship there.
Yeah, he's done a lot with 750 Motor Club, hasn't he? So this is another string to his bow potentially, as he now tries to get the lead away from Jonathan Lister. As they went across the line, the gap was less than half a second, so nothing to choose between the top 2. But again, it's going back to that part of the race that we had at the start where the top 2 had broken away. They're almost doing it now as they work their way into some traffic. That's Thomas Bates, who they try and work their way through, which they've done. So number 69 stepping aside nicely there. But yeah, I think the top 2 may have just got enough here over the number 56 car of Daniel Sibbons, because the rest behind are now starting to fight and let the top 2 get away.
Yeah, that was the Thomas Bates car. We've had 1 stop as well during the course of this race. That's the 38 car of James Lewis Barnes, so he out of the race. But turning our attention back to this, that's the sort of, I was going to say secondary group there, but they are basically with Danny Andrew again, aren't they, who's in 2nd position. And as the camera pans around, yep, there is Jonathan Lister, and he's got 2 laps to go now, and he's got, I was going to say, a halfway useful lead, but in low cost, or Mazda 7s, or low cost for that matter, Danny Andrew is close enough to pick up the toe there, I suspect, and he'll soon be back on the coattails of Jonathan Lister to be right with him, and actually probably in prime position to go on to the last lap, Matt.
Yeah, and effectively with the help from behind as well, he could even close that gap further. So with the help of Ben Powney, Daniel Sibbons, David Winter and David Mason, he's going to be back with them. In fact, he's doing it on his own. So Danny Andrew round the outside tries to go on Jonathan Lister, but nothing happening that time. But he does bring that gap down from what was 6/10 of the line. It's now down probably to about 2/10 as they head onto the Wellington Straight once again. But let's see what Danny can do. He pulls out of the slipstream, but here comes that big statement we made. You do not want to be leading on the last lap, so they almost come to a standstill as they try and back off and let the other lead. After you, Claude, but with 35 seconds left on the clock, we are about to go on to the last lap. But who's going to be the winner? We'll find out in about 1.6 miles time.
Absolutely so. Is Lister then in the 71 car that's got it all to do, really? That's because he's in the lead. Last lap board does indeed go out now, so it's going to be a 14-lap race. Can he keep this gaggle of 5 other cars behind him? On straight away, Danny Andrews gone through. That's not necessarily a disaster because they've still got the next long straight to come at the Wellington Straight. And if List can be behind Danny there, use the toe and possibly get through on the way into Brooklands, that would help, or that would work potentially. But yeah, it is still 6 cars together, Matt.
Yeah, you probably need to look towards the back. David Winter, he could possibly win this race as he comes onto the Wellington Straight side by side for the lead. Have they got enough in hand over Ben Powney in 3rd place? Probably not, because he's now going to pick up the toe from Jonathan Lister. He goes to the outside. Danny Andrew goes to the inside. You've got Daniel Sibbons in the mix as well, who comes through into 3rd place. And Danny Andrew now has got 1, potentially 2 corners to try and hold on. And here comes Sibbons to the outside line. Bit of bump in there on the back of Jonathan Lister to try and get him a move on, and Ben Powney I think could be off the podium, although Daniel Sibbons runs wide, and Andrew to the flag.
Yeah, Andrew is going to hang on, I think, but Ben Powney and Jonathan Lister made it 3 wide there. The result on our screen is Danny Andrew gets it by 5/100ths of a second. Lister 2nd, Ben Powney 3rd, David Winter 4th, Daniel Sibbons 5th. The first 5 covered by 0.32 seconds. David Mason dropped back a little bit at the end there. He was 6th. Martin Fowley and Simon Court went across the line side by side as well. They were 7th and 8th. Then Martin Shelton and Stephen Kember. That race, Matt, certainly did not disappoint.
That wasn't half bad, was it? That was a good one from the opening round of the Ma7da Championship. So brilliant stuff there for Danny Andrew. His first win in the championship, so that gets him maximum points. But as Ian said, the gap at the line there was just 5/100ths of a second between him and Jonathan Lister, with the top 5 covered by less than 4/10ths of a second. So very, very close. Not too sure what happened to David Mason there. I think all of our eyes were focused on what the top 5 were doing, but David Mason definitely dropped back at the end.
He did. So here's the result. Danny Andrew, number 27, takes the win. 5/100ths of a second faster than, or ahead I should say, of number 71, Jonathan Lister. 3rd to number 37, Ben Powney, 12/100ths behind. 4th, number 35, David Winter, 28/100ths behind. 5th, 56, Daniel Sibbons, 32/100ths behind. In 6th place, number 43, David Mason, but I think, looking down, he did get the consolation of the fastest lap bonus point in the end of 106.79, so he takes the lap record as well. 7th to number 24, Martin Fowley. 8th to 55, Simon Court. Then 99, Martin Shelton, and Stephen Kimber, number 18, round out the top 10. For the back, James Millman was 11th, Joshua Platts 12th, Colin Marshall, Matt Groh, and Lewis Penstone-Smith. They formed another little group, and then Barry Stewart and Daniel Court really had their own private battle over 16th and 17th position. Tom Bates was the only lapped runner, and James Lewis Barnes was a non-finisher in the end. But for just 5/100ths of a second, the victory margin for Danny Andrew. We'll hear from him in just a moment before we have 2 more races before the lunch break. The Demon Twigs Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. So for late 80s, early 90s, hatchbacks, we've got the Protect Shock Sport Specials, a nice variety of cars on the grid for that, and more motorcycle engined action to round out the morning's racing will become courtesy of the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. That should come up at around about 1:45 this afternoon. Let's head down to the pit lane, and Danny Andrew is with Anthony Jordan.
Well, Thank you very much, Ian. Danny, Andrew, what a race that was. You can breathe now, I suspect, after that one. 6 cars all the way through that race. It was anyone's game, really, but you came out the end with a great overtake around the outside of Copse Corner on the last lap to pinch that one. Well done.
Yeah, I think we had quite a bit of speed over the others. They had a lot more traction off the corners, which cost me on the 2 big toes. But I think if I could have just had a couple of laps, we'd have pulled away a little bit. But that was a good race, some ambitious defending under brakes and all sorts going on, which wasn't nice, but no, overall it was a good race.
Well, watching the race, of course, down the Wellington Straight, yourself and Jonathan Lister were weaving, all over the circuit, trying to break the toe, of course, down the straight. But with these cars, slipstream is key, really, isn't it?
100%, yeah. I think we proved that in qualifying. Yeah, the weaving down the straight isn't a problem. It's weaving under brakes what's a bit naughty, but no, at the end of the day we got the result, so it was a good one, and it's nice. That's for my dad. He lost a good friend of his this week, so that's for him.
Perfect stuff. Well, a great result for the first race for the Mazda 7s, and we'll hopefully see you again at the end of race 2.
Hopefully stood just there again.
Hopefully so. Excellent stuff there from Danny Andrew there. Great result then for the first race of the Mazda 7s. It's classic stock cars up next.
So the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship coming to the grid. Let's have a look at how it's going to line up. On pole position, we've got the number 87 car for Stuart Place and 41, Jason Wood in the Nova alongside him. Ryan Morgan, a star of last season, he returns. He's on the inside of the second row. Car number 2 alongside Andy Philpotts in the Fiesta, number 6. Martin Rogers, number 39 in the Peugeot 205, and Martin Kayser in the Fiesta are on row 3. And it's Scott Ward in the Fiesta and Steve Groom, number 91 in the XR2. They make up row number 4. The 5th row, Chris Deere and Ryan Clark, 46 and 33. 6th row, Richard Kelsall, 89, and James Hazelhurst, a winner at Silverstone on the international circuit a few years ago. He's 12th. Terry Roughton is car number 5, and Pete Morgan, 53, on row number 7, ahead of Jason Watkinson, 73, and James Hancock, number 24. Will Humphries, 30, and Darren Bassingthwaite, 18. Line up on the 9th row. Row 10 has got Paul Brock, 26, and Gary Coburn, 60. Jack Reynolds, 27, and Peter Osgerby, 58 in the Nova. They are on row 11. It's David Sheekey and Rick Groom on row 12. Completing the field is number 21, Ian Gribben. He is 25th on the grid. So the car's almost into position, and again it is going to be straight into action with no green flag lap. So the Classic Stock Hatch Championship for pre-92 hatchbacks in pretty standard trim. Mostly 1.6 litre cars. The red lights go out and the race then gets underway, and the cars head off down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It was Stuart Place in that red and white Peugeot 205 that was on pole position, but it looked like Jason Wood in the red Nova, number 41, made a pretty good start and may have got through to take the lead. We'll pick up on that in a moment. The rest of the field filter through Copse Corner and down towards Maggots for the first time is Place, that's just about in front, but Wood tries to be laid on the brakes, and there's 3 of them sideways there. Andy Philpotts in the 6th car is the one that's spun around. It looks like he's now got quite a big dent in the door, which he didn't have about 30 seconds ago, and spinning around in the background as well there is the number 26 car of Paul Brock. It's all happening on this first lap, Matt.
It is indeed. They've all managed to escape by the looks of it, though. So on their way they go once again, and quite a bit of work for Andy Philpotts to do to try and recover up some positions now, which he finds himself well outside the top 10, even possibly outside the top 20. So Philpotts will be on a charge as they head their way to the completion of lap number 1. But it's great to see so many cars out once again this year in Classic Stock Hatch. They may be starting to age now, but they love to get driven by these drivers, and at the minute as they come through, it's going to be Stuart Place who leads the way. So he is the man out front, and we'll see what the gap is between him and the second place man at the end of that first lap. But all action down there at the first couple of corners, but they've managed to escape.
Yeah, what's great about this is the variety of different types of cars. 2 flavour of Fiesta, you've got Peugeot 205s, you've got Vauxhall Novas as well. Sometimes we have some of the bikes out there's the Citroen AX as well that's on the grid. That's Terry Roughton's car. He robbed that, I think it was last season at Snetterton. Good to have Terry back out with us again. So it's Stuart Place leading by just over half a second at the end of lap 1. There was 0.8 of a second between Jason Wood in second place and Ryan Morgan in third. We're watching the 91 car of Steve Groom, the blue one. That's heading down the Wellington Straight in 7th position, but it's pretty much single file down the Wellington Straight with Stuart Place leading the way at the moment. Jason Wood, though, going really well here in the PDC Nova, the PDC team. Running a few cars in classic stock hatch as ever, and certainly this is probably his strongest showing to date, so that's good for Jason Wood, and he's ahead of Ryan Morgan, who was a star turn when he made his debut at Snetterton last year, getting a win on his debut meeting. He was a championship contender as well. Eventually it was won by Pip Hammond last year, who's not racing certainly at this stage. This is and unfortunately Andy Philpotts has had another off. That's at the exit of Luffield before he gets to Woodcote, and I think he might have found the barriers again there, Matt.
Yeah, I just looked and we saw the dust off screen just out of our commentary box windows, and he has grazed the right-hand side of that Fiesta. So not a good start to the season for Andy Philpott, and I think he may, or he's going to get going by the looks of it, just off screen again. So he'll try and recover as the top 5 come through on towards the Wellington Straight, and I think Ryan Morgan may have a good run here on the Nova in second place. It was a Nova who won the 2020 championship in the hands of Pip Hammond. So Nova's still going well, but under attack here from the number 2 car of Ryan Morgan as they come now into, well, there's no yellow flags anymore, so it's all green around the circuit once again.
Yeah, and that's because Andy Philpotts is now heading down the pit lane. One car that didn't make the start due to a coolant leak, that was Scott Ward, but we've got to change for second place here, have we? Because Ryan Morgan at Luffield goes through on the inside of number 41, Jason Wood. So Wood down to third position, Morgan up to second, but he's got work to do because he is now, what's the gap? 1.47 seconds behind Stuart Place. Worth mentioning as well that Ryan Morgan's dad, Pete Morgan, he's been racing in the Classic Start Catch and other categories before that for a long time now. He's also in this race. He's in 8th place, car number 53, just about 7 seconds behind the leaders.
Yeah, so here comes the leader then. Stuart Place through the picture, second, third, and also now 4th and 5th into this battle. So Martin Kayser and Chris Deere have both caught up with the Nova, which runs slightly wide there, and I think Jason Wood could lose another position. So in the space of 3 or 4 corners, he's gone from second now down to 4th place, and with that slipstream being given away from Martin Kayser, Chris Deere might be able to get through in the Peugeot as well, but don't think that's going to be the case unless he's really late on the brakes around the outside, which he's going to try and do. So Chris Deere, can he get alongside the Nova of Jason Wood? Yes, he does. He runs slightly wide. He realises that and dives back in behind.
So had about a third of this race now. 10 minutes though still left to go. There is the 46 car of Chris Deere going very well in 5th position. Just had one 10th place finish during the course of the shortened 2020 season. So we're pleased with how he's going so far this season in the first race of the campaign. There is the 39 car of Martin Rogers and the 91 car of Steve Groom, those two disputing 6th and 7th position at the moment as they head through Copse Corner and down to Maggots and Beckett's. You can see there that Jason Wood lost out to Martin Kayser. Martin Kayser trying to go after Ryan Morgan, and Chris Deere in that yellow 205 also trying to put a move there on Jason Wood's Fiesta as well, it would seem. So 9.5 minutes left to go, and out front Stuart Place with a what looks to be a reasonably comfortable advantage, Matt.
Certainly does, doesn't it? It's over 1.5 seconds, possibly nearing towards 2 seconds at the end of this lap as they come through, and I think Andy Philpotts has just rejoined the circuit by the looks of it, just in front of the race leader, but unfortunately there's problems there for number 26, so Paul Brook has pulled off by the looks of things down over towards Beckett's. But yeah, Andy Philpotts is back out. He's a lap down, or a couple of laps down now, to Stuart Place, who goes through. The gap between him and Ryan Morgan is going to increase by the looks of it. Yeah, nearly 2.5 seconds now between the top two. And for third place, well, after getting past the Nova, he's up now into third. He's possibly going to try and make a move on Ryan Morgan before too much longer, because that gap is now only just over half a second between the top second and third places.
Yeah, well, that record for these cars are 1:12.01, held by Matt Rosier, former champion. in qualifying Stuart Place at a 1:12.03, so quite close to that time, but have not got down to those kind of times yet during the course of this race. So there is Martin Kayser, just ahead of Jason Wood and Chris Deere, trying to go after Ryan Morgan in the Fiesta. Martin, a long-time racer in classic stock hatch, originally from the northeast, but based in the Midlands these days, and he's got Wood, number 41, just behind him from Brig, and then Chris Deere as well, trying to make a move there in the Peugeot 205, the driver from Farnborough. We've got Phil Potts, who's now back out on circuit just behind them, as Matt was saying, and as they turn onto the start and finish straight to complete lap number 6, it's Stuart Place still leading, Ryan Morgan in second, and the gap from second to third actually went out by about half a second that time, Matt.
Yeah, I don't think Jason Wood saw Martin Kayser there, because he almost turned in on him as he was trying to get a move done on the outside line, and with that I think he may lose a position here to number 46 Chris Deere. Let's have a look. No, not quite. A little bit of a lock up of the wheel there, the rear left as it comes off the ground, but good fight now for fourth place. So it's Jason Wood and Chris Deere together. Martin Kayser has got away in third. There's a further second or so up the road to Ryan Morgan, and now Stuart Place leads the way by just over 2 seconds in this race, which is just eclipsed over half race distance. And it's quite interesting actually. You mentioned the name there of Matt Rosier, who, as you said, is a former champion. Lee Scott as well, who is a multiple champion in classic stock hatch. Neither of them with us at the minute this year, so it could be quite an open season in this championship.
Yep, no Pip Hammond either, and between those three drivers, apart from 1 year when Damon Cottrell won it, they've won it every year over the past decade, nearly 15 years I suppose. So yeah, it could be a wide open championship this season. Certainly Stuart Place setting out his stall early. There he goes through shot in the number 87 car. There's 2 in second place, Ryan Morgan, and Martin Kayser third at the moment. There's Chris Deere, just about a tenth of a second behind Jason Wood's red Nova, the PDC Racing Nova at the moment. And then a bit further back you've got Martin Rogers and Steve Groom doing battle. Kayser there locking up slightly. Jason Wood getting very sideways. This should give an opportunity to Chris Deere to try and get fourth place away. Wood trying to get his momentum back, but he's got the 46 car halfway alongside him now. For the moment he does manage to see off that challenge, but a mistake there from Jason Wood will certainly have cost him time.
Certainly would, and the gap grows once again between him and the car he was potentially looking to close the gap on, but that, as you said, has now extended between him and Martin Kayser. Further back, a little bit of action here between number 73, which goes through. That's Jason Watkinson, now up into 8th place ahead of Pete Morgan, and it looks like as well James Hasselhurst is also going to try and get his way through in the number 12 car. So again, if you look further back from the top 5 or 6, there's more great battles to feast your eyes on, and it is with this side-by-side action across the line between Morgan and Watkinson, which goes now on to the 9th lap of the race.
And yeah, Hazelhurst it is that was up the inside of both of them there, and he will emerge in front of Watkinson, I think, and up into 8th place. Willie Watkinson in the Repsol liveried XR2i tries to hang on around the outside, and then fighting back there, I think that's Richard Kelsall in the black and white Fiesta. He was 11th as they crossed the line. Where's he going to come out in all of this? Well, he's got up to 9th. He's got ahead of Pete Morgan. That's no mean feat. Pete, a very experienced racer in stock hatch, latterly classic stock hatch. He's also raced in historic minis as well down the years. But it's James Hazelhurst now up into 8th position at the head of this little group. Then it's the 89 car of Kelsall. Then it's Morgan. So the one that really lost out there was Jason Watkinson. The 73 car has gone from 8th back to 11th position in the space of just a couple of corners.
This is a Peugeot versus Ford battle at the minute, isn't it? I think we've got 3 or so of each one in this mix as they come through in towards Luffield, and it's still the number 12 machine of James Hasselhurst that has the advantage, but under attack now becomes the number 89 machine. So that's going to be possibly a move to be made here as Richard Kelsall tries to keep behind the number 53 machine. So they're going to be side by side almost down towards Copse, but nose to tail for now as Pete Morgan tries to get the nose up the inside, which he can't quite do, but he sits there in that position. And it's great, as you said, Ian, see these liveries, the classic car liveries of Repsol. You've got the Total one as well towards the head of the field, but it's brilliant to see all these companies coming back. On cars.
I'm not sure they're necessarily putting any money in, but it's good to see the livery on the cars anyway. I'm sure the drivers wish they were. But no, it's great to see these liveries, and I think once you get one driver putting a nice retro livery on it, I think everyone follows, don't they? They want to sort of outdo the rivals. But they do look really good, really well turned out, these cars. 3 minutes to go in this race, which is still being led by Stuart Place's lead now, almost 4 seconds. But we're watching James Hazelhurst, number 12. He is in 8th position. There is Pete Morgan, just ahead of the 73 car of Jason Watkinson. And Hazelhurst just starting to make a little bit of a break now from the rest of the cars in this group. As I say, he has been a winner in the past in Classic Stock Catch. That was couple of years ago, I think, on the international circuit here at Silverstone, the southern end of the extensive Silverstone campus, but not quite having the pace to do that this weekend. Oh, and that is Jason Wood out of the race, being pushed back by the marshals there. So that is bitter misfortune for Jason, who was on the front row, led very briefly. He'd been tumbling back down the order a little bit, but ultimately he's had some problems and is out of the race, Matt.
Yeah, but that's now left a slight gap as another car rejoins there on the exit of Luffield. That's a number 27 car which gets back into the action. That's Jack Reynolds. So yellow flags for a brief time down the Wellington Straight. There could possibly be another car off somewhere. I think, in fact, that's a Nova, isn't it? That's tucked away up against the barrier. So that's the one with the yellow flags. But yeah, there's a gap now formed where that Nova was. So Martin Kayser and Chris Deere. It looks like that gap has come down as we look out of the commentary box window. I think as they come through, yes, it has. So Kaiser and Deere are now nose to tail. So Chris Deere is not done just yet, is he? He wants to get himself onto the podium, and we're going to have time for 2 more laps within this race. So here we go. Final step on the podium. Just behind this Fiesta, it's the white and yellow cars which are battling for it.
Yep, so the Fiesta of Martin Kayser, the Chris Deere Fiesta, battling for the final podium position. And as you say, 2 laps to go in this Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch race. It looks like Stuart Place is going to win it. He's more than 4 seconds clear, and Ryan Morgan probably will take second, because these 2 cars are going to be more focused on battling with each other, I suspect, than trying to move up another position. And Martin Rogers in 5th place is a little bit too far back now. What looked to be a wide open season in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, but great to see more than 24 cars on the grid this weekend. Chris Deere not quite able to pull a move off into Brooklands. He should see the last lap board this time, and that might give him the motivation he needs to try and make a move on the final lap. For the moment, he's just following Kayser through, but Kayser runs a bit wide there, and he's all over the green concrete on the exit of Luffield Corner, and that seemingly unforced error has allowed Chris Deere to go through to 3rd place as he starts the final lap, Matt.
Yeah, that pressure from behind was telling, wasn't it? So Chris Deere goes through. Has he got enough in the tank to try and catch and pass Ryan Morgan? Probably not, because the gap there is around about 1.5 seconds. So I think Chris Deere is going to try hard to catch, but he's got to try and defend at the same time here, because Martin Kayser will not be too happy about losing that 3rd place. So he'll try and get back ahead of the yellow Peugeot as they come down in towards the Maggots and Beckett's part of the circuit for the final time, as the clock now has ticked to 0. But the man out front, Stuart Place, failed to take a single win last year. I think his fortunes could be about to change in 2021.
Yeah, had a 2nd, had a 3rd, and his way to 6th place in the championship did Stuart Place. He's come close to victories in the past, notably at Mallory Park, I seem to remember, but he is surely now going to get his first win as can see coming into the pit lane, the number 33 car to retire. That's Ryan Clark, who qualified in 10th place, but Stuart Place it is that's going to come through Woodcut Corner up to the line to take the check the flag and win round 1 of the 2021 Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship, and straight out of the car. I think he's a little bit happy about that. So Stuart Place deservedly gets his first win after several years of trying in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship. Ryan Morgan it is that takes 2nd place, 3.27 seconds behind. Chris Deere with that move on Martin Kayser at the end of the penultimate lap. He goes up into 3rd place. Martin Rogers 4th, Steve Dream 5th, James Hazelhurst is 6th, Titch Kelsall 7th, Pete Morgan, Hazelhurst 7th, Kelsall 8th, Pete Morgan 9th, and Jason Watkinson rounding out the top 10. Perhaps possibly the most unfortunate driver there Jason Wood, because he had that retirement after going well. Of course, Andy Philpotts qualified well, but had a couple of incidents which really caused him some problems. But overall, Matt, a very good start to the season for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship.
Yes, certainly is. So a win there for Stuart Place. And Ryan Morgan, the man who finished runner-up in the championship last year, gets his season off to a solid start as well with a second place. So that's valuable points for him. And Chris Deere, a marked improvement from last year as well. He was well outside the top 10 in the championship, only scored a handful of points. But for Chris Deere, that has got to be one of his best results of his Classic Stock Hatch kind of career.
Yeah, well, as I say, his best result last season was a 10th place. Anyway, here are the results then. Stuart Place getting the win in car number 87, the Peugeot 205, by more than 3 seconds from number 2, Ryan Morgan's Fiesta XR2. Third place to number 46, Chris Deere, in the second of the Peugeots. Fourth place, second of the Fiestas. That was Martin Kayes, the first of the XR2 Islay number 88. Fifth to Martin Rogers in a Peugeot. Sixth to 91, Steve Green in a Fiesta. We're sort of alternating here as we go along, aren't we? Seventh to number 12, James Hazelhurst. Eighth to number 89, Richard Keltall. Ninth to 53, Pete Morgan. And 10th was 73, Jason Watkinson. A bit further back, Darren Bassingthwaite was 11th in car 18. Then Terry Roughton in the only Citroen on the grid. He was 12th, number 5. And 13th was James Hancock, ahead of Gary Coburn, William Humphreys, Pete Oskerby, Rick Groom, Ian Gribben, David Sheekey and Jack Reynolds. And Ryan Clark, he retired. So too did Jason Wood, Andy Philpotts and Paul Brock. So that is the way of it. I can see that one driver being shown a sort of driving standards flag in the pit lane as he comes in. Can't see the number on that car. I imagine that's due to a track limits indiscretion though. A great start to the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship season. Still a couple more races to come before the lunch break. We've got the Protect Shock Sports Specials Championship coming up next, and then the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship to round out this morning's action here at a gloriously sunny Silverstone circuit. Let's head down to Anthony Jordan once again in the pit lane.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Ian. Stuart Place, what a win. It's finally a race win for you after last year with loads of seconds and thirds. Can finally get a first on the podium for that one.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely amazing. I'm just so glad to be back at a race circuit after so long. It's people don't realise just how much it means to me. It's absolutely amazing. It's and to win the first one, even better.
Well, like I say, yeah, the first race of the season for the sports stock hatch, and of course with this one, it was an interesting start. Of course, there was a bit of a collision going into the first braking zone, really, of through Maggots and Beckett's, but you managed to scrape through that one, and you've had a pretty stable race and lead for the entirety of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to build up a little bit of a gap, just so I knew that I could hold Ryan back if he got past Jason. Once I built up a gap, not that it's ever easy, but I just tried to maintain the gap and just, control it from there. But yeah, it was really good.
Excellent. The 205 GTI didn't let you down on this one, and you can celebrate. I think you can enjoy this one. A great win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this time it didn't. Hopefully it'll hang together for the next one.
Excellent stuff.
Thank
well
you.
done, Stuart Pays. Great result then for the Sports Stock Hatch. We head now to the Sports Specials, a fabulous grid.
Yes, Protect Shock Sports Specials coming up next for their 15-minute race, and of course it's the opening round of their championship as well. Here's the grid then. Paul Collingwood, number 11, is on pole position. Beside him, number 99, Martin Gambling, so 2 eclipses on the front row. Second row, last year's champion, number 53, Andy Hiley in the Kronos. He's got the Sienna next to him, that's 64, Anton Landon. Darren Barris in the V8 Westfield, and Ben Short on his first appearance in the MEV Exocet. He's on row 3 in the 71 car. Row 4, number 7, Stuart Murch, another of the MEVs, has Mark Conroy, number 20, next to him. Row 5, 74, Stephen Wells in the Sub-Zero, and 30, Stuart Thompson is next to him in the MK Indy. Colin Charles, 13, and Colin Benham, 18, make up the 6th row of the grid. 69 is Gerard O'Donoghue. He's in another of the MEVs, and it's another all-MEV row because next to him is number 58, Mickey Scott. Nigel Brown, the stalwart of the category, number 10, he's in 15th position. And Peter Robinson, number 22, is out there in the Pro Compale Gold next to him. Then it's Sylvia Much and Warren Vesey. They are on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10, you've got 27, Andrew Hayward in the Silver Clubman. It's the Silver Phoenix for Marcus Roskill, number 44. Martin Hayward, 65, and Dan Young, 87, are on the 11th row. Justin Cox and Alan Robinson, 29 and 26, on row 12. A bit further back, Brad Snow in car 77. That's another Silver Phoenix. Then the MK Indy of David Barrow. Malcolm Shaw, number 19, and Trevor Harbour, number 70. Complete a very healthy indeed 28 car field. Few drivers we didn't see in qualifying this morning, unfortunately. Bridget Smart, Gary Goodyear and Martin Buckland. So they will not be taking part in this race, unfortunately. But we do have 28 cars on the grid. They're coming out onto the circuit now, Matt, and they look absolutely magnificent, don't they?
They do, especially in the Silverstone sunshine as well. So great to see back with us once again the ProTech Shocks Sports Specials Championship. And as you said, a healthy grid for the opening races of the 2021 season. And a really close qualifying session as well, because as you mentioned, Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse was quickest, but there was only half a second between him, Martin Gamblin, and Andy Hiley, who is the Class A reigning champion. So Andy is back for another season. So is the Class B champion as well from last year, Colin Benham. So it's going to be another good season, I reckon. A mix of different cars out there, some unusual cars which many people may not be used to, but we thoroughly enjoy sports specials, and I'm sure they're going to put on a good show here for round number 1.
Yeah, this evolved from the 750 Motor Club Kit Car Championship. It was rebranded Sports Specials quite a few years ago now, and it's for genuine production sports specials, kit cars, Caterhams, Westfields, and other one-off road-going two-seater specials. They have to use production car engines with modifications. Classes, Class A is for cars of up to 340 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for cars up to 270 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C is for the MEV, the Mills Extreme Vehicle constructions, of which there are a growing number. And Ben Short, the multiple Ma7da champion, joining the grid in a MEV exit. That's the number 71 car, the green car you can see on the third row of the grid. Paul Collingwood is in the grey car. Martin Gambling is in the red car, reddy burgundy coloured car, number 99, next to him on the front row of the grid. Andy Hiley, last year's champion, that blue and white Kronos that he's raced for a few years now. And Anton Lambton in the black and white Sino is next to him. Revs, though, are starting to rise, so the race about to get underway. 15 minutes of racing around the Silverstone National Circuit underway now. Best start made there by Martin Gambling from the second position on the grid. Let's see if he can hold that as they go down into Copse Corner for the first time. A very colourful grid of cars we have indeed here. And already the leaders heading down into the distance at Maggots, and it is Martin Gambling that's got through. Paul Collingwood second, and in third place, up from fifth on the grid I think that was, Darren Berris in the V8 engine Westfield, which should go well down the straight, certainly here at Silverstone. Andy Hiley therefore losing a little bit of ground on the start, so we'll try and keep you updated with what's going on in all three classes, A, B and C, as we watch a bit further back the two Cyanas going side by side. It's the S2000 engine car that goes through. Mark Conroy getting ahead of the Cyana Mark II of Anton Landen there. That's a little bit further back down the order. Leader though should be Martin Gambling as they come through to end lap 1.
Yeah, that's correct. That was a marvellous start, wasn't it? Martin Gambling, no hesitation, off the line, super quick there, and charged down towards the first corner ahead of Paul Collingwood. And that's how it looks at the end of lap number 1. Darren Berris is up into third place, so a good start from him as well, from fifth on the grid, so he's gained 2 already. And as you said, Andy Hiley a little bit further down there, not the best of start from number 53, but watch for Andy to come on strong later on in this race. He was up into 6th place at the end of that first lap. Side by side here between the two MEVs, because I think that's number 7 who is last year's champion in Class C, which is Stuart Much. So he is currently side by side as they head down the back straight. And in fact, that's with Ben Short, so that's for 7th and 8th. Meantime, there's a change for the lead as Paul Collingwood now goes through.
He does indeed, but immediately Martin Gambling gets back, so that was very short-lived, wasn't it? Gambling, who raced in low costs, and then he did a few years in Compact Cup as well. He's had this car for probably, what, 4 years now, something like that. He's not really done a full run of races, but good to have him back this season. I don't think we saw him at all during the course of 2020. Obviously last year was a difficult year for a lot of people, hoping for much better things this year. There is the 74 car, and yellow flags there. We've got a retirement, and that is the Justin Cox, number 29 Caterham 7, that looks to be out of the race.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that's down at possibly Copse Corner, not too sure, but that car is with yellow flags. That's Andy Hiley has just gone through there with some people taking his way through. In fact, it's Brooklands, that's yellow flag zone, so that car being recovered by the marshals. But yeah, here's Andy Hiley as we've got a spin for Paul Collingwood, car number 11. So the man who was in second place has gone round, possibly some fluid being left on the circuit there, because this is where the yellow flags are. So Paul Collingwood, I don't think he's lost a position, just a lot of time to the race leader Martin Gambling.
69 Gerard O'Donoghue in the MEV has headed to the pit lane as well. So a busy opening to this race here. Martin Gambling all of a sudden is going to have a much bigger lead. It was about a tenth of a second. It's now 4.2 seconds over Paul Collingwood as Andy Hiley gets a place away from Darren Berry. So he was 6th at the end of lap 1, and Hiley now back up into 3rd position, and he should be pretty close to challenging Paul Collingwood there. Paul, after that spin half a lap ago. So through Beckett's they go, on to the straight. Oh, Hiley a little bit wide there, so to Mark Conroy in the number 20 Sienna as they head along the Wellington Straight. Then it's Gambling leading, Collingwood 2nd, Hiley 3rd, Darren Berry's 4th, and the two Siennas side by side once again. 5th, number 20, Mark Conroy, and 6th, number 64, Anton Landon, who stays alongside. He's going to have the inside line for Luffield Corner, and Landon goes through.
Certainly does. So Landon now up into 5th place. He's going to try and hunt down and pass as well this car of Darren Berris as into the pit lane. Unfortunately, from what was 6th place, Mark Conroy. So some problems there for the number 20 car, unfortunately. So he is going to be potentially a retiree as the top 3, 4, 5 go through. There's the MEV you just saw shooting through shot. That was Stuart Much. This is Ben Short, who has now potentially just dropped behind Stuart Thompson. So yeah, he's down into 8th position as he tries to fight his way back. More screeches of tyres, hopefully no spins there for any of the front runners. No, it's just that left rear again, isn't it? Lifting off the ground as they turn their way through Maggots and Beckett's. But a third of the race gone, 10 minutes just about remaining, and it's Martin Gambling who has a comfortable lead out front. But it's this great battle we're currently watching between Anton Landon and Darren Berris, and it's Berris who tries to fight back through.
Yeah, so Berris was ahead at the beginning of the lap. Landon got ahead in the first couple of corners and has stayed there, although in a straight line, Berris's car, V8 Westfield, is tough to beat. We also had a bit of a glimpse in the background of the battle, this one here, between Stuart Thompson, who's lost out against Ben Short. I was just about to say he was ahead of him, but Ben Short in the MEV has got back ahead of Stuart Thompson now, who I think that's the ex-Matthew Booth MK Indy that he's in, which was the one that won the championship a few years ago. Third of the way through the race, Gambling leading by 4.7 seconds. It's 2.2 seconds between Collingwood and Hiley. So really the best of the action is these battles down the order at the moment, Matt, and including that one that's just gone through shot between Ben Short and Stuart Thompson. That's for 7th place.
Yeah, it certainly is. So here they come once again onto the Wellington Straight, and is Ben quicker in a straight line? We'll have to wait and see towards the end of it, but he's still under pressure for now from Stuart Thompson. Those two at the line separated by about 2/10, and in fact they're now starting to draw in on Stuart Much. There's a little bit of a wiggle there from Ben Short, loses him the position once again, unfortunately, and I think that is possibly the liquid that was dropped earlier in the race that Paul Collingwood may have got a little bit messy on as well, because we saw in the background the marshals holding out a slippery surface flag. So if you go a little bit wide into Brooklands, I think that's where you could catch the slippery surface. But he's not deterred by that, because he's going to try and get back past. That is Ben Short, and as they come down towards Copse Corner, he's once again going to be back ahead of Stuart Thompson.
Certainly is. Just having a look at lap records, and we've got a new lap record for Class A. Paul Collingwood with a 1 minute 1.88, has got the record now. Clive Hudson held it previously at 102.13. Class B was with Charles Hall, who races in bike sports these days, a 105.56. That's gone as well, because Steve Wells has done a 104.01, and he's leading his class in 9th place overall. And as far as Class C is concerned, that was a 103.83, and Stuart Butch done 103.61, so he's broken his own lap record there. And we're watching Stuart much now, because he's been caught by Stuart Thompson and Ben Short, and indeed Ben Short has gone through.
He certainly has, yeah. So Ben Short now goes into the lead of Class C, and you can see from the timing tower the different classes we have. So the yellowy green colour is Class A, Class B is the red boxes, and Class C is that of the blues. So they are your class leaders, you can see, all with inside the top 10. Another fight coming here is trying to fight back. There was Stuart Much on Ben Short. They're very close indeed for Class C, and running really highly in the overall running as well. So 6th and 7th place they currently are. They're being kind of hassled by the number 30 machine, which runs in Class A of Stuart Thompson. So these three together turn their way once again onto the Wellington Straight. But Stuart Much, that was a bit of an off lap, wasn't it? He was ahead by a fair margin, and all of a sudden Ben Short has gone through.
Yeah, it was a slow lap, wasn't it? 106.62, 3 seconds slower than what he did earlier on, so maybe a small mistake there, because he's back up to pace now and he's in the slipstream of Ben Short, very experienced in Mazda MX-5 racing. I don't think the novice cross is for him, as it were. And as they turn their way through the right-hander, Much is going to have the inside line for Woodcote corner as they get on the power. Yeah, Much just seems to have a little bit more power maybe in the blue car with the orange roll cage, and just able to accelerate away from Ben Short in the green version.
Yep, certainly is. So Stuart Much is back up ahead now of Ben Short. Just going to come up to another car ahead of him, which potentially could be a few of the back markers now. They're starting to lap, so let's see if that holds them. I don't think it does. No, they both go through on number 70, which is Trevor Harbour in his Caterham 7, so he steps to one side. But this is not an easy run, is it, for Stuart Much? He's been a champion in Class C now for the last couple of years. He was also a champion in 2017, so he knows how to race, but Ben Short is really making him work hard now as they come back down in towards the left-hander of Brooklands. He won't try anything too silly with Ben. He knows how to race with other competitors, and Ben is just trying to put the pressure once again on this number 7 car. Almost loses it there as he turns in towards the right-hander, but again a little bit wide from Much. May just give the line to Ben Short, and with it Stuart Thompson is still there. They are not managing to shake him off just yet.
No, and he is in one of the Class A cars, but it's otherwise a Class C lead battle, the two of them side by side as it looked there, but actually it was Stuart Much just ahead as they turn into copse. Certainly the closest of the class lead battles, because Gambling is about 5 seconds ahead of Collingwood now, 99 ahead of 11 in Class A. And in Class B, well, it is Steve Wells in 9th place overall and Colin Benham in 12th place. There's about 11 seconds between those two. Now there's one there that has stopped. I think he's on the run between Copse and Maggots just by the pit lane exit. We'll try and work out who that is in a moment, but obviously we'd already lost Cox and Conroy and O'Donoghue from this race.
Yep, so still this Class C fight we are focusing on. This is for the Class C honours at the minute, and it still has Ben Short just ahead of Stuart Much as they come back through to complete another lap. And let's see who has the best of the straight line speeds. It looks like Stuart Much as he draws alongside now across the line on this occasion, but can he hold the outside line down towards Copse? There could potentially be yellow flags there, so maybe Stuart Much just backing off for the time being. So as they continue their Class C scrap, just to draw your attention to what's happening out front, the gap is coming down, not by much. It's down to 4.4 seconds between Martin Gamblin and Paul Collingwood, but for the last couple of laps Paul Collingwood has been around about half a second quicker than Martin Gamblin, with in this race 3.5 minutes just over to go.
That's right, and I notice as well that Colin Charles in the number 13 car is closing in on the cars ahead of him as well. He's in another Rob Johnson Racing prepared Sienna, and he took 0.8 of a second out of the cars ahead of him on the previous lap as the two Mevs, Much spitting flames, get side by side. but he runs wide on the exit of the corner. Short switches to the inside line, but we've seen here previously that the extra power that Much seems to have just tells along the national straight, and he's able to turn into Copse Corner ahead. I think that's going to happen again. Yes, it does. So just a bit of a straight line and speed advantage for Stuart Much there.
And it's also that outside line he prefers, doesn't he? It kind of gets him a slingshot off of Woodcote through on towards the start-finish line. So Stuart Much prefers that for now, but Ben Short then starts to come back on this part of the circuit. So he gets a tighter line through Beckett's. He then draws alongside once again, and Stuart Thompson is kind of like, this is a Class C fight. Can I get my way through, please? But they are certainly quicker than him for the time being. And you're absolutely right, Ian, because number 13, Colin Childs, is not too far away, unless he's held up here by the back marker, but Stuart Thompson ahead of him goes through and finally gets through on the Class C battle. So Stuart Thompson has now got ahead. Will this allow him to pull away? Probably not. We'll have to wait and see.
It's a good little scrap though, isn't it? And Thompson now in that Class A car gets ahead, but he's going to lose out again, I think, on the way down the national straight, because again the Stuart Much car is just that little bit quicker in the straight line, so neither Ben Short nor Stuart Thompson can ever really catch a break. Still, we have the situation whereby Colin Childs is closing in on them. He's just that little bit quicker than them over the last couple of the laps, because he's been having a clear run at it, while the three of them have been battling ahead over 6th, 7th and 8th places overall. So it is now becoming a 4-car battle for position, and Colin Childs gets ahead of Ben Short there on the inside of Beckett's.
Yeah, so all of a sudden there, Ben Short has dropped 2 places, and more importantly, he's lost ground to the Class C leader as well. So this is not going to help him, although he will fight back on Colin Childs to try and get back through into what's going to be 8th place. And now he's got to try and find his way past Stuart Thompson to try and draw himself onto Stuart Much once again. So this is a great ding-dong battle, as you said, Ian. It's really, really close between these 3 or 4 cars, as up ahead, the leaders have already gone through for another lap, and they're going to be now onto that penultimate lap of the race. And with that gap between Martin Gamblin and Paul Collingwood not changing too much, Martin Gamblin should be okay unless he comes across too much more traffic.
Yeah, coming into the last 45 seconds of the race, the last lap board yet to go out, but it'll go out next time around. There is the race leader Martin Gamblin just heading through Luffield Corner for the penultimate time then in this race. His best lap of the race has been a 1:02.18, so Collingwood has been slightly the quicker, but of course Collingwood had that spin in the early part of the race that's really cost him dear. Now Ben Short, having got to the back of this group not so long ago, is now back in front of it, so he is up into 7th position. He's leading Class C, but for not very long, because again along the straights Stuart Much gets ahead of you. Sense it's going to be a drag race to the line between those two for the Class C victory, so we'll see if we get a look at that as we go along. But Martin Gamblin has now gone on to his final lap. He's 3.7 seconds clear of the rest, but you sense, yeah, if the Class C win, it wouldn't be a surprise if this went all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look back at previous laps, it shows that Stuart Much has had always the exit out of the final corner, but Ben Short now needs to work his magic through his part of the lap, so down towards Maggots and Beckett's and onto the Wellington straight. That's where he seems to be a lot quicker. So we'll see what happens with Class C, but up front, Class A, it looks like Martin Gamblin is on his way to a victory in the first round of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the Eclipse, which has been such a successful car in sports specials down the years, takes the victory in the hands of Martin Gamblin in the opening round of the season for the Protec Shocks Sports Special Championship for 2021. A spin towards the end there for number 44 Marcus Roskill in the Silver Phoenix. That's at Brooklands. Paul Collingwood closed within 2 seconds at the end. He did his best lap of the race on the final lap, a 1:01.67, so that will be the new lap record. And here is this battle for the Class C victory. Is it going to be Much, or is it going to be Short? I don't think it's going to be quite the jeopardy that I was hoping for. It's going to be Much that takes the Class C victory and 6th overall then, and he does that by about 1/4 of a second in the end. And just watching out of my commentary box window now, I can see the 74 car of Steve Wells going across the line now. You can just see him appearing through the heat haze in the background, so he takes a comfortable win in Class B as well, with 10th position overall for Steve Wells, the driver from Newport on the Isle of Wight in the SEWC Motorsport Sub-Zero. Comfortable win for him. And a good race that, Matt. If he hadn't had that spin, Paul Collingwood, I think he could have won it.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? If it wasn't for that down here at Brooklands, then Paul Collingwood could have been a lot closer, if not ahead of Martin Gamblin. But these things happen in races, and it's Martin Gamblin who takes the first spoil of the season. But I'm sure Paul Collingwood, as ever, will be chipper with that result in second place. And Andy Hiley, didn't really see much of him, did we? He started in third place, fell back in the first part of the race, but managed to get himself back on the podium at the end of that one.
Yeah, he did. So confirmation of the result. Martin Gambling, number 99, taking the win in the Eclipse from the 11 car of Paul Collingwood with the extra aero on the back. 53, Andy Hiley in the Kronos, last year's champion. He took third place, ahead of 64, Anton Landon, and 40, Darren Berris. Stuart Much won the Battle of the Mevs to win Class C in car number 7 from number 71, Ben Short. Stuart Thompson also involved in that scrap, number 30. He was 8th. Colin Childs, 9th, number 13. A relatively quiet race for Stephen Wells. He took 10th and the Class B win in the Sub-Zero, ahead of number 10. Nigel Brown, another Class A car in 11th position. Then a raft of Class B cars and Class C cars. So Colin Benham 12th, Mickey Scott 13th. Warren Vesey was 14th in the Fisher Fury, ahead of Alan Robinson. The Haywoods, Martin and Andrew, 16th and 17th. Brad Snow, Sylvia Much and Marcus Roskell completing the top 20. And further back, David Barrow and was also on the lead. No, he was a lap down, wasn't he? Malcolm Shaw 2 laps behind. We lost during the course of the race Trevor Harbour, Gerard O'Donoghue, although I think he did make it back out. Dan Young, Mark Conroy and Justin Cox. So that was the Protec Shock Sports Special Championship. One more race to come before lunch, but let's head down to the pit lane and Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yep, we're here with Martin. Martin, what a fantastic race that was. You know, you pretty much controlled that one. The Eclipse, a fantastic car to race in, especially within this category, and yeah, it seemed to work out well for you.
A fantastic race here. The cars are just amazing, the Eclipses, especially around here. And didn't expect it, I must admit. I pegged myself for third today, but when we got into it, the car was quick. Going on the corner was brilliant, and I don't know what happened to the others, whether they had mistakes or something happened to them, but I got a gap and just held it.
Well, Paul Collingwood had a spin going into Brooklands right behind you, and
right.
yeah,
on the oil.
It could have been, yes, after one of the cars did go off and spill some liquid. The slippery surface did come out on the outside, but he was closing you in, but the time ran out, and you managed to bring that one to the end.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Not a problem at all. A great result then for you, Martin. Well done.
Cheers.
Excellent stuff there from the Sports Specials. We're not over just yet. We've got one more race until the lunch breaks. It's time for the Sports 1000.
Yes, the Rimax Lubricants, new sponsors of the Sports 1000 Championship for this season. A good grid of cars assembled for this one. Let's have a look at how they'll line up. Pole position will go the way of number 67. That's Victor Newman in the Mattel, and it's the sister car of Michael Roots, number 5, alongside him. Ryan Yarrow, number 1, lines up on the inside of the second row, ahead of number 23, Matthew Minette, Daniel Lana and Colin Chapman, 6 and 63, on the third row. On to row 4, you've got 87, Tom Johnston, and 72, that's Jonathan McGill. Row 5 is made up of 20, Carl Austin, and 20, James Walker, I should say, and 44, Carl Austin. 31, Colin Spicer, and 50, Tim Howard, making his return after sitting last season out. He's on row 6. 7th row has 34 and 49. That's Stephen Dean and Tony Gaunt in the Wolf. Ian Hutchinson, number 9, and Andrew Timpson, number 42, line up on the 8th row. And 24, Rich Miles, after a scrutineering issue post-qualifying, he is going to line up on the back, although he was third fastest in the session, so he certainly will be one to watch out for. Cars not yet being released out onto the circuit. A little bit of clearing up to be done after that Sports Specials race. We had 1 or 2 cars going into retirement, so a bit of work for the marshals to do before we get the cars out on track. And we should, all being well, have 17 of them for this race. A few that were entered but not out in qualifying, unfortunately. I think Phil Hutchins will get some laps in at lunchtime, but we've also had Drew Faulkner and Matt Thomas. They weren't seen in qualifying this morning, unfortunately. Before we get down to business, let's take a short break. We'll be back in a moment.
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise to only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
So we've got a couple of cars that are due to be out in this race at the moment, doing some laps behind the safety car. They weren't out in practice, and so hopefully that means we'll see the 21 car of Phil Hutchins and the 77 car of Matt Thomas, the two Spire GT3s, join the back of the grid for this Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship race, the opening race of the season. Ryan Yarrow it is that's defending his championship. He had 4 wins out of the 8 races that we had last season, on his way to winning the championship by 5 points ahead of Richard Morris, who's moved on to race in Britcar this season in a Praga, made his debut yesterday, and he's here this weekend coaching one of the drivers on the grid, Matthew Minette, who lines up on the outside of the second row for this, the opening race of the Sports 1000 season. Victor Newman was 3rd in the championship last year. He's lining up on pole position for the race here today. Michael Roots alongside him, he was 4th in the championship last year, so we should have a good season of racing in prospect, with Ryan Yarrow, last year's champion, 4th fastest in qualifying with the issue for Rich Miles. Yarrow going to line up on row 3 of the grid. So it shouldn't be long before we get the cars out onto the circuit, because we've got the last of the laps behind the safety cars being done by the 2 cars practicing out of session. The clearing up has been done after the Sports Specials race, and very shortly we will be getting the race underway. It's going to be a 20-minute race for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship, and the first of 2 races today for these cars. They'll then go to Croft in May, Anglesey in June, Cadwell Park at the end of July, then they go to Brands Hatch in September and Snetterton at the end of the year to round out their season. There you can see the weather conditions at the moment. The sun is indeed out, a bit of a breeze, no rain, and about 10 degrees. It's forecast to get a little bit, but not too much warmer by the end of the day, and no real prospect of rain. And there hasn't been any rain at Silverstone for quite some while. It's been very dry, and that means the track's in good condition. We've seen some lap records, although we did see some oil down in that last race. I wonder if that will blunt the opportunity of a lap record in this one. What are the prospects of that? Well, the lap record for these cars, 59.79. That's set by Tim Gray, one of the top drivers in club motorsport, although he's focused on running his team these days. And the fastest car in qualifying was 59.86, Victor Newman on pole position. So not too far away from the lap record. So what do you reckon, Matt? Do you think we'll see a lap record in the course of this race?
Yeah, I think a few have gone so far this weekend, haven't they? And I think the weather conditions and track temperatures are there to allow that to happen. So from what we saw in qualifying, I think the times are definitely going to be taken away from the lap record. So we've got another great field to look forward to. So yeah, the likes of Victor Newman and Michael Roots, which have qualified on the front row, they could be ones to look out for to try and break that. But yeah, lovely conditions here at Silverstone. Nice to see that Anthony's enjoying warmer weather than what we experienced at Donington a few weeks ago when we were out there in the snow.
He's not got a big hat. He's not got a big hat like you did, Matt.
I can always lend him one, that's fine.
Okay, I don't think he needs it today, fortunately, which is just as well, because I'm not sure it would suit him. Anyway.
Did it suit me?
Not really. Anyway, hopefully we'll shortly get cars out on the circuit, which means that we don't need to worry about your headgear, and we can start focusing on the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship race. Pole position for this one taken, as I say, by Victor Newman, and he is out in the 67 car. He's 23 years of age, from Strasbourg, and he's a project developer with a French racing team, and he chose to race in Sports 1000 because it's close, he reckons, to the early 2000s Le Mans cars that he's such a fan of. He started karting at the age of 18 in 2019. He did some racing in the 208 Cup based on the continent and made his first appearances in Sports 1000 last year, getting a couple of seconds and a couple of third place finishes on his way to third place in the championship last year. And he's going to have alongside him on the front row the second of the Mattels, the Mattel MC53s, and that's going to be Michael Roots, and he's in number 5. One of the 2020 cars. Michael, 36 years of age, from Wokingham. He's an account manager. He started karting back in 1995, and he actually raced with Scott Mattel, part of the Mattel cars team, in his British University Karting Championship days, which would have been a little while ago now. So they knew each other from that. Then Michael got into low-cost racing, which Scott also did successfully for a time, and then he did some more karting, and he came into Sports 1000 towards the during last season in this Mattel chassis, and he had a second and 2 third place finishes during the course of last year. Did Michael Roots. You can see the marshals now into position, and that means that we're getting the cars out onto the circuit. Third on the grid is going to be Ryan Yarrow, last year's champion, who's 30 years of age, from Bury, an electrical design engineer. He's a privateer running the 2017 Spire GT3S, and it's his second Spire. He sold the first one to Tom Johnston. He raced karts between the ages of 8 to 18 and took some time out of motorsport until he could afford to go car racing. He joined Sports 1000 grid in 2018. He was the champion last year, and he reckons that Sports 1000 is the pinnacle for a real driver's formula, and there are lots of drivers that are on the grid that just cannot figure out a better value for money way of going motor racing for the kind of performance that you can get from these cars. And next to Ryan on the grid is going to be number 23, Matthew Minette, the student from Shrewsbury. Previously raced in F1000, but looked for other options after a big accident at Alton Park last season. He likes his bike engines, so he has stuck with them and has switched to Sports 1000. He karted from the age of 12. He had a win in his Jedi car in a Monoposto race, and in his spare time he's a jazz singer. And we've got a couple of singers on the grid because James Walker, who's a bit further back, he's a singer in a choir as well. So what a musical Sports 1000 grid we have. Anyway, there you see the cars lining up. On the right hand side of picture, number 67, Victor Newman. On the left hand side, number 5, and that's Michael Roots. The second row, you've got the two mostly grey cars, the one of the reigning champion, Ryan Yarrow, on the right, 23, Matthew Minette on the left. It looks like there's problems for a few drivers who've got their hands waving, so we've got yellow flags waving by the marshals. That's where the driver is concerned that they may have stalled the car. Now I've got a couple of yellow flags out, so what's going to happen here? Are we going to go straight into action, or are we going to get a start delayed? Yeah, the start delayed board is now being shown, I can see, from the gantry. So the marshals will look to see if they can assist in getting that car going. I think it is the... Is that the Carl Austin? That's the Jonathan McGill car that they are about to attend to, isn't it? I think. Yeah. So here's one of the drivers with his hands waving. Now this delay, of course, doesn't help the drivers. These cars run on treaded tyres, of course, and all powered by naturally aspirated 4-stroke motorcycle engines from Honda or Kawasaki or Suzuki or Yamaha. They must remain standard and unmodified, although dry sump lubrication and exhaust and induction systems are free. Suspension geometry and architecture is free. There's controlled regulations on the springs and dampers. The braking system's free. Braking system is free as well, although ABS and carbon and composite discs aren't allowed. And this is very much a mechanical grip format, so wings not permitted, and any aero development is tightly controlled. Now it looks like the marshals have managed to sort Jonathan McGill out, so hopefully that will mean that, and there'll be no more dramas, we'll be able to get the race underway. As I say, it's going to be a 20-minute race this for the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. 30-second board is shown, and then next we should see the 5-second board. So we are going to go straight into the race. I wondered if we might get a green flag lap given the delay, but we're not going to. So revs are rising and the race gets underway. Slow start from Matthew Manette, number 23, from the second row of the grid, but apart from that they all get away well, and it looks like Michael Roots, number 5, made a better start than the pole position driver there and had the lead as they go down into Copse Corner. There's the number 20 car of James Walker, a new livery, golf-inspired livery for him this season. As they head off then down towards the first corner, it looks like Ryan Yarrow going with the 2 leaders. I think Matthew Manette has dropped back a little bit. We'll just try and see which of the Mittels it is when we get a good shot of them that is out in front, but certainly it looked like the best start has been made by Michael Roots from second on the grid, and indeed, Matt, it is Michael that's in the lead with Ryan Yarrow up to second. Yeah, certainly is. He gets the job done, doesn't he, at the end of the Wellington Straight. If you flick their tyres through the cement dust which has been laid down from that previous race, but this field predominantly Aspire or Mattel cars out there, and it was, as they came off the Wellington Straight, the 2 Mattels out front, but that's no more because, as you said, Michael Roots is the race leader. Number 1, Ryan Yarrow, up into second place, so he's doing well, but he's being chased hard now by the number 67 car of Victor Newman, who's going to try and have a look for second place once again, but not quite close enough to get that job done. So the top 4 or 5 go through safely. Big gaggle of cars here, all working hard to get through as well, including the number 72 machine of Jonathan McGill, who's heading towards the head of that group now. Glad to say the 2 cars that practiced out of session, both into the race, but Matthew Manette out braking himself there all over the grass on the exit of Beckett's Corner. That was something for Richard Morris to have a look at on the video post-race as they head up the Wellington Straight. Then it's 5, Michael Roots leading, and 1, Ryan Yarrow going with him. Victor Newman 67 in third, 6, Daniel Lana is in 4th position, and then the rest of them streaming their way down the straight. I can see that Rich Miles from the back of the grid made his way up to 11th place at the end of lap 1. Expect to see him progress further because he was 3rd fastest in practice this morning. Yep, certainly was. So second lap of the race now to be completed. The gap out front was just 3/4 of a second last time round. Let's see if that's changed anymore as they come through to complete this lap, but it is still Michael Roots out front. It's down slightly to 0.6 of a second or just over, but Ryan Yarrow and Victor Newman are the ones chasing at the minute as we look towards trying to break that lap record here at Silverstone. I don't think we're quite there yet, but going to give it a good go as they turn their way now down through Baggett's and Beckett's. There's number 72 again, which is Jonathan McGill. Going to try and make a move there if he can towards the inside of Tom Johnston. But no, not quite. Again, close enough to get that done. But good fast action. Great sound as always from these bike engine cars. They're roaring heavily and highly as they head down the back Wellington Straight again. for the lead. I think it's a little bit closer than it was. Ryan Yarrow in the Spire, closing in on Michael Roots, who is the meet in a Mattel sandwich at the moment because he's got Mattel's ahead of him, number 5. And Michael Roots has got Victor Newman at 67 behind him as well. We're watching Tom Johnston and Jonathan McGill. They are disputing 9th and 10th position, just behind the 31 car of Colin Spicer. There's Rich Miles in the 24 car, just going through shots, so he made up another 4 places over the following couple of laps. So he's up to 7th position now, and he's done a 1:01.53, so he's lapped faster than a couple of the cars ahead of him as well. So keep an eye on the car, the white Spire with the orange nose section, the Spire GT3 RM, and that's in deference to the modifications to that car that his dad, Rich Miles Sr., has done as Tom Johnston spins around. He'd gone wide at Beckett's corner, and whether that was just found a slippery part of the white line or something, I'm not quite sure, but he's certainly gone round as Tom Johnston and lost quite a few places, Matt.
Yeah, that'll drop him pretty much to the back of the field. Just ahead of him at the time was Colin Spicer. He ran even wider through the exit of Beckett's. We've had another spin as well. That's the number 23 car, which is Matthew Minette. So a few drivers not quite getting to the grip levels they need at the minute. So the tyre's not up to temperature as much as they'd have liked. So a couple of spins on that lap. But the top 3, very, very close indeed. Michael Roots, Victor Newman now to 2nd. And Ryan Yarrow has lost down to 3rd place. So it's the 2 Mattels who qualified on the front row back into 1st and 2nd place. And it's Michael Roots who holds the lead by just a second at the minute. But Victor Newman, looking at his lap times, seems to be on a charge now.
He does. He's the fastest lap of the race, 1:00.55. Now Matthew Minette, who we saw have that spin at Brooklands, he's not had as much running in the car this weekend as he'd have liked, thinking he managed one slowish lap during testing on Friday due to a myriad of issues. He'd had a track day at Mallory Park previously. As we watch Rich Miles make up another place, he's gone past Carl Austin now on the inside. Carl Austin will try and fight back, and he does so. So Rich Miles moves up into 6th position. He gets ahead of the 44 car for the mechanic from Devon, Carl Austin, who made a strong first appearance on the Silverstone International Circuit a couple of years ago. That was in 2019. Finished 7th overall in the championship last year and looking to improve on that this year. But Rich Miles, who's been an occasional competitor for the past couple of seasons, has got ahead of him and up into 6th place for the moment.
Yep, so they're the 2 cars we can see on screen now as they work their way down towards Maggots and Beckett's as well as they appear back into shots. Meantime, up front, the gap has closed even further, so we're down now to less than 7/10 of a second between Michael Roots and Victor Newman. We're not quite into the 59-second lap times at the minute. We're eking closer on that previous lap, but not quite there yet for the top 2. But it's this scrap we were looking at, which is now kind of dispersed between Carl Aston and the number 31 machine of Colin Spicer, although it does get close for 9th place now because James Walker is starting to be hassled here by the number 72 machine of Jonathan McGill, and to be fair, not too far behind is Tim Hovard as well in 11th position. So this is becoming a 3-way fight for 9th place.
Absolutely right. Some words of encouragement for Michael Roots on Twitter, on the YouTube feed from Matt Brooks. Get on with it, you tart. So we'll see if that inspires him to the lap record as we watch Matthew Minette, number 23, go through on the inside of number 9 Ian Hutchinson as he tries to recover some positions lost in that spin. We did see Matt out at Donington in the bike sports race, and of course he was racing the car on slick tyres. Did pick up a couple of class wins there on the bike sports grid, but out with treaded tyres for the Sports 1000 this weekend. And he is going through shot in the ex-John Watley car. He's ahead now of that number 9 Ian Hutchinson, who's a newcomer. He's got no real racing background in motorsport before this, although his dad did some grass track and stock car racing in the past. He has, however, raced and indeed fallen off mopeds. He did himself a mischief falling off his moped in racing, I think, at a kart circuit. And that's when he perhaps looked to do something that was a little bit safer. He decided on this as we watch the number 21 car, Phil Hutchins. Now, he was the one that started at the back. He's just started to pick his way through the order, but a bit of a mistake there as the 2 leaders, Matt, right together.
Yeah, right time to pick up on the top 2 because the gap had come down and down. We're now less than 0.4 of a second between the 2 Mattels, so it's Michael Roots that still just about heads Victor Newman, but Victor has been going quicker and quicker. Last time through, they were both off the pace of their best lap times, but now of course they're beginning to start to fight for the lead. The times will drop away again, but still got plenty of time in this race to go with just over 12 minutes on the clock, and I think they're just about dropping now. The man in third place, so number 1 Ryan Yarrow, is there or thereabouts, last year's champion, but he remains around about second or so adrift of the top 2. Let's see if the gap comes down on this occasion. No, but it grows slightly. It's now pretty much back to half a second, but I think it's fair to say Victor Newman is there, and if any mistake comes from Michael Roots and possibly back markers before too much longer, then Victor Newman will be in the right place to make a lunge or an attack on his teammate.
Yeah, and Michael Roots actually on that lap just improved his lap time. He's now done the best lap of the race, a 1:00.21, so still 4 tenths or so outside the lap record set a few years ago now by Tim Gray. You're right that the spire of Ryan Yarrow looks to be dropped, although he's lapping consistently in the low 1 minute bracket as well. And Dan Lana is about 3 seconds clear of Colin Chapman behind. Chapman is going to have to watch out for Rich Miles, number 24, closing in on him as well, so that's a one to watch out for, the battle for 5th position. But the 2 leaders over the line, there was 0.49 seconds between them at the end of the previous lap. It's now 0.26 because now Victor Newman goes faster. It does a 1:20.20, so he goes 100th faster than Michael Roots.
He certainly does, and the gap comes down even further as they head now towards the next corner, as they approach then in towards Maggot. It's different lines slightly there, but there's not much room to kind of put your car as they head through the left and then back to the right, so you've almost got to take one line through there if you want to be quick. But Michael Roots gets a good exit. He powers his way now down the Wellington Straight once more. Victor Newman in the tow to try and get a move done again down towards Brooklands, but I don't think he's quite close enough on this occasion. So Victor Newman sits and waits with still plenty of time to go, and Victor Newman, a man who didn't get a win last year, will be determined to kickstart the 2021 campaign in style, but he's got to try and find a way past Michael Roots. Let's see what he can do as he comes through on this occasion. It was Victor Newman who was the quickest of the 2 of them last time through. Let's see if Michael Roots on this occasion has got any response as they go through. It's 1:00.05, pretty much the same lap time. Victor Newman was slightly slower, but the gap doesn't change too much that time round.
Here's the battle for 5th then. Colin Chapman has been reeled in now by Rich Miles, number 24, whose best lap is a 1:00.99, so about 7 tenths slower than the 2 drivers out front. But Colin Chapman, number 63, who's done more than 200 races in Sports 1000, or RGB as it was previously known, very experienced in this category, far more than Rich Miles, but Rich, a younger man, with experience not only in Sports 1000 but also the Compact Cup he did for a few years between 2014 and 2016 as well. Very quick when we have seen him out. We've just not seen him out all that often in the Sports 1000s over the past couple of seasons. But Colin here going really well actually. He was the winner of the Sporting Cup a few years ago, which effectively was for the best of the rest, the drivers that didn't really feature on the podiums during the course of the season. So he's often there or thereabouts, is Colin. One of the volunteer directors of the 750 Most Club, and now he's got a stern fight in his hand to try and keep this number 24 car of Rich Miles at bay.
Yeah, got a good defence so far has Colin, so on his coattails is Rich Miles. The gap between them is around about half a second as they come now down through the left and right flick off of the effectively Grand Prix circuit onto the National circuit, then onto the Grand Prix circuit once again, but it's very close between the 2 of them. So Chapman and Miles gets a good run onto the Wellington Straight, almost on a circuit of their own. There's no one around them, so they're both together on their own piece of track. Down the inside now goes Rich Miles, so Colin Chapman tried to defend as best as he could, but Rich Miles finally got his way through and now goes up inside the top 5. So good move there for him. Let's see if he can make any progress on Daniel Lana, although Daniel is a good 5 seconds down the road.
Yep, he is, so it'll be tough for Rich to catch him. What have we got? 7.5 minutes left, so it's just about possible, I reckon. It could happen as we switch back to the 2 leaders then, and it's Michael Roots that is still ahead of Victor Newman, 5 and 67. The gap between them is still around about 1/3 of a second. It's still Victor that's got the fastest lap, and they've got some lappery to do shortly. That's the 42 car of Andrew Timpson in the Spire GT3 that they are coming up to lap with 7 minutes of the race remaining. He's running in 18th position. Unfortunately, Matt Thomas, who practiced out of session, only got 3 laps in, so he's out of the race. As Timpson keeps well out of the way of the 2 leaders who sweep past him, so it doesn't really compromise their race, and it's going to be a few seconds, I think, before they get onto anyone else. About 13 seconds ahead is Ian Hutchinson, who will be the next car that they lap. So 2 leaders together, 6.5 minutes to go.
I did mention a few minutes ago that Victor Newman didn't have a win in 2020. Well, neither did Michael Root. So both of them now looking for a first win of this year, but they're fighting hard as Michael Root runs a little bit wide there on the exit, which may just compromise his run now onto the Wellington Straight. There's been a problem for Jonathan McGill, unfortunately, so he's in strife down there at Luffield. He rejoins, but it was very close between the top 2. Let's get back to them, and that's side by side, but is it a change? They're both the same colour cars. No, there's not. So Michael Root stays ahead, although Victor Newman looks more confident through here as he tries to get to the inside on the exit of Luffield. But that was very close between the 2 of them, giving room a plenty as well, which is good to see between the teammates. But the Mattels come through first and second, and a gap that was about 0.4 of a second surely is going to be much less this time round.
Yeah, it's the smallest it's been all the way through this race, 0.13 seconds. About 2.5 seconds clear of Ryan Yarrow in 3rd place, Daniel Lana 4th. We've not seen much of Daniel in this race, then Rich Miles 5th, and Rich not making any inroads on Lana at that time. But Roots with Newman, the driver from Strasbourg, right behind him, and you can see there these 2 fantastic looking Mattel chassis designed and built by Ian and Scott Mattel down there on the south coast. Fantastic looking machines. We've got Newman going to the outside into Brooklands, but wasn't actually close enough to make that into a move, and so with 5 minutes to go he's still sitting there behind Michael Roots. 2 of them disputing this lead. Just wonder whether this might bring Ryan Yarrow back into the equation. The fact that they're now fighting even more intensely, whether Ryan could get back on terms with them. I think the gap may have come down, as it did on that lap, because Yarrow has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:00.04, so he's gone about 0.2 faster than the 2 leaders have managed during the whole race, and about 0.9 of a second faster than they managed on that lap.
Yeah, we're still not quite into the 59s, are we? We're fractionally getting close, but not quite there. But you're right, Ryan Yarrow has done a superb lap to bring the gap down. So we could have a 3-way fight within this Sports 1000 race before too much longer. We've got just over 4 minutes left on the clock. And isn't it great as well with these open cockpit cars, just to see how the hands are working on the steering wheel, how much they're having to kind of control the car through certain corners. It's great to be able to see how the drivers work. So fantastic stuff from the top 3. And I think you're right, Ian. Ryan Yarrow is definitely closing now with the top 2 fighting and a bit of traffic to deal with as well. Ryan Yarrow could potentially bring the gap down between himself and those 2 ahead of him to less than 2 seconds as they stream across the line. On to lap number 17 we go, and it has come down, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's 1.96 seconds now, first to third, 1.4 seconds, second to third, and Yarrow has got ever close to the magic 60-second barrier. 60 seconds and 1/100th, 1:00.01 for Ryan Yarrow. They've got the back marker, number 9, Ian Hutchinson, now in the mix as well. And that has been negotiated successfully by Ryan Yarrow, and I think that too has brought him closer to the back of Newman. I think it's actually split up, though, the 2 leaders, Roots and Newman. So Roots made a slightly better passage past that back marker. So we've even now, as we go into the final 3 minutes of this race, have a battle on for second, with Roots just able to make a bit of an escape.
Yeah, I'm just wondering as well if Newman's attention has been taken now by the ever closer Ryan Yarrow, which has just kind of lost the gap, as you said, to Michael Root. So that gap has really changed between first and second, and massively come down between second and third. So Michael Root's across the line between him and Victor Newman. It now extends to 1.1 seconds, so the biggest it's been for quite a while. And as Ryan Yarrow goes through, that gap has come down to around about half a second. So yeah, it's much closer between second and third than it once was between first and second. We're going to get probably this lap and potentially 2 more in this race, so it's not over yet, so we've still got plenty to look forward to, but the gaps have come down definitely between second and third, but it has grown between the top 2.
Yeah, fit for the back. Rich Miles about 7 seconds behind Daniel Lana, so he's not going to catch him. So it is all about the first 3 positions, I suggest. Now, can Victor Newman get his head down on this lap and get the gap back down to Michael Roots? We're not quite yet in the position where the last lap board is being shown, but what they are going to come across at some point in the final 2 laps is quite a lot of traffic, because we've got Tony Gaunt, Phil Hutchings, Jonathan McGill and Stephen Dean, 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th right together just ahead of them. There they are. They're going to catch these back markers. Could they have a say, do you reckon, Matt, in the course of this race?
I think they definitely could, because if you look at that pace, it's going to be probably 2 seconds, if not more, off what the leaders are doing. So within this lap, they are potentially going to catch. And with 1 more lap to go after this, there could be trouble for the top 2. Or potentially 3, because Ryan Yarrow is in this lead battle as well. Although saying that, he's just dropped off now the back of Victor Newman. So a second ago it was kind of Victor Newman falling back, but now it's Victor Newman catching up with Michael Roots once again. So first and second are almost together. There's a move further up the road there as Jonathan McGill tries to get past Stephen Dean for 13th place. So bear in mind, these 4 cars are all in their own battle, whilst the race leader is trying to get through as well, and there is nothing now to choose between the top 2 as they come through. Ryan Yarrow is not close enough to take any advantage, unfortunately, so he's lost the pace towards the closing stages of this race, but still Victor Newman can't find his way through as ahead now across the line with the last lap board being shown.
Yeah, on the previous lap, Victor Newman did an exactly 60-second lap, 1:00.00. So that is the fastest lap of the race. It's a 2/10 outside the lap record. He's got to within 0.3 of a second of Michael Roots. They had cleared 2 of those slower cars. They've still got McGill and Dean to negotiate. There is Roots up the inside of one of them. McGill kept out of the way. I think Dean is keeping out of the way as well. But it looks like Victor Newman's just a bit more cautious through the traffic. He's not yet cleared Stephen Deany. It's harder to do it on the straights because in a straight line all the cars very evenly matched. I think that might just end up costing Victor Newman here. Having said that, he's still only about 2 car lengths behind as they go through Luffield Corner for the final time. He's about 1 car length behind now as they concertina up at this slower part of the circuit. Out of the corner they come towards Woodcote. Can Victor Newman get out of the tow and draw alongside Michael Roots? But no, he can't. So Michael Roots takes his first win in Sports 1000, the opening round of the 2021 Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship, won by Michael Roots. He beats Victor Newman by 26/100ths of a second. Ryan Yarrow, the reigning champion, takes 3rd place, about 6.5 seconds behind in the end. There is number 6, Daniel Lana. He finished in 4th place and about to go across the line in 5th place. He just has done, in fact, is Rich Miles. Colin Chapman goes through in 6th position. 7th place is going to go the way of 44 Carl Austin. 8th to number 20 James Walker. 9th to number 31 Colin Spicer in the Spire, and rounding out the top 10, recovering to 10th position, is number 23 Matthew Minette. But that was quite an intense battle for the victory, and I just think, Matt, that it was just that extra bit of caution on the part of Victor Newman that possibly cost him the race there.
That's right, he needed to be glued, didn't he, to the back of Michael Roots when he made his way past that traffic on that last lap, which he wasn't quite there. So Michael Roots just had that 1 car between him and Victor Newman coming down to the last couple of corners, but there is going to be a chance later on for Victor Newman to get the job done on Michael Roots. And not too sure what happened to Ryan Yarrow, because as we saw, he was really close a couple of laps from the flag, but he dropped off in the end to over 6 seconds adrift. So whether tyres went off or the traffic came into play or there was a car problem, not too sure. But Ryan Yarrow, hopefully, whatever problem may have been, is not going to be there later on for race 2.
Yeah, I just wonder if you perhaps just saw all of that traffic, thought, well, I'm not going to catch the leaders now, I may as well just sit behind it rather than risk an incident with back markers or something like that, knowing that he'd got a decent advantage over Daniel Lana. Let's hope for Ryan's sake that was the reason that he was about 6.5 seconds behind in the end. Here are the results. Number 5, Michael Roots, it was that took the win by 1/4 of a second from number 67, Victor Newman. The 2 Miss Hells having a clean sweep there. Ryan Yarrow 3rd, number 1 in the Spire, then 4th, number 6, Daniel Lana in one of the older shape Mittels. 5th to number 24, Rich Miles, good drive from him from the back. Colin Chapman, number 63, took 6th, ahead of 44, Carl Austin, 20, James Walker, 31, Colin Spicer, and 23, Matthew Minette. Further back, Tim Hovard, on his return after missing the 2020 campaign, he took 11th place. Tom Johnston in the Mattel was 12th, number 87, 13th, number 34, Stephen Dean. He was the first of the lapped cars, ahead of Jonathan McGill, who had a spin earlier on, Phil Hutchins, who started at the back, and Tony Gaunt in the Wolf. Ian Hutchinson was 17th, and Andrew Timpson pits a 5-second penalty for track limits infringement, with one non-finisher being the 77 car of Matt Thomas. So that's the result of the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship race. They are back out again at 5:30 this afternoon to close this weekend of racing, organised by the 750 Motor Club on the Silverstone National Circuit. Before that, we'll see all of the other categories that we saw this morning, plus the 90-minute 116 trophy race. That's to come later on. For the moment, down to the pits and Anthony.
Thank you very much, Ian. Michael Roots, yes, you join us here. What a race that was. Probably the longest 20 minutes of your life, that was that race.
Yeah, that did feel quite long. Halfway through, I thought, this must be time. It just kept on going and going, especially when Victor was, putting me under a lot of pressure. And then I think he got unlucky with traffic. Then I got unlucky with traffic, so the final 2 laps, I think, again, he was putting the pressure on. So, yeah, it was quite a stressful, enjoyable race.
Yeah, you are correct in saying Victor Newman, he did get caught up in a couple of back markers through Copse Corner with like 3 minutes to go. But I have to say, it was worst time to catch up to some back markers. You had a group of 4 of them that you had to navigate your way through Luffield, and that looked like quite a challenge.
Yeah, I didn't really know which way to take that, if I should just try and go around the outside or just stick neat and tidy on the inside. And I knew he'd do whatever I didn't do, so I thought I'd take my chances and stick on the inside. So yeah, that could have gone either way, I think. Especially if one of them decided to let me go and backed off, and he would have just had a clear run. So yeah, that could have gone either way.
It looked very, very tough, but the Mattel MC53 looking absolutely fabulous out here in the sunshine here at Silverstone. A great result for you. You were chasing wins all the way through 2020, and you can start the season this year with a win.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, and thanks to Scott and Ian for making the car as good as it feels now. And thanks for Todd, the mechanic, and the family, James, Maya, and Sarah here watching. So yeah, hopefully they can hear me.
Excellent. They're all smiling behind us there, doing all sorts.
The longest interview ever.
Yeah, exactly. Well, perfect for you. Excellent result, and well done on the win.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Spot on. Excellent result there for... you do get to keep that. Yeah, you do get to keep it. Great result there for Michael Roots. Great atmosphere down here at the pit lane at the end of the Sports 1000. So great for that one. It's time for the lunch break, of course, but it's not the end of the racing. We've got more racing later on a bit today. And I have to say, Ian, up there, it is quite chilly down here. I have double layers, so if you do have a spare hat up there in the commentary box, I would love one down here as well, so that would be fantastic. But back to you up there.
Okay, we'll see what Matt can dig out of his boot then, and we'll see if we can reunite our pit lane reporter with a hat. Let's have a look what's coming up this afternoon, though. We're going to get underway at 2 o'clock with the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship, 3rd and final race of the weekend, and Anthony will be down in the assembly area before the race, soaking up a little bit of the atmosphere before the race gets underway. We've got the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, the 90-minute endurance race. That comes at 2:30, but more sprint racing after that. The Yokohama Mazda 7s are out again. More great action prospect from the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic stock catches. Protect Shock Sports Specials Championship, and to round out the day, the second of the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. That will round things off, that will wrap things up around about 5:30 this afternoon. So do stay with us all afternoon here on Alpha Live. We're going to go off and have a bit of a break, but we'll leave you to watch some interviews that we recorded earlier on.
Ben Parney, how are we this fine, sunny April weekend? It's great weather that we've got here, and you're joining the 750 Motor Club out in the Mazda 7s.
Yep.
Talk us about your car, talk us about the weekend, what are we looking forward to?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been feels like it's been ages. I think we raced in September, October, and it just feels like the longest winter ever, doesn't it? I think for everyone, to be fair, so I'm not going to moan about it. But yeah, saw the forecast earlier on the week, sunshine all weekend. It's kind of what you want on your first race, I think, as well, isn't it? You want the nice sunny weather, chance to have maybe a beer or two in the evening maybe. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent stuff. Of course, you're not racing until Sunday, so yeah, you've got the whole of Saturday to enjoy yourself, learn a bit more of the track, get the car primed, ready for racing, and it looks like it's going to be a busy grid for Sunday as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking really good. Yeah, we've got 21 drivers on the grid for Sunday, which is good. It should be really close battles, I think, throughout the grid. We've got a range of sort of new guys. We've got a good bunch of new guys that are coming through. We've got some guys that have been doing it for a little bit of time, so yeah, it should make for great racing, I think. And yeah, like you say, Saturday off is always a nice one in the paddock to watch some more racing, especially if the sun's out. So
Now, for the viewers who are watching, of course, on Sunday, they might not know what these sort of cars are, because to them they look like a Caterham, but they're not, are they? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, no, so we're not a Caterham, we're a lot cheaper than a Caterham, but you're pretty much as fast and probably more fun to drive as well, to be fair. So they're basically like a low-cost conversion. So we've got the Mazda 1.8 VVT engine and a few control parts just to kind of keep everyone in check, make sure no one's doing anything dodgy. And yeah, the racing's going to be super close. It was last year, I think it will be again this year, and with more drivers coming throughout the year, you know, it should be sort of 25-30 by the end of the year. So it's going to be really full grids, lots of entertaining racing, I'm sure.
If you were to have a chat with someone who doesn't drive in this championship, what would you say to them about potentially joining the championship? What would they have to go through?
Yeah, so what, in terms of like a practical point of view, or?
A practical, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, do your usual things, so get your ARDS test done, find yourself a car, get all your kit, and then really get out there and start driving and you know, feeling out the different tracks and getting used to the car as well. It's all about seat time with any racing, isn't it? It's all about the seat time. So, you know, it's a really accessible championship. You know, a lot of people run themselves. Obviously, we got the team here, but a lot of people run themselves, and you know, it's relatively straightforward. You know, there's not much to it. Essentially, they're kit cars, so you can do a lot of it yourself, sort of in your garage at home, and then hopefully bring it to the track and drive straight off.
No, well, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck on Sunday, and we'll see you out on track.
Nice one. Thanks, man.
Dan Klaus, current champion for the F1000s, and we're back here at Silverstone 2021 for a whole new season. How do we feel going forward for it?
Oh, I can't wait. It's been the whole focus over a really long and drab winter, hasn't it? It's, yeah, we've just been out in the car, we've just had the first run. Everything sort of feels as it should be, really. So we've got a few things to work on, and yeah, let's go again. Look, can't wait.
I mean, we last spoke to you at Alton Park last year. It was a little bit colder conditions, but of course we were waiting to see if you were going to be champion or not that year, and it came true. Thoughts for this year? What's the sort of game plan for the season?
Really continue as we were. We got really good pace last year. We had a very strong result at Silverstone, here at Silverstone on the other circuit very early on, and then backed that up through the year through Alton, and then on to Snetterton. Unfortunately, the season was cut a little bit short, but yeah, we turned the car around with a few new bits and pieces, and we'll just go as quickly as we can, see if we can do it again.
Excellent. Weather conditions this weekend are looking absolutely fabulous, so it should be a fantastic race for everyone out there. We've got a lot of newcomers into the season this year as well. Is there anyone that's kind of caught your eye a bit?
We have. This championship's always super competitive. You need, whatever it may be, you need a little bit of luck on your side as well. You can very easily have a bad weekend, but I think you can pick really sort of any of 8 guys who will be perfectly quick enough, and we've got and girls too.
The 750 paddock is filling more and more each year. It's great to see more and more competitors, more and more cars joining the 750 grid. Again, it's just a fantastic championship to be part of, isn't it?
It is. It's a great little series. It's a really friendly series as well. You know, it's very, very serious out on the track, but after that, it's all good, and it's a good, fun weekend away.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck this weekend. We'll see you out there.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thanks.
James Reddish, again, you join us here at Silverstone, 750 Motor Club, another race weekend, and beautiful weather that we've got here.
Very good for April, yeah.
James, last year, best result was 4th in one of the races, and of course this year it's a great baseline for what we can achieve this year.
Yeah, we're certainly not front runners, and we're not right down in the bottom either, so we're right in the mix, basically, yeah.
Talk us about your setup that you've brought here. Now, we had a brief chat before we started this interview, and talk us how you actually got here today.
Okay, so we drive the cars, both vehicles, are road legal, we MOT them every year, they've got number plates on, and we bring all of our kit inside the cars with no trailer, no support vehicle, we just drive, and we hope we don't crash so we can drive home again.
Yeah, that's kind of the main point of it, of course. Yeah. But what are your hopes and achievements for this round?
I think our hope is to get a podium somewhere along this season. Out of the 6 or so races we're going to be doing, twice as many as last year because COVID restricted us to 3 races. So we'd like to try and get on the podium at some stage. Certainly not aiming for a top, but a third would be amazing. Just one better than last year would be great, yeah.
A podium's always good, isn't it? And with the format that we've got here, 90-minute race, of course, 2 mandatory pit stops, as you're saying.
That's right.
In terms of strategy, what is your go-to strategy for this one?
Yeah, there really is no great plan until it happens. Because we've not got a team with us, we don't have really anybody to manage a strategy. It's just ourselves guessing a lot of it and panicking if a safety car comes out when we're diving in all at the same time.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
We'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks with Stanley. You join us here at Silverstone, a sunny Silverstone, a beautiful weekend we've got ahead for us. 750 Motor Club, you're bringing in a new sort of series. Well, you've been building it up as a series. It's now reaching a championship status, the Type R Trophy. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so we have the first year with the championship status for our Tegiwa Type R Trophy Formula. 31 cars entered this weekend at Silverstone for the first double header of the season. And yeah, big influx of newcomers, you know, over the winter as part of what we've called our foundation program package, and that's it's been great to see, and it's really added the boost to the formula for this new season.
Now, with the foundation package, what does that entail for drivers who wouldn't know what that is?
So what we wanted to do was to put a package together that it kind of gave two options. So there was one for a novice and there was one for a licence holder. So the licence holder package included a fully built car with all the control parts that are required, the season's registration and all the entry fees for the season, a pre-season track day, your 750 Motor Club membership, transponder hire, all that rolled into one package, obviously starting with a second-hand donor car. And then the novice package was all of that, but on top we also had your ARDS test, your Go Racing pack, session with an instructor, and a full set of your race kit that's required from Tegiwa as well. So the idea was to kind of have an all-inclusive package that somebody could use to get involved in the formula for a really great price for a really exciting one-make championship.
Well, I mean, that sounds great as a whole sort of package. So for new drivers that would come in who've never really done racing before, it feels like a really good way to get their foot in the door in motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we obviously have a big influx of novices every year with 750 Motor Club, you know, across all our different series and championships. But it's always good to, you know, to do it with other people. You know, a few novices coming in together. But you know, if you join a championship where there already are sort of racers that have been competing for a long time, you know, it brings you on a lot quicker. So it's a really good way to do it. So it's offering a nice package for novices, but also offering it to current licence holders to you know, to help the recruitment drive.
And in terms of the cars themselves, you know, they look like race cars. But what sort of specs do we expect in these sort of machines?
Well, that's one of the best things about the EP3 generation Civic Type Rs is that you know, they don't actually require a huge amount of modifications to make them you know, a very, very good race car out of the box. Really, you know, a set of decent dampers. They're on control MRF tyres, and yeah, a few other bits and bobs. It's kind of all it needs, as well as your sort of mandatory safety gear, to make them really great front-wheel drive hot hatch race cars.
You mentioned that we've got 31 competitors' entries for the Silverstone round. Is that sort of maximum, or can we expect more over the season?
No, there are more cars than that registered. A couple of people that can't make this first round. One or two still in build. So yeah, we're hoping to, you know, to average kind of 30 plus across the year. So yeah, still room to get involved for anybody considering it. You know, most kind of grid maximums are typically around the kind of 40 or so mark. So yeah, really good grid, but we always want full grids at 750 Motor Club. You know, it works for everybody. It works for competitors, makes for great racing.
Excellent stuff. You say, with this being the first year of it being an official championship, do you plan on extending that? Do you plan on keeping it going, or is it just a trial year?
No, it will be a championship going forwards. Yep, that's the nature. You know, as it kind of built up as a series, which is what is often the case. You know, it ran some races with our hot hatch championship before, which as numbers built up. But no, it will be a championship going forwards.
Excellent stuff. Well, James Stanley from Win Stanley, I should say, from 750 Motor Club. Thank you very much for talking to us. And
staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise to only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Silverstone National, a Formula World War II RAF base and now the home of British motorsport. Let's take a lap around this 2.6 kilometre circuit. We start the lap off with the short run down into Copse Corner, the fastest part of the circuit where track limits and speed momentum are going to be on the top of the driver's priority list. As you enter through the corner, clipping the apex and not running out too wide as that tarmac looks very, very tempting. Drivers now have to scramble for track position as we head into the tricky braking zone of Maggots and Becketts. If you have the space, keep your foot nailed to the floor as you go around Maggots and then hard onto the brakes as we brake for Becketts. Keep the car tight on the apex and then let the car naturally flow out wide as you try and gain as much speed as you can as we head down the Wellington Straight. We go under the bridge halfway down the straight and start Sector 2. We then have the heavy braking zone of Brooklands and Luffield, the first and only real left-hander on this very short circuit. Again with the car over the right-hand side, heavy on the brakes, down into fourth, being incredibly careful with the car steering, trying to maintain as much control as you can as you then head into the right-hander of Luffield, the longest and probably most trickiest corner on the entirety of the circuit, as you try to hit both apexes to gain as much speed as you can. We then head in towards Woodcote, a corner that isn't really a corner because it's absolutely nailed through here. No excuse to lift your foot off, bringing the car over to the right-hand side, clipping the apex, trying to make this right-hander that isn't a right-hander as straight as possible. We cross the line to finish the lap here at Silverstone National.
Ben Parney, how are we this fine sunny April weekend? It's great weather that we've got here, and you're joining the 750 Motor Club out in the Mazda 7s.
Yep.
Talk us about your car, talk us about the weekend, what are we looking forward to?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's been feels like it's been ages. I think we raced in September, October, and it just feels like the longest winter ever, doesn't it? I think for everyone, to be fair, so I'm not going to moan about it. But yeah, saw the forecast earlier in the week, sunshine all weekend. It's kind of what you want on your first race, I think, as well, isn't it? You want the nice sunny weather, chance to have maybe a beer or two in the evening maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent stuff. Of course, you're not racing until Sunday, so yeah, you've got the whole of Saturday to enjoy yourself, learn a bit more of the track, get the car primed, ready for racing, and it looks like it's going to be a busy grid for Sunday as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking really good. Yeah, we've got 21 drivers on the grid for Sunday, which is good. It should be really close battles, I think, throughout the grid. We've got a range of sort of new guys. We've got a good bunch of new guys that are coming through. We've got some guys that have been doing it for a little bit of time, so yeah, it should make for great racing, I think. And yeah, like you say, Saturday off is always a nice one in the paddock to watch some more racing, especially if the sun's out. So.
Now, for the viewers who are watching, of course, on Sunday, they might not know what these sort of cars are, because to them they look like a Caterham, but they're not, are they? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, no, so we're not a Caterham. We're a lot cheaper than a Caterham, but you're pretty much as fast and probably more fun to drive as well, to be fair. So they're basically like a low-cost conversion. So we've got the Mazda 1.8 VVT engine and a few control parts just to kind of keep everyone in check, make sure no one's doing anything dodgy. And yeah, the racing's going to be super close. It was last year, I think it will be again this year, and with more drivers coming throughout the year, you know, it should be sort of 25-30 by the end of the year. So it's going to be really full grids, lots of entertaining racing, I'm sure.
If you were to have a chat with someone who doesn't drive in this championship, what would you say to them about potentially joining the championship? What would they have to go through?
Yeah, so what, in terms of like a practical point of view, or?
A practical, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, do your usual things, so get your ARDS test done, find yourself a car, get all your kit, and then really get out there and start driving and you know, feeling out the different tracks and getting used to the car as well. It's all about seat time with any racing, isn't it? It's all about the seat time. So, you know, it's a really accessible championship. You know, a lot of people run themselves. Obviously, we got the team here, but a lot of people run themselves, and you know, it's relatively straightforward. You know, there's not much to it. Essentially, they're kit cars, so you can do a lot of it yourself, sort of in your garage at home, and then hopefully bring it to the track and drive straight off.
No, well, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck on Sunday, and we'll see you out on track.
Nice one. Thanks, man.
Dan Klaus, current champion for the F1000s, and we're back here at Silverstone 2021 for a whole new season. How do we feel going forward for it?
Oh, I can't wait. It's been the whole focus over a really long and drab winter, hasn't it? It's yeah, we've just been out in the car, we just had the first run. Everything sort of feels as it should be, really. So we've got a few things to work on, and yeah, let's go again. Look, can't wait.
I mean, we last spoke to you at Alton Park last year. It was a little bit colder conditions, but of course we were waiting to see if you were going to be champion or not that year, and it came true. Thoughts for this year? What's the sort of game plan for the season?
Really continue as we were. We got really good pace last year. We had a very strong result at Silverstone, here at Silverstone on the other circuit very early on, and then backed that up through the year through Alton, and then on to Snetterton. Unfortunately, the season was cut a little bit short, but yeah, we turned the car around with a few new bits and pieces, and we'll just go as quickly as we can, see if we can do it again.
Excellent. Weather conditions this weekend are looking absolutely fabulous, so it should be a fantastic race for everyone out there. We've got a lot of newcomers into the season this year as well. Is there anyone that's kind of caught your eye a bit?
We have. This championship's always super competitive. You need, whatever it may be, you need a little bit of luck on your side as well. You can very easily have a bad weekend, but I think you can pick really sort of any of 8 guys who will be perfectly quick enough, and we've got and girls too.
The 750 paddock is filling more and more each year. It's great to see more and more competitors, more and more cars joining the 750 grid. Again, it's just a fantastic real championship to be part of, isn't it? It is. It's a great little series, a really friendly series as well. You know, it's very, very serious out on the track, but after that, it's all good, and it's a good, fun weekend away. Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck this weekend. We'll see you out there. Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks. James Reddish, again, you join us here at Silverstone, 750 Motor Club, another race weekend, and beautiful weather that we've got here.
Very good for April, yeah.
James, last year, best result was 4th in one of the races, and of course this year it's a great baseline for what we can achieve this year.
Yeah, we're certainly not front runners, and we're not right down at the bottom either, so we're right in the mix, basically, yeah.
Talk us about your setup that you've brought here. Now, we had a brief chat before we started this interview, and talk us how you actually got here today.
Okay, so we drive the cars, both vehicles, are road legal, we MOT them every year, they've got number plates on, and we bring all of our kit inside the cars with no trailer, no support vehicle, we just drive, and we hope we don't crash so we can drive home again.
Yeah, that's kind of the main point of it, of course. Yeah. But what are your hopes and achievements for this round?
I think our hope is to get a podium somewhere along this season. Out of the 6 or so races we're going to be doing, twice as many as last year because of COVID restricted us to 3 races, so we'd like to try and get on the podium at some stage. Certainly not aiming for a top, but a 3rd would be amazing. Just one better than last year would be great, yeah.
A podium's always good, isn't it? And with the format that we've got here, 90-minute race, of course, 2 mandatory pit stops, as you're saying.
That's right.
In terms of strategy, what is your go-to strategy for this one?
Yeah, there really is no great plan until it happens. Because we've not got a team with us, we don't have really anybody to manage a strategy. It's just ourselves guessing a lot of it and panicking if a safety car comes out when we're diving in all at the same time.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
We'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
James with Stanley. You join us here at Silverstone, a sunny Silverstone, a beautiful weekend we've got ahead for us. 750 Motor Club, you're bringing in a new sort of series. Well, you've been building it up as a series. It's now reaching a championship status, the Type R Trophy. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so we have the first year with the championship status for our Tegiwa Type R Trophy Formula. 31 cars entered this weekend at Silverstone for the first double header of the season. And yeah, big influx of newcomers, you know, over the winter as part of what we've called our foundation program package, and that's it's been great to see, and it's really added the boost to the formula for this new season.
Now, with the foundation package, what does that entail for drivers who wouldn't know what that is?
So what we wanted to do was to put a package together that it kind of gave 2 options. So there was one for a novice, and there was one for a licence holder. So the licence holder package included a fully built car with all the control parts that are required, the season's registration and all the entry fees for the season, a pre-season track day, your 750 Motor Club membership, transponder hire, all that rolled into one package, obviously starting with a second-hand donor car. And then the novice package was all of that, but on top we also had your ARDS test, your Go Racing pack, session with an instructor, and a full set of your race kit that's required from Tegiwa as well. So the idea was to kind of have an all-inclusive package that somebody could use to get involved in the formula for a really great price, for a really exciting one-make championship.
Well, I mean, that sounds great as a whole sort of package. So for new drivers that would come in who've never really done racing before, it feels like a really good way to get their foot in the door in motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we obviously have a big influx of novices every year with 750 Motor Club, you know, across all our different series and championships. But it's always good to, you know, to do it with other people. You know, a few novices coming in together. But you know, if you join a championship where there already are sort of racers that have been competing for a long time, you know, it brings you on a lot quicker. So it's a really good way to do it. So it's offering a nice package for novices, but also offering it to current license holders to you know, to help the recruitment drive.
And in terms of the cars themselves, you know, they look like race cars. But what sort of specs do we expect in these sort of machines?
Well, that's one of the best things about the EP3 generation Civic Type R's is that you know, they don't actually require a huge amount of modifications to make them you know, a very, very good race car out of the box. Really, you know, a set of decent dampers. They're on control MRF tyres, and yeah, a few other bits and bobs. It's kind of all it needs, as well as your sort of mandatory safety gear, to make them really great front-wheel drive hot hatch race cars.
You mentioned that we've got 31 competitors' entries for the Silverstone round. Is that sort of maximum, or can we expect more over the season?
No, there are more cars than that registered. A couple of people that can't make this first round. One or two still in build. So yeah, we're hoping to, you know, to average kind of 30 plus across the year. So yeah, still room to get involved for anybody considering it. You know, most kind of grid maximums are typically around the kind of 40 or so mark. So yeah, a really good grid, but we always want full grids at 750 Motor Club. You know, it works for everybody. It works for competitors, makes for great racing.
Excellent stuff. You say, with this being the first year of it being an official championship, do you plan on extending that? Do you plan on keeping it going, or is it just a trial year?
No, it will be a championship going forwards. Yep, that's the nature. You know, as it kind of built up as a series, which is what is often the case. You know, it ran some races with our hot hatch championship before, which as numbers built up. But no, it will be a championship going forwards.
Excellent stuff. Well, James Stanley from Winstanley, I should say, from 750 Motor Club. Thank you very much for talking to us. And
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise to only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication, We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
welcome back to Alpha Live's coverage of the 750 Motor Club here from sunny Silverstone. It's round 3 of the championship, and as you can see, it's F1000s up next. They're about to take to the circuit for race 17 of the day, or this weekend I should say. Now, we've already had 2 races for the F1000s, and they've been quite exciting, but they've been dominated by Lee Morgan, who's going to be starting on pole position. He's had his 2 race wins. He's going to be chasing that 3rd place. On the second place spot on the grid, here in the lovely burgundy and white striped car, it is Matthew Booth. Now, yesterday he had a 15-second time penalty in his first race of the day. None today, so he's looking for a race win today, trying to chase down Lee Morgan. The second row of the grid, we've got Elliot Mitchell starting 3rd place. Now, he had the lap record on Saturday, but that was demolished by Lee Morgan earlier on today. Dan Gore, he's starting in 4th on the grid. And then we've got Adam Walker. Now, his fastest time, 55.460. Not the lap record, but a very quick time indeed. 6th place, we've got Robert Wellham. And then it's Paul Butcher on the 7th row of the grid. And I almost got run over by an F1000 car there, so I need to pay attention more to my notebook, or more to where I'm looking than my notebook. There's Jack Tomlin here there, 55.740, the number 60 car. Quite a young driver. He's not much experience in the F1000, but he is putting in a stellar performance here at Silverstone. We've got Dean Warren in 9th place. Then 10th place is Alec Iyengar. Now, he's had a cracking day so far today as well. 11th place, the number 1 car, Dan Clowes. Now, he was last year's champion running that number 1. He's not had the best of races so far this season, but he's looking to try and capitalise on this as well. And this one, page 2 of my notebook down here on the grid. 12th place, Edward Falkington as well. Another great performance from him. He's had a quite a tough weekend in running well. Andrew Wills as well in 13th place. 14th, we've got Mark Betts. Then it's Daniel Levy in 15th place. Billy Stiles in 16th, and Nikita Abramov on the 17th spot on the grid. Now, 18th, Kaylee Cole. Actually a driver that I wanted to chat to, if I can, in 8th place, because obviously quite a fairly new driver to the F1000 series, and I did want to have a quick chat. Kaylee? Let's have a quick chat with you. Now, the last time we spoke, you might not remember me, was at Warden Law for the British Kart Championships. Yeah, is it all coming back to you now? A completely different setting that we've got here for you.
Yeah, it's completely different. It's definitely different to the karting, a lot more faster, but we're getting there. Different things to do, but hopefully we'll get there at the end of the day. Last race now, so.
Excellent, we'll leave you to it. Champion, have a great race. Excellent, great run there, Kaylee Cole, great result from there. Last 2 on the grid then, Robert Bailey in 19th place, and it's Mark Winuser rounding out the field of 20 cars on this grid. That's a long grid of F1000 cars. They're making their way onto the track. But back to you, Ian, in the commentary box.
Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship cars coming out onto the circuit for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Let's have a look at how the grid's going to line up. On pole position, it's going to be the number 56 car then of Lee Morgan, winner of both races so far this weekend, and alongside him the 65 car of Matthew Booth. This grid set by fastest lap times from earlier on. Second row is 11 Elliot Mitchell and 80 Dan Gore, then it's 14 Adam Walker and 5 Rob Wellham on the 3rd row. 4th row, 42 Paul Butcher and 60 Jack Tomlin, Dean Warren 22 and Alec Iyengar, number 30 on row 5. Dan Clowes, number 1, back on row 6 of the grid, the reigning champion, next to Ed Falkingham, 69. 7th row is 67 Andrew Wheels and 88 Mark Betts. And it's 17 Daniel Levy and 41 Billy Stiles on row 8. 55 Nikita Abramov and 73 Kaylee Cole on row 9. And Rob Bailey, 33, I think, will probably be on his own on row 10. Max Windhauser, I believe, a retirement from early on, has withdrawn from the meeting. So 19 cars then we should have for the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. My name's Ian Sowman, and Matt Suckling alongside me, 2 doors down in a nearby commentary box. Matt, we had a great race from the F1000s earlier on today, and should be a thrilling finale.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable racing from the F1000 so far this weekend at Silverstone. We've had one earlier on, as you said, and one yesterday. Both of those being won by Lee Morgan. So can he go for the hat trick? Well, he's going to have his work cut out, isn't he? Because there's been some hard chargers as ever in the F1000 Championship, and none other than Matthew Booth, who starts alongside him on that front row. So it's going to be all action, but watch out for some of those a little bit lower down who haven't really been on form so far this weekend, and a few of them would be expecting to see a little bit higher up, like Dan Clues down in 11th place, and Jack Tomlin, the youngster, who has had a few races now in F1000, but again, he has got a lot more promise than he's shown this weekend at Silverstone.
So they're on their final green flag warming up lap, one of the few categories that have the green flag lap this weekend, running on slick tyres, of course, these 1000cc motorcycle engined single seaters, all built by Jedi Racing Cars, a local company to Silverstone. F1000, the latest iteration of this championship that in one form or another has been running for more than 20 years now. And these, the Mark 6, 7 Jedis that all of these cars race, all of them happen to be in the main championship specification for this season. And so we have an exciting race in prospect. Lap speeds of well under a minute, or lap speeds of well over 105 miles an hour, I should say. Lap times of well under a minute. So I think everyone, you say, did break the 100 mile an hour barrier. So that's always quite something. I think if anything, the sky has got bluer as the day has gone on here at Silverstone. Still a fair breeze though out there, which looks to be more or less a headwind as the cars head down the start-finish straight. It'll be more or less, I think, behind them up the Wellington Straight. It's one of those days, if you stand out in this all day, you will get such a sunburn, I think. So, word to the wise, Anthony. Anyway, final few cars coming into position. We'll have the flag waved at the back, and we get ready for this 15-minute race. You can see the red flashing speed marshal lights on the cars while they're stationary. That's a good safety feature, but the race gets underway. Those red flashing lights will flash no longer, although they will for one car which didn't get away. As you can see, the yellow flag there on the right-hand side of the circuit, left-hand side of the picture, is Mark Betts, number 88 in the TGM run car. Let's see who has got the lead though as they head down towards Maggotts and Beckett's for the first time. I think it looks like it's Lee Morgan that's already arrived at Beckett's in the lead of the race. Matthew Booth second, Elliot Mitchell third, and Dan Gore in fourth position. So very much the order as they were on the grid map.
Yep, as you were from the start of the race then, but as we said, can anyone put the pressure on to the race leader Lee Morgan, who was out in front when they came through on our picture? They're just coming in towards the right-hander of Luffield now and on towards the start-finish line, but Lee Morgan is out front there, just starting to make a break slightly from Matthew Booth, who has the attentions of number 11 Elliot Mitchell and also the car behind of Dan Gore to try and keep at bay. And further back there's side-by-side action, which is going to be the form of this 15-minute race as well.
It's sensational, isn't it, that they, from a standing start, can do a 57.48 second lap, albeit the start line is a little bit further down the road than the timing line is, so it's not quite a full lap on the first lap of racing. Now Matthew Booth under pressure there from Elliot Mitchell, the number 11 driver. The hotel manager from Snaith in Yorkshire was on the outside of him there, so he's putting a lot of pressure on. He got the fastest lap in the race yesterday, but the lap record broken this morning by Lee Morgan and Mitchell to the outside as they went into Brooklands. And, well, Dan Gore might capitalise there. He's stuck up on the inside into Brooklands. That puts him on the outside line, though, for Luffield Corner. If he can hold on to this one, it'll be an excellent job. He's using some of the curb to try to do so. And he's still overlapping Elliot Mitchell as they come through Woodcote Corner and up to the line. But he does eventually have to settle for fourth place. So a little bit of scrapping going on behind the leader. Lee Morgan just starting to get away.
Yeah, it's good for us to watch this sort of racing, but it's not good for those in second, third and fourth places, is it? Because with all this fighting already, the man out front, Lee Morgan, has almost got a second lead over Matthew Booth, Elliot Mitchell and Dan Gore. They're your top 4. Then back in 5th place, number 42 is Paul Butcher, so he sits there just off the fringes of the top 4. And then Rob Wellham, who started this race from 6th on the grid, currently lies in 6th place. But for 2nd place, almost a move there being made again for the 2nd lapping concession. It's going to be the man of number 11, Elliot Mitchell, to try and get through. But Matthew Booth, with arms and elbows, keeps him at bay for 2nd place for now.
He does. So Booth, 65, former Sports Specials champion in 2016, keeps ahead of Elliot Mitchell, number 11 for the moment. Then it's Dan Gore, the economist from London, number 80 in 4th place. It's Rob Wellham, sweeps through there into 5th position. Car number 5, the driver from Suffolk, getting ahead of Paul Butcher then. We're battling during the race this morning as well. Wellham, of course, had a 10-second penalty earlier on for an out-of-position start. He's got ahead of Butcher here, though. Now we need to try and just get his head down and close the 2nd and a half or so up to Dan Gore in 4th position to try and attach himself onto this lead battle. Behind Butcher, you've got Dan Clues up to 7th, so he's made a little bit of progress from 11th on the grid. Dean Warren 8th, then Jack Tomlin and Ed Volkingham rounding out the top 10. But for the moment, let's see if Rob Wellham can get any daylight between himself and Paul Butcher. He's just starting to eke out a few lengths.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's got to close down a couple of seconds now on 4th place, which is Dan Gore. He's still up front with the 3rd and 2nd place guys, although the gap between 2nd and 1st is down again slightly to just over 0.8 of a second. So Matthew Booth now on the charge, quickest man on the circuit currently, 55.28 is the quickest lap of the race. So Matthew Booth, after that little bit of attention from behind, is now starting to focus on the race leader as they head onto the Wellington Straight. And with Rob Wellham just recently getting past Paul Butcher, he's under attack once again, is Rob. So a man who did a couple of races last year, not as many as everyone else, but Rob may be a little bit rustier than the rest of the field, but he's doing well at the minute, 5th place, but still Paul Butcher right there. And Lee Morgan is off. Lee Morgan with, by the looks of it, right front damage.
Yeah, is that a failure possibly on the suspension, or is the wheel off the rim? Just trying to work out exactly what's gone on there. The time off the rim. Anyway, Lee Morgan, race leader, winner of both races this weekend, is out of it, and that makes things absolutely wide open all of a sudden. So it's Matthew Booth now, number 65, that assumes the lead of the race from number 11, Elliot Mitchell, just over half a second behind him. Rob Wellham is, Dan Gore is 3rd, Rob Wellham is 4th, still about 2.5 seconds behind the leader, but that will give Rob even more incentive to try and catch the top 3. You can see on screen now navigating their way through Beckett's and down the Wellington Straight, and they'll be heading towards probably yellow flags because I can see marshals moving to the side of the track to try and deal with Lee Morgan's car.
They may not be able to move that as well, so it could call for a safety car, because if that wheel is off on the right front, the marshals may struggle to move it from where it is on circuit, and it is right in the firing line of where you come off the Wellington Straight. So yellow flags down there, no overtaking at one of the best overtaking places on the circuit, so the likes of those in 2nd and 3rd, Elliot Mitchell and Dan Gore, may have to think about where else they want to pass if they want to get past Matthew Booth. But we'll carry on, just under 10 minutes now in this race to go, and as the leaders head through, the gap between the top 2 was just 0.3 of a second, so it was coming down anyway between Matthew Booth and erstwhile race leader Lee Morgan, but now it's even closer between the top 3 as they head their way onto this 7th lap of the race.
That was the 55 car of Nikita Abramov, you could see, rounding out the top 10 positions as we go into the final 9 minutes of this race. Just looking over towards Brooklands, the marshals have managed to move the car, but not very far yet, so still yellow flags at Brooklands. It's just a question of what they're going to do with it next. You can see the yellow flags waving. There's 69 Ed Volkingham, and he's just ahead of the TSR car of Nikita Abramov. There you can see the stricken Lee Morgan car being passed. Volkingham in one of the JFK run cars. He makes his way out of Luffield towards the right-hander at Woodcote, which is pretty much a flat-out kink. Up ahead, you can see going through shot there, number 22, Dean Warren in 7th, and 60, Jack Tomlin in 3rd, the driver that was 3rd in the championship behind Clues and Booth last year. Coming up to the halfway point in this race, and a nice little move there by Jack Tomlin, up the inside of Dean Warren. He goes up to 7th place.
He certainly does, so that's a good fight at the minute between those two. I think just behind we saw Ed Falkenham and Nikita Abramov quite close together, and I think this is a battle we had in race number 2 as well, so they're going to be joined by a few more before too much longer. Down the inside, or trying to defend his place there, is Jack Tomlin to try and keep number 22 Dean Warren at bay, which he does, and now as they head their way through green flags, they can continue to do battle once more in this F1000 race. But quick laps still being turned in at the minute, not as quick at the front to what they were doing earlier on, but still Matthew Booth managing to keep the gap, although it did come down again, didn't it, between him and Elliot Mitchell, as again trying to run side by side on our screens is that battle for 7th place. But Jack Tomlin, again, he's having his work cut out, and can Jack Tomlin try and defend here from Dean Warren? He can. He's going to try and make him go the long way round as they head back onto the Wellington Straight.
As they head up the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands this time, they should... Oh no, they're still going to have a yellow flag because there's a green flag on the exit, but the Lee Morgan car has been moved to a position of relative safety. I can see its speed marshal light still flashing from here, from my commentary box window. Now there's Rob Bailey. Now he started at the back of the grid this time, and he's up to 14th position now. Here's the Tomlin and Warren scrap. Bailey went across the grass actually, just caught the end of that, and he may well have dropped down again from 14th position. We'll see where he is when he crosses the timing line. There's Clues, there's Tomlin, there's Warren. Just behind you've got the Abramov and Volkian battle going side by side, and there is Booth with Mitchell right behind him. The gap came down by another 0.08 of a second that time to 0.32 seconds now, so there is Booth with Mitchell going with him. Gore can't quite live with these two, it seems, so it looks like it's going to be a 2-car fight for victory with 6 minutes to go.
Yep, runner-up in last year's championship was Matthew Booth, so he'll be looking to try and get himself underway with a good start. Race 1 wasn't too bad, apart from that 15-second penalty. Race 2 earlier on, which we saw, was a lot better, finishing on the podium. But last year's runner-up and the 2019 champion leads the race at the minute. So let's see if he can defend hard now from Elliot Mitchell. That time through, Matthew responds with a slightly quicker lap, so the gap extends now to almost half a second between the two. But in the tow, Elliot Mitchell brings that gap down once more as they hit the brakes in towards Maggots and Beckett's. Again, different lines between the two, so as the approach into the corner was a little bit wide from Elliot Mitchell, he's hoping that will give him a better slingshot onto the Wellington Straight this time. But I think it's fair to say, Ian, they're possibly dropped now, the 3rd place man of Dan Gore.
Yeah, the gap's continued to go out, hasn't it? He is lapping in the 56s, the leader's lapping in the 55s. Best lap of the race so far is, I think, 55.282, the race leader, Matthew Booth. Yeah, he went faster even than Lee Morgan. He did a 55.35 on the last lap before he went into retirement. Into the final third of the race they go. I think Booth's lead might be slightly bigger over Mitchell. This time it is by 0.05 of a second, so not a lot. Both of these two drivers have been front runners for a while. Mitchell last year was 5th in the championship, had a couple of 3rd place finishes as his best result. Of course, earlier on today he finished 3rd as well. Looking at some point, though, you would think to try and get onto the top step of the podium. He's not done that before in F1000 racing. Booth and Mitchell then down the straight, and yeah, it was another 0.6 actually between Mitchell and Gore that time, so Gore really just now seems content on consolidating 3rd place.
Yep, he's well up the road from Rob Wellham, who is about 4 seconds adrift at the minute from the podium, so I don't think Rob can get there. He suffered a 10-second penalty in the earlier race due to a jump start, so he's hoping to finish inside the top 10 on this occasion, which he currently sits in. But the battle for the lead, I think the gap has come down. It has almost halved there, because what was just over half a second is now down to less than 0.3 of a second between the top two. So Mitchell back on the attack here, had a lap to relax and recharge, and now is starting to put the pressure on once again. Again, it's slightly wide into the corner, but he's hoping for a better run down the back straight. So watch for Elliot Mitchell to try and make a move before too much longer. Time continues to tick away now with just under 3.5 minutes left within the race, and we could possibly just scrape 4 more laps by the looks of it. Depends on when they get to the line, but with lap times being around about 55 seconds, they are definitely charging around this national circuit. But for now, Matthew Booth having to defend as the gap gets less and less between him and the man in second, Elliot Mitchell.
Yeah, Booth will be keen to get a win, because he didn't win at all during the 2020 campaign. He last won in 2019 when he won the championship, but Mitchell through on the inside. He might not win in 2021 either, because Mitchell goes through there. Decisive move down the national straight into Copse Corner, and it was very nicely done by Elliot Mitchell. So now with 2.5 minutes of the race to go, is he on course for his first win, perhaps? 5th in the championship, as we said, in 2020. He's been racing for 4 or 5 years now, and this is the moment that he's been waiting for all that time. But Booth, I'm sure, will not relent in the pressure that he piles on Mitchell over the closing minutes of the race.
Indeed, so Elliot Mitchell now is past Matthew Booth already, starting to put a gap between himself and the second place man. So that was a matter of time for Mitchell to get through, because now he seemed to be a lot quicker than the man that once was the race leader. And let's see if he can go and do a quickest lap of the race. Well, he comes through with 14 laps completed, and that was a 55.7, but almost a second quicker that time than Matthew Booth. So Elliot Mitchell really, really quick at the minute. He's had some good results so far this weekend. He's been on the podium in the previous 2 races, and if he wins this one, he could potentially be leading the championship, leaving Silverstone, especially with the double winner Lee Morgan out of the race. So I think it's the old adage, consistency does win a championship. So to get his season off to a good start here would really put him into good form heading into the next races. But there's still a couple of laps to go. It's not just done yet, because Matthew Booth here again is on the retaliation and going to try and close that gap down once more.
Yeah, and F1000 also does crown a circuit champion each time they visit a circuit as well. And Rob Wellham is the current Silverstone National Circuit champion from the last time they raced here in 2019. He's not going to retain that title, and that is the 67 car, the other Deeper Drivers car off, which is Andrew Wheels. Looks like it's a retirement for both of those cars this weekend, with Lee Morgan also out of it. We're into the last 45 seconds of the race. The last lap board hasn't yet gone out though, so it looks like once again it's going to be a 17 lap race. Here are the leaders heading, Matt, along the Wellington Straight.
Yep, so Matthew Booth again, is he going to be close enough to make a move? He has got one more lap to go at the end of this one, so there is time, but Matthew Booth potentially will want to be a little bit closer than what he is at the minute. That gap last time through around about 0.7 of a second. Doesn't really look close enough, does he, though, to make a move on to what's going to be now the last lap, because the clock is not yet at 0, so through they go onto the last lap, and the gap between the top 2 that time round is now almost a second. So you'd read this, that Elliot Mitchell should be comfortable, but if you look ahead, there might be a bit of traffic, there might be some things to deal with on this last lap, but it's looking good for Elliot. He's been on the podium, as we said, in the previous 2 races. He's done a great job to get past Matthew Booth, but it's a race where Lee Morgan could have taken the hat trick, but he had problems a few laps ago.
Yep, so up the Wellington Straight for the final time they go, and it's looking now like a comfortable advantage for Elliot Mitchell. He started the lap just a shade under a second ahead of Matthew Booth, and 6 seconds behind them is Dan Gore. And there goes Mitchell then, turning his way through Luffield Corner for the final time. Just the flat-out kink of Woodcut to go, and then the checkered flag, which goes out now to Elliot Mitchell, who wins round 3 of the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. He looks like he's pretty pleased with that victory as well. He might be. He defeats another driver from Yorkshire in the shape of Matthew Booth, as out of the race right at the end. There goes the 80. I'm trying to see who that is. Is that the 30 car? I'm trying to work out exactly who it is. No, that's Dan Gore, isn't it? It's the 80 car that's pulled off, I think, after the checkered flag, possibly. The 69, right, couldn't read it through. It was Ed Falkingham, wasn't it, who has not gone through. So he will drop out of the top 10, unfortunately. There we're watching the 41 car of Billy Stiles. He's not had the happiest of weekends. He's going to come through and take, in the end, I think, 15th position. 13th position, in fact, moving up on the last lap with the demise of Ed Falkingham towards the end. There, though, is our race winner, Elliot Mitchell, and what a drive that was, Matt.
Yeah, certainly would. Really, really good results this weekend for Elliott, and he rounds the weekend off in style, which is good to see. So Elliott yesterday got a second, earlier today he got a third, and today he gets the first in the final race. So every step of the podium has been greeted by Elliott Mitchell. So he'll be going home a happy man from Silverstone, but it's what could have been definitely for Lee Morgan after that retirement in that final race, and of course after the penalty that Matthew Booth received in race number 1 yesterday.
Absolutely. Here are the results then. Elliott Mitchell, number 11, the race winner, by 1.09 seconds in the end over number 65, Matthew Booth. Third place was number 80, that was Dan Gore, ahead of 5, Rob Wellham. Fifth place to number 42, Paul Butcher. Sixth, number 60, Jack Tomlin. I think that was his strongest result of the weekend, ahead of the reigning champion, Dan Clues, who's had a pretty mixed start to the start to the season, I should say. Number 1 in 7th place. Steve Warren, 8th, number 22. 9th, number 88, Mark Betts and Alok Iyengar took 10th, car 30. A bit further back, we saw in 11th place the number 55 car of Nikita Abramov. 12th to number 33, Rob Bailey, so he made some progress from the back despite a grassy moment briefly. Billy Stiles 13th, Dan Levy 14th, Kales Cole 15th, and she was ahead of Adam Walker, who had dramas on the final lap as well, I think, dropping to 16th position. Ed Folkingham, Andrew Wheels and Lee Morgan failed to make it to the finish, unfortunately. So that is F1000. They will go next at Donington Park in a month's time. They'll continue at Brands Hatch. Then Silverstone again on the international circuit in August. Alton Park, and rounding out the season at Snetterton. Unfortunately, Elliott Mitchell, so unused is he to winning, is that he failed to stop in the position in the pits where Anthony was waiting for him, so we won't be able to hear from Elliott Mitchell, I'm afraid, which means that we'll turn our attention in a few moments' time to the second race of the afternoon, the only race of the weekend, the longest race of the weekend, and that's for the 116 trophy. So, as I mentioned, it is the BMW cars that are out on track next, and this is for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy Championship. This, a race which will last for 90 minutes. It will feature pit stops, and it will feature a big grid of cars as well. This is how they line up. I'll give you the starting drivers as well as we go through, because it's a multiple driver race. So the treble 7 car on pole position is actually going to be started not by Mark Sullivan but by his teammate Sam Carrington Yates. Alongside the treble 7 car is number 26 Mark Burton. Second row, number 5 will be started by Anthony Seddon. 93 next to it on the second row, that's going to be started by Guy Povey. Row 3 is 59 Rob Carvel and 34 Simon Walker Hansel. Both of those drivers go solo. Row 4 is 87 Louis Woodward and 75 Lewis Tyndall, both single driver entries. 3 drivers in car 41, but it's Daniel Reed that will be starting the race. He's on the inside of row 5, next to the 77 car, which will be started by Tim Crichton. On row 6, it's number 12 Andrew Woodbine and the 71 car, which is Jack and Christopher Godden. On to row 7. Ian Carvel goes solo in car number 58, and number 1 next to him will be started by Jeremy Woodgate. On the 8th row, it's 80, that will be started by Chris Bayliss, and the 99 car started by Simon Killam. On row 9, it's going to be David Weinberg starting the 43 car. Chris Noakes goes solo in number 2. Row 10 is number, let's have a look, it's the Sean Gosling car, number treble 8. And Ian Dockrell starts 232 on the outside of row 10. Richard Lakey is alone in car 11, and Richard Phillips alone in car 44. They make up the 11th row. Row 12, 417 going to be started by Stephen Cunniff with Chris Kershaw alongside in number 96. Row 13 is going to be Richard Wadlow Smith to start the race in car number 19, and next to him is the 42 car, which is going to be started by Antonia Almeida Souza. And we're going to get 3 cars starting from the pit lane as well after they were found to be underweight after qualifying. That's the 22 car of Richard Roundel, the 40 car which will be started by Andrew Long, and the 46 car will be started by Ben Horgan. Hopefully we'll also see the car of Ben Siebold and Max Palmer, number 25, out there as well. They did some qualifying laps out of session. So getting the cars released out onto the circuit, a 90-minute endurance race coming up, so there'll be some strategy coming into play, I'm sure.
Yeah, there definitely will be, because, as you said, some teams have gone with the one driver, some teams with two, and some with three. So it's all about strategy and how you play it, and when you get those cars in to get those pit stops done. So there's going to be lots to play out in this 90-minute race. A great grid, as you said, for this, the first round of the 2021 season. Unfortunately, again, last year we only had a few races due to a compressed season. But again, there was a selection of winners we had from those races. Two of those races, in fact, took place at Snetterton, so they went there twice, and Alton Park was the other one that the 116 trophy visited towards the end of the year. But if I'm right in thinking, this is the first time that the 116 trophy has raced at Silverstone on any configuration.
I think you're right, yes. We've had it for a couple of years now with the 750 Motor Club. Really took off last year, some excellent grids we had, but we only had 3 rounds last season. It's not a championship, it's just a series of races. Sam Carrington-Yates winning 2 of the 3 rounds last season, the other going the way of Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. And it's Sam Carrington-Yates with Mark Sullivan that have qualified fastest for this one, with a lap time of 1 minute 13.12 in practice this morning. And that was more than 2 seconds faster than Mark Burton, the low-cost champion from a few years ago. He switched across to the 116 trophy. There you can see his red and black car on the right-hand side of shot. I think the pole position car is just hiding behind the 750 Motor Club safety McGann at the moment, so you can't see that. Although there's 2 seconds sort of first to second, there was then only about 2 seconds covering the next 20 cars. So the same gap covering first to second as it is second to 21st, I think it is. So we should have some very good racing, albeit it might be the case that the pole position car, the Treble 7 car, that grey car with the yellow Dayglow highlights and BMW stripes on the roof, that it may potentially run away with it. The cars, as you can see, sort of lined up in 2 ranks, and that's because it's going to be a rolling start behind the safety car ahead of the 90 minutes of racing. And just to explain that the pit window will open after 15 minutes, it will close with 15 minutes of the race to go. And in that time, each team must make 2 mandatory pit stops of at least 90 seconds in length. So whether they're doing a driver change or not, they have to be 90 seconds long, those 2 pit stops. And any additional stops, of course, don't need to be as long as that. There's no refuelling allowed. It's not it's prohibited. So there's no fueling to be done. It is purely about driver changes or not, depending on whether you're doing a 1, 2 or 3 driver stints. So we know who most of the start drivers are. I think the only one we're missing was the Jack and Christopher Gooden car, number 71, and the Ben Siebold Max Palmer car, which is there at the back of it. So we don't know who the start drivers are for those. We do for everyone else. What we don't know is where there's 3 drivers, the order in which the drivers will race. And indeed, it's possible, of course, that if you've got a 2-driver team, you might have a driver doing the first and third stints and a different driver in the middle. So different possibilities there, of course. Just a little bit of clearing up being done after that F1000 race before the cars are released out onto their green flag lap. We are just slightly ahead of time, actually, and there is the green flag lap. So by the time the cars come round to take the lights, we should be bang on course around about 2:30. So the Gas Shocks 116 trophy, fantastic competition. It's for one make budget endurance racing. It's the Mark 1, the 87 BMW 1 Series. It runs a 1.6 injection engine. It's the cars from around 2004, 2005, 2006. There's a control coilover damper kit from Gas Shocks with the championship sponsors as well. It's adjustable at the rear only. and the brakes remain as standard, but they have a free choice of pads. The transmission is 5-speed. They run on Nankang control tyres, which are just £260 for a set, represent pretty good value. And there's a control roll cage as well, so really there's not a lot you can do to these cars. They are pretty standard, very evenly matched, and so focus really is on driver ability. And as you can see, because just trying to get a little bit of heat into those treaded Nankang tyres as they sit there behind the safety car. You'll notice for the rolling start, the pole position is on the inside of the circuit, whereas for the standing starts, it's on the outside of the circuit here at Silverstone. Those are the what's laid down in the track licence. And all of these cars absolutely magnificently turned out as well. Great sight they make. I think we're going to see some really good racing. Always the possibility of a safety car, of course, to mix things up a little bit and make the strategy even more interesting. Well, Mark Burton should be trying to stay alongside. So there's already, I'm afraid, some overtaking going on before the cars have got to the line. So this is a very ragged start. The lights stay on, so the race has not started. That looked very messy indeed, I have to say, Matt Suckling. So the red lights have stayed on, the race not yet underway.
Yeah, I think the 777 car probably went far too early, didn't it? It was meant to, as the pole sitter, keep everyone at bay for as long as possible before those lights go out. So, yeah, the race has not started, unfortunately, but we'll get the safety car or get the leader to bring them all back down to a relatively slower pace. But, yeah, very tardy at the start. And as you said, there was a bit of overtaking being done before the lights went out, which is pretty frowned upon. So, yeah, it's not good, is it?
No. I mean, Mark Burton it was that didn't really sort of go with Sam Carrington-Yates. Sam Carrington-Yates did go reasonably early, but Mark Burton should have tried to stay alongside him. So I think you'll probably find that the drivers, or some of the drivers, may not realise that the race hasn't actually yet started. We've got no flags going out to indicate that the race is stopped or under caution conditions, but the drivers will see the red lights as they come up to the line. There's no marshals on the grid to try and stop them or anything like that. We do now have yellow flags waving beneath us, but I can't actually see any other yellow flags anywhere else, so all a little bit confusing at the moment. That they have come through, but the race not yet underway.
No, I think the problem there as well is because the safety car came into the pit lane, which it is rightly to do, it couldn't then get to the other end of the pit lane quick enough to make sure everyone was held. So, as you said, a bit of confusion to what's going on for the drivers.
And interestingly, they are all driving underneath some red lights now, which presumably they can see.
Which normally means stop.
Well, yes, that's what I've always interpreted it as meaning. Of course, in this context, it doesn't mean stop immediately, but it does mean come to a stop. But we've not got any flags to back those up, so a little bit of a confusing situation going on here, I'm afraid, in this, the opening race of the season for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. What we might find is that the safety car eventually does get released and brought out in front of all of them. The red lights have gone off now, I notice. So we'll see what is going on. So the car's coming back around towards us again, and still no sign of anything going on. We've got no updates on our time screen. Well, we are now showing the times coming up on our timer screen. So Sam Carrington-Yates, if we are underway, which is all rather odd because the red lights didn't go out, Sam Carrington-Yates is leading from Guy Povey by 2.78 seconds. Mark Burton third, the car of Anthony Seddon in fourth position. So red lights never went out, but we seem to be racing, Matt.
Yeah, I think they gave up after a couple of laps, didn't they, and thought, well, the race is underway, we might as well go with it. But, yeah, apart from that tardy start, we are now underway, so it's the 777 machine that does lead the way. Sam Carrington-Yates, as Ian said, he was a couple of seconds quicker in qualifying, so let's see if he can build on that qualifying pace into the race, but it's going to be chased hard, I'm sure. maybe later on, if the co-driver gets in and gives it a go, that's going to be, of course, Mark Sullivan. But if the leader is out in front on his own, there's a good fight going on now for second place. We've almost got side-by-side action here between Mark Burton and Anthony Seddon, who's doing the first in the orange and grey number 5 machine. But that's the battle currently for third place.
So we do have confirmation from race control that the race is indeed underway, as we watch a couple of cars doing battle there on screen. It was a glitch with the lights, although it was entirely plausible that the start was abandoned, given that it was so scrappy with the drivers not coming through side by side to take the start of the race, and that's why I assumed that the start had been aborted and the red lights weren't being turned off. So that's what I thought was going on. So we have Sam Carrington-Yates leading by 3.36 seconds at the end of lap 2, then 0.6 of a second back in third place behind Guy Povey's Mark Burton, then Rob Carvell fourth, but I think it was Anthony Seddon that was challenging him, wasn't he, for fourth position when we last look, and it's the 59 car that's still ahead. So Rob Carvell, I should say, still ahead in fourth position at the moment.
Yeah, he was ahead, you're right, Ian, but I think he ran wide on the exit of Luffield Corner, so that then let the number 59 car through up towards the line. So Rob Carvell now under attack from that number 5 car again. So can Anthony Seddon go through? Yes, he can. Pretty easy on that occasion. And now he's going to try and close the gap down on those 2 cars ahead, but it gets very close. A little bit of contact there from number 59, and in turn also a little bit of contact there from number 34 on the back of 59. So Simon Walker-Hansel now draws alongside that car, and that will draw him up into what's going to be 5th position by the looks of it. So already some really close racing from second on backwards.
Yeah, which is what we thought we were going to get, really, because we could see in qualifying Sam Carrington-Yates quite a bit quicker than everybody else, but then everyone else much of a muchness in terms of their lap times, and certainly that's what's proving to be the case in the early stages of this Gasshocks 116 trophy race. There's Mark Burton, very nicely turned out car, newly prepared for this season. Then you've got the number 5 car next up, and Simon Walker-Hansel, 34, the Eco Trailers man, has made up a position up into 5th position. He has gone at the expense of Rob Carvell. Making their way down straight comes Guy Povey, number 93, very experienced tin top racer. Mark Burton, though, the low-cost champion from a few years ago, goes up the inside and takes second place away from him there in the Conan Motorsport prepared car. So Mark Burton, first time out racing in the 116 trophy, goes through to second place. That was a nice move, Matt.
Yep, nicely done there for the number 26 car. So now can Mark Burton do anything about the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, because that gap has already grown to 4 seconds. There's already a little bit of lappery to be done as well. So with the pace of the race leader and those further back, it's only taken a few laps for them to catch up. And of course, with the slightly elongated start as well, I think a few cars were further back than they would have planned to be. So we're already into the traffic for the race leaders, but for second, third, fourth and fifth, it's very close at the minute as they work their way down towards Maggots. And let's see if anything has changed. Yes, it has, because while I was talking there, not paying attention, number 93, Guy Povey, has now gone back up into second place.
So a good start. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in the group. 1 or 2 may have been exceeding track limits there in the background, and of course in a 90-minute race there's so many more laps, and so therefore so many more chances of exceeding track limits and so many more chances of picking up a penalty. So the first time you do it, it'll be noted. The second time you'll get a black and white driving standards flag to warn you not to do it again, and then the penalties start racking up every time you do it after that. 5 seconds, then another 10, then another 30. Beyond that, forget it, really. I mean, you're not going to be in the race for much longer, I'm afraid. So do keep an eye out on keeping to the track limits, not putting any wheels at all over the white lines or the curbs. So as they head down the national pit straight once again, here's the second place car. That's number 93, Guy Povey. Number 5, which is Anthony Seddon, trying to get up the inside of Mark Burton there as these 3 cars dispute for second position. But Burton, for the moment, able to hang on to that place.
Yep, certainly is. He's in the middle of the sandwich at the minute, isn't he? He's kind of trying to attack and defend at the same time, although he has lost a little bit of ground to Guy Povey. But watch out now, because by the looks of things, Simon Walker-Hansel has also closed in on those 3 cars ahead of him. And to be fair, the 2 behind, the 2 solo drivers who are in for a long afternoon doing this 90-minute race on their own, are almost there as well. So Louis Woodward and Rob Carvell, they run in 6th and 7th places. So let's see what they can do over the first half of this stint. As a little dive there, try to get through is Anthony Seddon, but Mark Burton is well aware of what he can do and how he needs to defend. So Mark Burton stays in 3rd as they head through Luffield.
So a car out the window going slowly up the national pit straight in towards Cop. So whether we pick that up in a minute, but it looked like there might be someone possibly preparing for retirement at some point. There's the treble 7 car though of the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates. And he won 2 of the races last year. He's raced in the Compact Cup before. I think he raced in the M3 Cup as well. Formula Ford 1600. He's been a regular here at Silverstone on this circuit in the Walt Hayes Trophy in the past as well. As we watch Simon Walker-Hansel there try and put a move on, I think that's the Seddon car, isn't it? Number 5. So as they head towards Maggots this time, they're absolutely alongside one another. Simon Walker-Hansel on the outside line. He runs a little bit wide, and that leaves the door open on the inside for number 87, Louis Woodward, in the all-white car. That does indeed go through. And another car joining in as well now looks to be that Lewis Tyndall at the back of the group as well.
It's almost like we're gaining 1 a lap, isn't it, onto this gaggle of cars, because it started as 3 and then eventually we've got to 6. We're almost at 7 with, as you said, Lewis Tyndall just a couple of seconds back. But for now, trying to make a move is the 87 machine of Louis Woodward. He's going to be on the outside run in towards Luffield, which will then leave the door wide open for Rob Carvell to try and get through. Can Rob do anything? He's going to get 2 possibly, because out wide goes number 34, which is Simon Walker-Hansel, and it makes it 3 wide up towards the line. They will fan out into 2 wide, but it was definitely Simon Walker-Hansel there who lost out after running wide. We've seen a couple of times today a few cars doing that in different races, but I think Simon Walker-Hansel is the first in this race to do so, and he now drops back into 7th position.
So we are coming up to the point at which the pit lane window opens. There's one there going into retirement. There's one coming into the pit lane. Now that won't be for a mandatory stop because it's a little bit too early. That's the 80 car, Chris Bayliss at the wheel of that at the moment. It doesn't look like there's any damage on that car, nor does it look like there's any damage on that car either, which is the number 99 of Simon Killam, but that one has pulled off on the grass at the side of the circuit. At least the 80 car that's made it back to the pits and therefore might be able to get back out into the race again, but it looked like that was experiencing a mechanical issue as Mark Burton loses another place there. He loses out to Anthony Seddon, number 5, who goes through on the inside of Brooklyn. So Mark Burton now down to 4th position as they turn their way through Luffield Corner and up towards the end of the 8th lap of the race. Sam Carrington-Yates already been through and continues to lead. 34 Simon Walker-Hansel and 87 Louis Woodward going side by side. Round the outside as well goes Rob Carvell, and it's looking very tasty indeed. 3 of them side by side down the national pit straight, and it is the 87 car of Woodward that keeps his nose in front as he turns through Copse Corner. So the experienced Simon Walker-Hansel there losing out.
It's one of those moments you want to close your eyes because that got very close for comfort for those 3 drivers, but in the end somehow number 87 Louis Woodward came out ahead, albeit he put 2 wheels into the slight ditch on the outside of Luffield and kicked up the gravel, so I didn't think that was going to be the case, but he has come out ahead of both number 59 Rob Carvell and also Simon Walker-Hansel. So things have changed between those 3 cars, and as you can see as well, with all this battling and running wide, it has now dropped them off the tail of the fight for 2nd place. So they're going to have to work hard now to try and get back with those 4 cars ahead. 3 of those, of course, together. The other one being Sam Carrington-Yates out front on his own by a good 8 seconds. And now, as Ian mentioned, we've got Lewis Tyndall who's joined in. So with that 2-second gap he was behind, he's now alongside number 59 Rob Carvell, and potentially Lewis Tyndall will move himself into 7th if he's got the grunt in that BMW.
Yeah, they're not overpowered, these 1.6 litre Mark 1 Series BMWs. They lap in around about 1 minute 15, the quickest, most of them lapping in the 1:16 to 1:17 second bracket, so not super quick, but Nevertheless, they do provide some excellent racing, very evenly matched racing indeed. Just saw Mark Burton going through shots there, so there is a gap now from Burton back to this next group of cars, which is Woodward, Walker, Hansel, Tyndall and Carvel. And Woodward, oh, he'd done so well, but he's spun it away. He's found the dirt on the inside of Beckett's. Now he'll be able to spin the car around and resume. He's got to find a gap in the traffic though. He's found one, but he's lost probably 7 or 8 places, I would think.
What a shame for Louis, who was doing so well, wasn't he? And I think he just took too tight a line through in towards Beckett's there, so the car just lost control, and with that he's lost a little bit of time. Not too many places, to be fair, but he's lost time to those he was fighting with inside the top 6 places. But I'm sure throughout this race, being 90 minutes, he'll be able to catch up some of that time as the pit stops very shortly start to unfold. Now we look towards this battle, which is the number 1 car and also the number 12. So 12 is solo of Andrew Woodbine, and the number 1 car is the one he's trying to chase, and that's going to be the car driven for this first stint by Jeremy Woodgate. So this is a little bit further back, just outside the top 10, and just looking there, I thought that was Rob Carvel, but no, he's up the road. That's a similarly liveried car to Rob Carvel coming across the line. But again, good battles throughout this field as we head towards the first 15 minutes to be completed.
Yeah, looking at my screen, I think the 80 car, which we saw come into the pits, has gone back out again, so that's good. Let's head down to the pit lane. News from Anthony Jordan.
Talking about the number 80, that is back out on circuit. I have got an update about that. Chris Bayliss at the wheel of the car at the moment. The team put out the P17 to let them know they were in position 17. He thought it said pits, so he came in to a very unhappy team that sent him straight back out again. So yeah, a bit of confusion when the team's out here.
I hadn't realised that there was such peril in being in 17th position in the race, but you can see how that mistake happens, can't you, Matt?
Yeah, you have number plates like that sometimes, don't you? So yeah, it makes sense, P17 to mean pit. So you do have to, as a mechanic, sometimes make numbers to be letters. So
yeah. Sadly, they probably hadn't sort of covered that eventuality in their pre-race briefing, had they? But nevertheless, it's gone straight back out again. No problem with the car, but it probably did cost them probably half a minute or so, I think, at least. You know, I can imagine the conversation. What are you doing here? You said pit. No, I didn't. Anyway, 11 laps gone for the race. Sam Carrington Yates leads by about 10 seconds.
He does. This is the fight we're concentrating on at the minute. This is the one with Lewis Tyndall, Rob Carvel and Simon Walker-Hansel. A little bit of debris there just being kicked up from the apex of the corner, and a little bit more there through as well. So that could indicate that there's been some contact between a couple of cars, but they make their way through unharmed. But yeah, Rob Carvel, Lewis Tyndall and Simon Walker-Hansel fighting over 5th place. They've worked their way off the Wellington Straight once more, and they're on the way now to the completion of another lap. But just thinking in this race, is it better sometimes to be a solo driver, because you can kind of plan your race as it goes, can't you? Because if there's a safety car or you feel like you want to come in, you can just get in at that time. You don't have to hand over to another driver, whereas if you're a 2 or 3 car team, it sometimes means you have to kind of give each driver theoretically the same amount of time in the car.
Yeah, and if you might think, oh, I've had my 45 minutes now, it's time for my teammate, or try and keep it as even as possible. Some will go for a different strategy, of course, in keeping the quicker driver in for as long as possible. But if you're doing it solo, then yeah, you can plan the race to suit you. You can take advantage of the safety car if there is one. And drivers can now start to make their stops, because the pit open, or the P17 open board, is being shown from the finish line there. It'll be shown for the next couple of laps as well, to let drivers know that they can start to call in. The 99 car, which is the one that we saw stricken, is now making its way down the pit lane as well. So that's the Simon Cullen car, so at least it has got back to the pits under its own steam, and it can now make advantage of this as a mandatory stop if it's able to get back out there again.
Just saw the number 2 car, which is Chris Noakes. He was running in 17th place, but he's fallen a little bit further down on that lap, so he's lost some positions. There's number 22 as well going through, so pushing on as hard as he possibly can at the minute in that car is one of those who suffered some dramas this morning in qualifying, but that's Richard Rondell, so he is continuing on. And a little bit of conversation here between the driver and the mechanics, of course. This is the number 99 car we saw, which was stopped momentarily out on circuit, so it's made it back, and now the team are going to look over that car to see if they can fix what problems it may have had.
Yeah. group of cars heading down the Wellington Straight towards us. Merging towards Brooklands, it's the 11 car of Richard Lakey we can see at the front of that group, and he's now ahead of the treble 8 car, subtitles for Sean Gosling, and 44 is behind him, so that's Richard Phillips. So, and then behind them is number 2, Chris Noak. So, good little scrap going on between those quartet. Actually, it seemed to become 5 or 6 cars, didn't it? Because there's a couple of them closing in as well by the looks of it. So those two run side by side through Woodcote Corner. Quite a few of the drivers will have the black cross on the yellow background. That's the novice cross, as we call it, which drivers have to have on their car for their first few races until they've got enough signatures on their licence to satisfy the officials that they can remove the cross, and they don't need to display that anymore as a, I suppose, just a bit of awareness for other drivers. There's a less experienced driver on circuit. There is 232. Looks like it's just recovering from a spin. That's Ian Dockrell.
Yep, so on his way once again goes Ian, and just behind that we would have seen the race leader about to make his way through to nearly lap that other gaggle of cars we were watching as well, down towards the fringes of the top 20. So getting the move on now is Sam Carrington-Yates. At that time through, he led by just under 12 seconds from the number 93 car. So Guy Povey still there or thereabouts, and there's still only a couple of seconds between him and the next car of Anthony Seddon, and Mark Burton again is also not too far adrift. So that's what's happening off screen for second, third and fourth, but this is a battle we're picking up on, and a little bit of damage there I think as well to the, I think that was the number 44 machine, so that's been in the wars with someone, but it's still in the race, which is the main thing.
Seen the black and white driving standard flag out to car 43. That's David Weinberg at the moment. It's number 11 heads into the pit lane, which is Richard Lakey for the first of his mandatory stops. He is driving the race solo, so no one to hand over to. Meanwhile, past my window goes treble 7 Sam Carrington-Yates, about to come into your view. Let's head down once again to Anthony in the pit lane.
Thank you again, Ian. Yes, the 99 you were saying who had stopped out on circuit, I spoke to the team, one of the engineers just relaying the information that they had electrical issues out on circuit. The driver, Simon Kilman, at the wheel of the car was saying everything in the car was flickering, so we had to stop, pull over, turn everything off, turn everything back on again, and then they brought it back into the pit lane to have a quick look at the car. But it seems to be all working, and they've headed back out.
Thanks, Anthony. Good to know that car's back out on circuit. Let's hope there's no more flickering going on in the remaining 70 minutes or so of this race. So Sam Carrington-Yates leads the way by 11.1 seconds at the moment from Guy Povey in second, number 93. Third is number 5, Anthony Seddon. Fourth, 26, Mark Burton. Fifth, 34, Simon Walk-Hansel. And sixth, 59, Rob Carvell. That's the way of things at the moment, with 15 laps of this race gone, about 20 minutes of the race gone as well. Another car heading into the pit lane is number 2, and there you can see the damage on the 11 car, so that was one to head into the pit lane relatively early. As Chris Noakes now heads down the pit lane as well. Some work for the team to do on that, just to clear the bodywork from fouling the tyre, I guess, Matt.
Yeah, by the looks of it, they might have some gaffer tape ready to go onto that car as well, but that's the car I picked up on. Wrong number, I said 44, but it in fact was number 11 with the damage to the left front, but of course that shouldn't affect them too much. It will allow the air to pass through a little bit quicker, but it might also keep the tyres quite cool as well, especially on that left front. So we'll see how that gets on once it's served this 90-second pit stop down there.
Sorry to interrupt, there's a black flag now being shown up, but I think it is to the car number 11, which is in the pits. 87 is in the gravel, I'm afraid, and that is the Louis Woodward car. So he had that moment earlier on, he was recovering, and now he's gone off rather more comprehensively. Not sure he's going to get out of that unaided. But yeah, that black flag I think is to car number 11, I wish I brought my binoculars now, to the car that's already in the pit lane, and it's for a pit stop penalty. So I wonder if that's connected with the damage to the front of the car as well.
Yeah, it could well be. Link 2 and 2 together, and that could be the answer to maybe some contact with another car. But yeah, Louis Woodward off at the same place he kind of spun 3 or 4 laps ago, but this time he's well and truly stuck in the gravel. So with that being a rear-wheel drive car, these BMWs, it does mean that he's not going to get out there without too much help, is he, from the marshals? So he'll need a little bit of a push if they can get to it, but there will be yellow flags down there for the time being, which is a real shame for Louis. As we saw earlier on, he was running inside the top 8, and now he's stuck in that gravel, and I don't think that's going to go anywhere anytime soon. So we could see the arrival of a safety car before too much longer, because we did mention about this, and for those solo drivers and possibly those who haven't made a stop just yet, this might be the perfect opportunity to dive into the pit lane if we do get one.
Yeah, there's only been 3 or 4 drivers that have headed into the pit lane so far. One just heading down pit road now looks to be the 41 car as well, which is Daniel Reed. Now that is one of the cars that's got 3 drivers as well, so it looks like they're going to make a relatively early change. As we see Mark Burton going through, and that is a slower car ahead of him at the moment. I think the Horgan car possibly at the moment. There's Guy Povey, the man in second place, number 93, and then Anthony Seddon is the next car through. Then it's the back marker, I think it is the 46 car, then Mark Burton passing that back marker, as too is Simon Walker-Hansel, number 34. So what you're seeing there is the battle for 4th position, as car 44 now heads into the pits. That's Richard Phillips.
Looks like the traffic has worked pretty well for Guy Povey in second place, because he's now pulled a good 3 seconds away from this battle which we're looking at on screen. So that's number 5, which has just gone through, of Anthony Seddon. Then Mark Burton still under attack at the minute from Simon Walker-Hansel. So yeah, the traffic hasn't worked too well for these cars, but for the top 2 it's working okay at the minute. But the gap between first and second has now just gone up slightly, 12.2 seconds. And if you look at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the timing tower, and with that timing tower you can currently see the last lap times from the drivers, which is a good indication of who's going quicker than who and how those gaps are separating or coming down as well.
Yeah, the number 11 car has now come in for its pit stop penalty. So it had gone back out, having made it stop, had some bodywork repaired, and now it's coming for a pit stop penalty. It'll be a stop and go with a period of time where they need to be stationary, which will depend on the exact reason that they've picked up the penalty. Also into the pits now comes the 99 car again, so that is the one that was flickering, wasn't it? So that's Simon Killam back in again for a second time. Now I wonder if they'll make this their second mandatory stop, and then just do one more stint at the end, assuming that they're not going to have to retire the car.
Yeah, so the issues on that number 99 machine obviously not fixed. A little bit of a moment there for, is that number 12 by the looks of things, or 22?
22 it looked like, didn't it? Which is Richard Roundell, who was one of those to start from the pit lane and was running in 16th position before that. Well, there's the white car of Lee Woodward that's still beached. It's been there a few laps now, hasn't it? As into the pits comes number 12, which is the Andrew Woodbine car, I can see. So he's making his stop. He was in 11th position.
And also number 42 dives into the pit lane as well there. So pit stop for, by the looks of it, the Antonio Almeida Souza car. So that's going to be handed over to either Liam Brezitz or Jim Allen. So that's one of the teams in this race with 3 drivers, but for now this is the fight we concentrate on for 3rd place. So still early in the race, but this could potentially be for the final step on the podium, and we have currently I think 4 cars, yeah, all of those cars are fighting for 3rd place. So it's headed by number 5, which is Anthony Seddon. Mark Burton is next up on his own in car number 26, that's the red and black machine, and then 34 Simon Walker-Hansel is just ahead by cigarette paper of number 59, which is Rob Carvel. So good fighting. We're almost half an hour in and these 4 are still tied together.
Yeah, so great scrap going on between them. It's almost like it is a 15-minute race, apart from the fact we've already had 25 minutes of it, rather than a 90-minute endurance encounter. This Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. There's Mark Burton then. There is Rob Carvel. Rob, of course, well known for racing in VWs and the VW Racing Cup that supported the British F3 and British GT Championship for many years. But he and brother Ian have appeared more recently in the 116 trophy over the past couple of seasons. And very strong competitors. Off the circuit has gone that the 46 car, isn't it? Yeah, that's the 46 car. So that's the car that was started by Ben Horgan that's now out of the race by the looks of it, as treble 8 comes into the pits. and so too does 417, so that's Stephen Cunniff.
Yep, these 4 cars remain out fighting for 3rd place, and that time round Anthony Seddon has just pulled a little bit of a march over the car behind, which is Mark Burton, who's almost pulled a little bit of a gap as well over the likes of Simon Walker-Hansel and Rob Carvell, but they're still fighting hard as they head their way in towards Copse Corner once again. And here are the pit stops unfolding in the pit lane, so I think that's the first of our driver changes we've seen on screen, so all working well at the minute. Tyre pressures to be checked as always in a pit stop, make sure everything's okay, and nice to see the driver that possibly has just got out that car, number 43, is now helping his teammate to get strapped in. So David Wienberg now handing over to Eduardo Friedian.
Yeah, some good teamwork going on there. Of course, the stop's 90 seconds rather than 60 seconds, which they otherwise would have been. That's to allow for extra sanitisation of the car. Got a black and white driving standards flag going out to car 40, which is Andrew Long. Another of the drivers to start from the pit lane. 3 of them were excluded from qualifying for their cars being underweight, so they had to start from the back effectively. As the 22 car goes through into the pits, that's the Richard Roundel car that we saw in trouble a little bit earlier on, and so too does number 12 Andrew Woodbine in again. Now that's either 2 stops in quick succession to get rid of his mandatory stops, or there's a problem with that car, or I was going to say he's stopping for a penalty because he was stopping close to the penalty area in the pit lane, but he's actually moved on from that. Let's look at 42 then for the moment. That is the car that is in 25th position at the moment. That's one with 3 drivers. It was Antonio Almeida Sousa that started it, and as Matt said, it's either Liam Fezitz or Jim Allen that are taking over. We've got the snatch vehicle now on circuit at Brooklands to finally, hopefully, recover the number 87 car of Louis Woodward.
Yep, so that's going to be done possibly under double wave yellows down there. So Louis Woodward, unfortunately, out of this race, so he'll take no further part after dropping a few laps down in this race. And another pit stop unfolding here as well for the number 40 car. So let's see how they got on as well. As we said, 90 seconds to be stationary, and this time round Andrew Long is the one who's jumped out, and again that's another 3-car team, so it's either the Jonathan Webster or Adam Aegis who's going to jump in, but this fight for 3rd place still continues on, so it's up and down like a yo-yo at the minute, but I don't think these 4 have been separated by more than a couple of seconds so far within this race, and it's still Anthony Seddon who's on screen in 3rd, Mark Burton behind in 4th, Simon Walker-Hansel and Rob Carvell for 5th and 6th places. But before too much longer, you'd think that some of these are going to dive in for their first pit stop, but not at the minute. They're enjoying the racing far too much.
Absolutely right. So we're coming up to the hour mark. Let's give you a quick rundown on the order. Of course, there'll be waved yellow flags that part of the circuit. So overtaking, it's 777 that leads. That's Sam Carrington-Yates. He's got 23 laps in the book. Second is number 93. That's Guy Povey, 11.84 seconds behind. Third, number 5, Anthony Seddon, 17.77 seconds behind. And then fourth, 26, Mark Burton. Fifth, number 34, Simon Walker-Hansel. Sixth, number 59, Rob Carvell. Seventh, number 75, Lewis Tyndall. Eighth, the 77 car, which was started by Tim Crichton. Ninth, number 1, that was Jeremy Woodgate, and rounding out the top 10 is the car of the Goddens, Jack and Christopher.
No real change that time through, because Mark Burton did try for a move down the inside line of Anthony Seddon, but then Anthony had the better line through the corner to hold on to that 3rd place, so they all head their way across the line. It's interesting just to look a little bit further down at the minute, because Andrew Woodbine, who shared with Sam Carrington-Yates last year, they both took a couple of wins, one at Snetterton and one at Oulton, but Andrew Woodbine has decided to go solo for possibly this year or just this meeting, but Andrew currently down on his own in 24th place, so he's finding it a little bit harder this year, but still learning, and he's a couple of laps down as well, but he may have been in for his first pit stop. That could be the reason he's a few laps down compared to the leaders, but by the looks of things there.
He's actually been in a couple of times, Woodbine, so he possibly has made both of his stops already, which you can do. You can get one out of the way straight after the other if you so choose, and then just carry on with your race. But we know that often it's beneficial to be able to take your stop under a safety car, so it's perhaps worth keeping one up your sleeve just in case there is one. But we've seen already a situation which in some circumstances might have called for a safety car, the recovery of Louis Woodward's car, and it didn't yield one, so you imagine that it's got to be a fairly significant piece of clearing up that needs to be done that will to cause a safety car, so maybe best not to bank on there being one as part of your strategy.
And to be fair, actually, looking at Andrew Woodbine's best lap time, it's a 1:16.6, so that puts him somewhere within inside the top 10. So yeah, he could be one to watch out for in the latter stages of this one.
Best lap of the race is to Sam Carrington-Yates, which is unsurprising at 1:15.49, but that is nearly 2.5 seconds slower than he went in qualifying, at 1:13.12, which is interesting. Most of the rest of the drivers are lapping in the 16s and 17s rather than the 15s and 16s they were lapping in this morning. Now, a stop and go penalty is being shown to 41, which is Daniel Reed, who has handed over already to one of his teammates as a Mirias Closas or Julian Kingston-Smith. I wonder if that is because their pit stop contravened the rules in some way. So it could have been due to excess speed in the pit lane, it could have been for overtaking under a yellow flag or a safety car, which we've not had, so it can't be that. I suspect it's speed in the pit lane that was the issue there, and that car's going to have to come into the pits. For the first of the leading contenders is now in for their mandatory stop. That's Anthony Seddon. We'll perhaps see if we can keep an eye on him to see if he hands over to Alan Caulfield this time or not, and if Anthony's going to stay aboard for this middle part of the race.
Just looking at the lap prior to the one we just completed, 5 cars inside the top 10 did their best lap of the race, so the track temperature or the tyres now coming up to where they should be, but at least 3 of those were inside the top 5, so some really good laps being set there from the Povies, Mark Burton, and also the Anthony Seddon car, which is now into the pit lane, so they were a little bit quicker than the race leader as well, so the gaps are starting to fluctuate, and interestingly for those behind Sam Carrington-Yates have started to come down as well, but there's a pit stop at number 5.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was a driver change going on there, did it? So that would tend to suggest that Anthony Seddon's still aboard, is it? Isn't it, I think? We'll see about that as we watch Mark Burton and Simon Walker-Hansels. They're in 3rd and 4th position. Car 87. Oh, that's the Louis Woodward car, isn't it? Which has got released from the gravel truck, now heading down the pit lane to get gravel out of it, I suspect. And Andrew Woodbine now in for the 3rd time in car number 12, which rather suggests it's not some weird pit stop strategy, but a problem with the car that Andrew has. Drive from Northwich up there in Cheshire. So 3rd stop for him by my reckoning, and that's the signs of something broken on the car, maybe. 5 minutes, less than an hour to go in this race. 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. All parts of Silverstone being explored by Mark Burton and Simon Walker-Hansel there as they make their way along the Wellington Straight. Towards Brooklands they go, car 26, Mark Burton, low-cost champion. There's the Woodbine car. It's still got Sam Carrington-Yates' name on it as well, but we do understand it is just Andrew racing the car this year. Team just counting him down before he's released. So this looks like this is one of the 90-second stops, therefore, if they're counting him down. Coming in behind him is car 96, which is Chris Kershaw, one of the solo drivers for the first of his mandatory stops. Looking down the Wellington Straight with 54 minutes of the race left to go, you can see sort of towards the middle of the pack there is Treble 7, the race leader Sam Carrington-Yates, well and truly stuck into the traffic now, almost trying to pick off 2 cars at the same time. It's the 44 car that he's lapping, which is Richard Phillips, or trying to lap at the moment. I'm just seeing if our blue flag's being waved to aid his passage. I'm not actually sure that he is getting the benefit of those at the minute. relatively hard for the marshals to blue flag in races like this, or basically a long endurance one-make race, because there's not obvious signs of a much quicker car coming through. You can't tell just by looking that a car is much quicker. The marshals will need to be au fait with the track positions, the lap charts, the colour of the quicker cars and the slower cars indeed, to wave the blue flags at the right time. So it is a difficult part of blue flagging, especially in a 90-minute one-make race.
And of course with pit stops as well, sometimes the leaders that were are then not, so you kind of try to follow the race, but then that could change halfway through when they come in for that pit stop. But Marshall's doing a tremendous job. Sometimes they rely on listening to circuit commentary, but that may not be the case here this weekend. I think we are going out, but they're more interested in the race than us.
Yeah. I'm trying to see what's being shown from the finish line now. There is another driver getting the stop and go penalty. I think that's the treble 8 car, Sean Gosling. So I think he's going to get a stop and go penalty as well now. So there's 2 numbers hanging from that board. The danger is the marshals will run out of 8 with so many cars having 3 digits in this race. Another driver into the pit lane as well. You can just see it in the background of shot there, as we're watching the 417 car go through. The car that's down the pit lane is the 41 car, so that is the one that is heading in for its pit stop penalty. Therefore, the stop and go penalty for, we think, speeding in the pit lane, possibly.
Yep, so time ticking away. We're almost at 40 minutes, so pretty much at half race distance in this one, and it is still Sam Carrington-Yates that leads the way. And to be fair, his gap out front hasn't really changed too much, has it? I think it's been around about 12. It's now up to just over 15 seconds, but this is of course all being aided by the traffic that the front runners are having to lead with. But he's out front. Guy Povey's there in second, and Mark Burton sits there at the minute in third place.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Anthony has another update for us.
Yes, thank you, Ian. It's been quite busy down here in the pit lane. We've had obviously the first run of stops that we've had. Now, a few black flags that we've seen as well, a bit of drama. The number 12 you were talking about kept coming into the pit lane. Now, the 12 came in because they thought they had received a black flag, and they hadn't. It was going to the 41. They would receive a 30-second time penalty, but they've not come in yet, which I think they have now. So a bit of miscommunication on that one. The 19 that's out on circuit as well, they had a brief pit stop, but they had an engine fault light come on in the car, so the team had to quickly check that one and then send it back out all well still. The 58 as well, that's got Ian Carville behind the wheel. That also came up with an engine fault light, which they managed to fix within their pit window, so that didn't really lose any time. They just wanted to check it over and send it back out. As well, the 41 BMW, they did a driver swap, and they also had a puncture at the same time, so they did a complete wheel change and a driver swap in that time as well. So there was a lot of pit activity within that team. And of course, we were saying about the number 11 who had their 30-second time penalty a lot earlier on. That was for a possible yellow flag infringement out on circuit. That is why they received their black flag earlier on today. But other than that, we can see the 417 just having a talking to now. That's what I've got for you at the moment. I'll try and see if I can find someone for an interview in a bit moment.
Okay, look forward to that, Anthony. Thank you very much indeed. Lots, as you say, going on down in the pit lane, and in some ways what goes on in the pit lane even more important than what happens out on circuit in these endurance type races. Watching Mark Burton, number 28, make his way past the back marking number 42 car, which is driven by either Liam Vazitz or Jim Allen at the moment. That car is down in 25th position. Mark Burton is in 3rd place, and he's heading his way down the National Straight. Coming towards us there is number 19. That's the car being driven by either David Pickup or Richard Wadlow-Smith now. Richard started the car, but it could be that David has taken it over. There's number 75, which is the 5th place car, Lewis Tyndall. The number 99 car, just going past my contra box window, is going slowly again, so I think his electrical gremlins may have returned, I'm afraid. So that we can't have Patrick Sharford, that former Caterham racer, and Simon Killam. And you can see the car just pulling off onto the left-hand side of the circuit there. He's going to get up against the barrier, or possibly even find a gap in the barrier. There we are, Marshall's pointing him to it, and out of the race he goes.
Ever since we lost, not lost, or had into the pit lane Rob Carvell and Anthony Seddon, we've had our battle for third place break up. So Mark Burton now is second or so up the road from Simon Walker-Hansel, so he's now trying to negotiate the traffic, as we can see, as best as possible. That's the green and black car just going through of Simon Walker-Hansel, and also Lewis Tyndall, who we saw kind of right towards the beginning of the race come onto the tail of those 5 or so cars. Lewis has lost around about 12 seconds to those ahead of him, so I'm not too sure if he's had a little bit of traffic which has not worked that well for him, but Lewis comes past our commentary box now across the line, but as I said, he'll find himself a further 12 seconds or so back from now Simon Walker-Hansel, so he's got a little bit of catching up to do later on in this race.
We were talking about blue flagging earlier on, and Tom on the YouTube comments points out that race control will often give the marshals the numbers of the leading cars, so they have the chance of blue flagging it. Of course, the other thing, of course, that's available these days that didn't used to be available is live timing, and it might be that they have access to the live timing at the marshals post as well via a screen to enable them to check their positions and work out who is a leading contender and therefore worthy of a blue flag. But it does get more and more difficult in any case during the as the race goes on, and different strategies are at play. So coming up to the halfway point in this race, we'll give you a sort of halfway update on the positions in a minute. But you've got 5 or 6 cars there all together, looking for all the world as if they are having a 15-minute sprint. It's the 40 car that's been into the pits already, hasn't it? Andrew Long started that car, but it'll be either Jonathan Webster or Adam Aegis at the wheel at the moment. One of the cars I can see indicating off to the right, 75 as well, I can see from my window. Lewis Tyndall from 6th position, heading into the pit lane for the first of his 2 mandatory stops. Remember, they have to be made before 15 minutes to go. Off into the gravel has gone number 41. So that's the car being driven by either Asa Murias Closas or Julian Kingston Smith at the moment. The marshals, I think, we'll get that one out without too much difficulty. And the driver will be able to go back on his way again. One of the 40-40 racing entries, quite a few of those on the grid this weekend.
That's a good thing about Silverstone. There's plenty of runoff, so normally you're away from where you should be. There's a car off in the gravel we can see from our commentary box, which I think was dropping some fluid and smoking, and there it is on our screen now. So that's number 96, which is Chris Kershaw, and I thought there may have just been a slight fire at the back of the car as well, but he's dove into the gravel trap just to get himself out of harm's way, and again that's going to be covered by a yellow flag, but that's not good news for number 96. It means I think Chris Kershaw now will definitely be out of the race.
Let's have a bit of a rundown on the orders. We're about halfway through this race now. So treble 7 that's leading, Sam Carrington-Yates, 35 laps under his belt. Second, number 93, Guy Povey, 18.3 seconds behind. Third, number 26, Mark Burton. Fourth, number 34, Simon Walker-Hansel. Fifth, number 75, Lewis Tyndall, although he's now in the pits. Sixth, number 1, Jeremy Woodgate. Seventh, 71, the Gothans. Eighth, number 5, which we think is still Anthony Seddon. Ninth, number 15, Rob Carvell, who is, no, it's Brother Ian that's heading down the pit lane at the moment. 10th, number 80, which is the Millward and Bayliss car. But yeah, 58, Ian Carvell, back in for a second time, and it did have issues. I think an electrical issue, Anthony was explaining a few moments ago as well. And car 25 now heading into the pit lane as well. So that's the Ben Siebold, Max Palmer car.
There goes race leader 777 across the line once again. So Sam Carrington-Yates just had to redress there briefly as they came down into the yellow flag zone. So a very wise move to give the place back rather than receive a penalty. So Sam Carrington-Yates a slightly slower lap that time through, but Guy Povey, as we said, quite a few seconds back at the minute in second place. So he won't
indeed
be... Okay.
Sorry, Max just pulled into the pit lane as well.
Yes,
so Guy Povey making his stop.
So a few jumping possibly because there may be a safety car again, so some of them kind of predicting what may be coming, but I think the car that we saw off in the gravel at Luffield is going to be recovered by the JCB over there, so that'll be done, as we said, under double wave yellow. So things carry on, and here is once again the race leader heading off the straight, yet to make a pit stop. So they're taking it very late into this race, but the team happy with what Sam Carrington-Yates is doing, and here's the man who leads this race as he continues to work his way through the traffic in this race.
A bit more difficult to make your way through the traffic, of course, just at the moment because he's going through that yellow flag zone. I think he gets a green on the exit of Luffield, so he can lap cars again as he comes across them. So well into the second half of this race now for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy here on the Silverstone National Circuit, race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. Let's head down to the pit lane again. Anthony, you've got an interview.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, we're here with the 71 car, Jack Godden. You've just come out of the car. You look quite hot and flustered. You were diving for a bottle of water a second ago. How's it going out there?
Really, really good. This is our first race here, so it was strange, a completely new experience. Really good start, made up a few places, but then there was some fluid down at Beckett's, which caught me out in a couple of laps, ended up going wide, but other than that, it's been perfect so far, really good.
Excellent. Who's in the car now for you?
That's my dad, Chris. We're sharing the car together for the year.
Who's the faster driver?
Oh, me, that's for sure, yeah.
No, definitely so. I mean, we've got fantastic weather this weekend here at Silverstone. It's played well, and of course the first time that the 116 trophy is actually raced here at Silverstone as well. So, you know, for a first race for you, it's a fantastic experience, I'd say.
Yeah, it's been really, really good so far. Really enjoyed it.
And I say you're 10th at the moment, are you?
Been ninth.
Ninth. Oh, you're ninth now. So you moved up. So there you go. Are you sure you're the quicker driver because he's gone another place?
Well, that was me, so...
Fair enough. Well, excellent stuff. Great to chat to you, and best luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Spot on. Excellent stuff here. Great family-friendly atmosphere down here in the pit lane for the 116 BMW Trophy. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Anthony. And there is Rob Carvel. He is off the circuit at Luffield Corner. Now, while we were here from Anthony, talking to young Jack Godden there, we had two cars coming together on the way into Brooklands, and I don't know if actually Rob Carvel may have been one of them. I didn't know if you spotted that out of the window as well, man, if you could see the numbers on the car, but there's only two cars got together and were sort of tangled up with one another just on the turn into Brooklands for a few moments. I'm not quite sure if Rob Carvel got himself involved in that or if that was something separate.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see. I was watching the pictures we have, but Rob Carvel definitely, as you said, he's now out. He's been pushed behind the barrier over there, so while there were yellow flags, he was, as Ian said, involved in something as well. But that's a real shame for Rob. He was running high up in the first part of this race, but he's no longer, unfortunately. We saw Rob on the podium last year at Stetterton in one of these 116 trophy races, and by the looks of things, the 99 machine has continuing gremlin problems with the electrics on the car, which is a real shame, but it's been in and out quite a few times now, so that's going to be no more. And there's Ian Carvel. So with almost the same sort of lap, we've had Rob Carvel out, and it looks like now Ian, on his way into the pit lane, has also had some problems, although he gains some momentum now and gets back onto the tarmac. But I think that's a question or a statement of the right place at the right time, because it's right at the end of the lap.
Yep, so two brothers having a few issues then during the course of this race, it would seem. That's disappointing for them. The Treble 8 car, Sean Gosling's just come in now. Whether that's to serve his penalty, I'm not sure he stops in the penalty box if he has, or if it's for some other reason, not quite sure. But nevertheless, the Treble 8 car into the pit lane again. And well, there you can see some quite heavy damage on the side of the car as well. So I'm just wondering if I think it was his car that was involved with Rob Carvel. But we can see from the camera, from the window, 93 is into the pit lane again, as also is the Povey car. So two stops in quick succession for that car. But some heavy damage on the Treble 8 car of Sean Gosling, and he's out of the race with that damage by the looks of it.
That worried me there for a minute. I thought that was someone's actual car with no livery on it, but it wasn't. It was a race car.
Thank goodness for that. Yeah, well, it just goes to show, doesn't it, how sort of standard these cars are. I mean, a lot of them do have some very nice liveries on them, but yeah, so you can drive it to the circuit. You can just put the mandatory decals on the side of the car, and that's it. There's the 777 car with race leader Simon Walker-Hansel just going through, trying to make up some places around the outside at Beckett's. And he's still leading this race by a comfortable margin. Simon Walker-Hansel it is that's moved up into second place with the pit stops that have gone on. I still don't think we've seen a pit stop for Simon Carrington-Yates or Mark Burton or Rob Carvel, although we think he's retired now, or Simon Walker-Hansel. I think most of the rest of the leading contenders have all made one stop at least.
Yeah, that does look to be the case, doesn't it? Because if you look fifth on backwards, you've got the likes of now, I'm sure, Alex Povey into the car, taken over from Guy Povey, or it might be Guy going again, we're not too sure, but the Poveys have been in. You've got the Seddon and Caulfield car, which has now gone up into fifth place. We've got a spin there as well at Copse Corner, that's number 19, which rejoins safely, and that's the car of possibly now David Pickup, which has taken over from Richard Wadlow-Smith.
The Treble 7 car, the leading car, is into the pit lane, so Sam Carrington-Yates, with the 7 minutes of the race left to go, is headed into the pit lane. So I don't know if we can get the pit lane camera on that one, just to see what's going on with that stop, if it's going to be a lane change or not. There is the car, just a bit further up the pit lane, and the second driver in that car is Mark Sullivan. It's due to be Mark Sullivan, but we'll see if there's any change going on, or if Sam Carrington-Yates will be staying out for a little bit longer. I think that might well still be Sam in the car actually for the next part of the race. We've got 35, 36, 37 minutes left to go, something like that. Here's the two cars, 43 and 417, so that's the Eduardo Frediani car in 15th position, and the 417 car is a lap further back. That's the David Scotting car in 21st position at the moment. Down the straight those come towards us. As into the pits I can see comes number 22, which is Richard Roundell for a second stop. So we are getting to the 2/3 mark of the race now, where drivers, if not already stopped twice, will be looking to make their second stop. We've also still got some that have yet to stop once, possibly hanging on for that safety car, but it may never come. Maintaining tyres on these cars, you can hear them scrabbling for a little bit of grip there through maggots. The left-hander, Beckett's the right-hander that brings them onto the Wellington straight. Up the Wellington straight, you can see a blue flag there being shown by the marshals, as we've got pre-cars in several different laps here altogether. 116 trophy goes to Donington Park next month, and then Anglesey, Cadwell Park, Brands and Snetterton to complete the 2021 season. So nice range of circuits that the series goes to this year. I'm sure we'll have some great grids throughout the season. Just wondering if that 43 car's got one or two problems, just the body language of the car. Just seems to be dropping back, and there is one that's sounding a little bit rough. That may be the one, and it's certainly dropped back quite a long way now from the 417 car. It was also a lap of 125 for Frediani that time, compared to the car's best lap for 116.96, so possibly a problem for the 4040 car. Might see that one heading back into the pits for a second time before too much longer. As into the pit lane now comes car 41 again.
Yeah, the number 43 car sounded as if maybe it was struggling to get into a gear, but it's definitely a little bit slower than it should be, I think, as it heads now onto the Wellington straight, but plugs on nonetheless as we look and wait for Simon Walker-Hansel, I think, who also has come in, hasn't he, recently, because it's still shown on our timing screen as Sam Carrington-Yates as the race leader, so I think those two cars came in together along with Mark Burton, so the top three I think have served now their first pit stop, and with the pit window closing in just under 20 minutes, they're going to have to do their second before too much longer as well.
Yeah, they've done that. They've managed to do it without me noticing, which is very sneaky of them. I've been keeping a keen eye out, but I've missed them. 232 coming into the pits is Christopher Dockham, but it looks like Walker-Hansel and Mark Burton have both been in to make their stops.
I've got an update on the 777, the race leader before they came in, just who it was.
So we've got the 77 car down there in the pit lane. That's Tim Crichton that started that car. They'll be on to their third
yeah, do you want to do a mic check first?
Either Harry or Peter Ormerod. So there's the cars down in the pit lane. And I can see the treble 7 car, I think, is back in for its second stop in quick succession. So it looks like Sam Carrington-Yates and Mark Sullivan. There it is,
cool,
back
yeah,
in,
I'm
heading
ready.
into the pit lane. Let's head down to the pit lane, and Anthony is down there.
Yes, thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, as you can see, the 777 has come back in. It's going to be another quick driver swap. Now, I spoke to some of the teams, drivers in there, and they were saying that they're having problems with the differential. They wanted to change it out before the start of this race. Unfortunately, they ran out of time, so they've not been able to do that. But as you can see, they're managing it quite well, I'd say, as the 77 leaving the pit lane now in front of me. Also, they're complaining about the tyres as well. They're not happy with them. They're a bit shot, I think, was the words that they were using. So, yes, they're not happy with the tyres that they've got on the car at the moment. So they're struggling with a couple of separate things. Now, when I went to approach them as well, James Stanley was talking to them and was a bit unhappy with the team as well, because the last time they were in, they sent the car out in front of another car that was leaving the pit lane, so we've got a bit of telling off as well. So despite the fact that they're up front runners, they are struggling out there.
Thanks, Anthony. And just to confirm, they said the tyres were shot and not one valve different. The Dankang tyres are very good indeed. 32 minutes of the race left to go, so that car's been in for a second stop. We can see on track there the two cars that are second and third, but we'll actually assume first and second position, so that's the battle for the lead. Getting across the line now, Simon Walker-Hansel, number 34, and Mark Burton, number 26. They're just heading into Copse Corner, and there's 35 100ths of a second between them as we move on to, in their case, the 45th lap of the race, but they've both got another stop to make, Matt Suckling.
Yeah, that's not too bad, is it? After an hour of racing, separated by that very small margin. So Simon Walker-Hansel and Mark Burton are first and second at the minute. There's, just going through your shot there, the Louis Woodward car, which was off a little while ago, recovered back to the pits and still out there trying to get some laps in, but the number 5 car there as well, trying to get on two wheels and pass some of the slower cars which just find themselves in the middle of the track. So I think that's now Alan Caulfield behind the wheel of number 5. But yeah, very close racing out front. These two, as Ian said, yet to do their final pit stop. They've got around about 15 minutes to go, but it's the 777 car we have now seen do its second stop, back on its way, and just shows that Sam Carrington-Yates has definitely been pushing in, hasn't he? Because if those tyres have almost worn away, he's been going very, very quickly indeed as we now come side by side for the race lead.
Yeah, so Mark Burton up on the inside of Simon Walker-Hansel as they go through Woodcote Corner, but Walker-Hansel trying to fight back then as they head down the National Pit Straight. It's going to be the red and black car on the inside line for Copse Corner, the grey and green car on the outside line, number 34, Simon Walker-Hansel. Both of these drivers have raced low costs in the past, and it's Walker-Hansel that's sweeping back ahead, I think, around the outside at Copse Corner. There's back markers ahead of them as well. Mark Burton trying to keep his foot in as they head towards the left-hander at Maggots. Are they still going to be side? Yes, they are, down towards Maggots and Beckett's. Walker-Hansel on the outside line, Burton on the inside line, takes quite a bit of curb there on the inside, runs wide on the exit. They're just coming up to lap back mark as well, so this is the battle for the lead of the race. Mark Burton, 26, 34, Simon Walker-Hansel started out his car racing career in T-cars all of those years ago, of course. But now he's in the 116 trophy, taking the fight to race leader, number 26, Mark Burton here. They turn their way through the left-hand at Brooklands. Mark, of course, from Camberley, down there in Surrey, whereas Simon Walker-Hansel is from Middlesbrough, all the end of the country. And is not quite as close to Mark Burton as he was on the previous lap. There's only a 10th between them as they went across the line. Last time, it's getting up towards a second as they go through to complete lap 46, Matt.
Yeah, much safer gap this time round for Mark Burton to deal with. So as they cross the line, lap number 46 has been completed, and a gap just over 0.6 of a second between these two as they head now very wide through Copse Corner, at least there for Simon Walker-Hansel, but again, we'll let the official decide what happens with that one, but he's pushing on hard definitely at the minute, trying to close this gap down as best as he can, and again the squeal of the tyres as they're being worked very hard through the right-hander of Beckett's. Again, a little bit more track being used there as I head on to the Wellington Straight. But this is your top two with just 14 seconds adrift of them. The number 5 car of Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. And Lewis Tyndall still doing well on his own, of course, and he could be on for a top 5 finish, but I still think he's got one more stop to make within this race as well.
Yeah, so it's all going to come down to the remaining pit stops. Just trying to see where Sam Carrington-Yates, well, Mark Sullivan as it now will be, has come back out. So he's come back out, I think, in 8th position after all of that, but we'll try and work out how far behind he is behind Mark Burton and Simon Ward-Cancel, because that's what's going to be important in the destination of the race. The other thing we know, of course, is that Mark Sullivan is not such a quick driver as is Sam Carrington-Yates, I don't think. So the question is how much slower, and relative to Mark Burton and Simon Ward-Cancel, what kind of lap times can he do? So about 27, 28 minutes of the race left to go into the final third. Pit lane window only open for another 12 minutes or so. There is the 777 car of Mark Sullivan, so that's just about to come through and cross the line again. So having a look at that, he's come through a lap and 92 seconds behind Mark Burton. So it's all a little bit confusing because there are still pit stops being taken, so it's still quite hard to just gauge exactly what he needs to make up as this race goes on, in the context of Mark Burton and Simon Ward-Cancel needing to make another stop, and of course Lewis Tyndall as well, who's half a minute behind the leaders.
But if you look at his lap time, Ian, as well, for Mark Sullivan, he's on an 18.2, which is some 3 seconds off what Sam was doing, and about 2 seconds slower than what these two cars are doing at the minute, Mark Burton and Simon Walker-Hansel. So, yeah, 2 seconds a lap. The gap was around about 16 seconds before the pit stop. So within 8 laps, they could be kind of coming out together. I think he's on possibly the same sort of pace as Lewis Tyndall, because that is the car which is just up the road from him, and there is one of the slower cars, I think, number 41, getting in fact past Mark Sullivan. So a good early stint from Sam Carrington-Yates. It's now up to Mark Sullivan to try and bring it to the checker flag within the next 26 minutes.
Car 2 into the pits again. That's Chris Noakes for his second stop. And we also saw the 25 Ben Seabold Max Palmer come in for its second pit stop as well, just a few moments ago. There's the order at the moment. Mark Burton, it is in the lead from Simon Ward-Cancel and Lewis Tyndall, I should say. The cars coming down the pit lane. We've got car 1 and car 19 heading in. So 1 is Jeremy Woodgate and James Reddish, and 19 is the Richard Wadlow-Smith and David Pickup car, both of those making their second stops.
Yeah, Mark Sullivan struggling there to keep ahead of number 41. Every time he gets past, I think the number 41 car fights back once more, but he'll try for another time down off the Wellington Straight. As on screen there is the number 71 car of now Chris Godden, because we heard from Jack in the pit lane. Very ambitious to say he's the quicker of the two. Well, you can say that, can't you? Because he's down there in the pit lane, Dad's in the car, so he won't hear what you are saying about him. But doing a good job is Chris at the minute in that number 71 car. As we can see there on screen, number 25 is in the pit lane as well.
Yep, so that's in for its second stop, as I mentioned. Going by the official clock, which is slightly different to the minutes to go we've got ticking away on our screen actually. We're 1 hour 6 minutes 37 seconds in, so there's only another 8 1/4 minutes or so of the pit window being open. So Mark Burton and Simon Ward-Cancel will need to make their second pit stops within the next 7 laps or so now, in order to make sure they don't incur a penalty for a late pit stop. Something to be mindful of there as the 44 car comes into the pits. Richard Phillips with his second stop now. Just looking to see the car that's started by Guy Povey now in the hands of Alex Povey. That's running in 7th position, having made both of its stops. Simon Ward-Cancel has got ahead of Mark Burton now. So Simon Ward-Cancel has taken the lead of the race by 0.4 of a second. He's just got through at the end of lap number 50. That will update on your screen momentarily, I'm sure. And there we go. And so that's a change. Both of those drivers having to make another stop though. Parking slowly down the pit lane. The car spinning as well at Brooklands is the 417, which is David Scotting now at this stage of the race. He takes to the grass as he tries to recover. Car coming slowly down the pit lane is the much troubled Ian Carvel, 58.
Just saw briefly ahead of this car that spun, the number 93 machine, and that's going to be one to watch out for actually in the fight for possibly the win or at least a podium spot, because the Povies were quick earlier on. Currently they're about 10 seconds back from Mark Sullivan, who in the hands of Sam Carrington-Yates was of course the early race leader and could still well be once the pit stops have come through. But yeah, the Povies number 93 is one to watch out for. That times were a little bit slower, but they had some traffic to deal with, so watch out for the Povies. Keep an eye on Mark Sullivan as well, which is, as I said, about 11 seconds up the road. And of course we're still waiting for the two front runners, in fact the four front runners, to make their second and final stop, which, as I mentioned, will not be too far away, because we've only got now around about 5.5 minutes before the pit window closes.
Yeah, we certainly have. That's car 43 heading in, which is the Eduardo Frediani and David Weinberg car, and that's getting some support on the YouTube comments, I can see. Looks like a driver change is being affected there, so whether that's Eduardo getting in or David getting back in, if you're a supporter of them, you'll probably be able to recognise the drivers. Sadly, we can't manage to do that. 22 minutes of the race left to go, so roughly 3/4 of the way through it now. Glorious afternoon here at Silverstone. Bit chilly, still fairly breezy as well. Stiff wind blowing up the Wellington Straight. Pick that up on the effects right there on the camera as well, as the cars head up the straight, turn into Brooklands Corner. That's the 232 car going through, which is the Dock Rules. They're running in 15th position. It'll be Christopher Dockrell in the car at this stage of the race. And the 71 car just behind them. Do I want to say 71? Yes, I do. That is the Goddens, isn't it? Of course, they need to make their second stop as well. Christopher in the car at the moment. As Jack was saying, it's their first race, so they're having a very good experience. Up in 4th position at the moment, but they do need to make that extra stop.
Yep, so through they go once again. Across the line now comes the 777 machine, just in the middle of that pack there. So through goes Mark Sullivan, and how far back now is the number 93 car of the Povies? That's what we were trying to keep an eye on, and in fact I think they're just about to be passed by number 26, which is Mark Burton, who has, I think, made his second pit stop, hasn't he? So this is a fight for what could effectively be the lead of the race.
Yeah, Mark Burton having snuck into the pits in stealth mode, because that's twice he's done that now. I've not seen him make it in. But yeah, this could be an all-important battle then for the lead. Now, Mark Sullivan's now lapping in the 117s, the low 117s, but we know that Mark Burton can go a bit quicker than that, so that also bodes well, of course, for Simon Walker-Hansel as well, because they were very close together on track, so all of the things being equal, they should come out of their pit stops at a similar kind of time, and so that bodes well for Mark Burton and Simon Walker-Hansel possibly being able to battle all the way to the checkered flag. The other ones that still need to make their second stop, Lewis Tyndall and Christopher Godden in 2nd and 3rd place. There, though, is that 777 car. As down the pit lane comes car 75 out of my window, which is Lewis Tyndall. So one of those two drivers that we said needs to make their second stop is making his second stop.
Yep, you ushered him in there, Ian, so he listened to what you said. So Lewis Tyndall in for his final pit stop, and again this could be a good result for Lewis, depends how quickly they can do this stop. Of course it's all done to 90 seconds, but it's got to be efficient 90 seconds as he talks to the team just to talk over what's going on, and of course with a solo driver he can just sit and relax in the car for a little while, so no real problems there for Lewis. Gives a quick wave to the camera, and before too much longer he should be on his way once again, but we'll see where that car does in fact rejoin. And I think the only one now we're really waiting for amongst the front runners to come in is going to be number 34, which is Simon Walker-Hansel, and he needs to be fairly quick now because I think we're about 3 minutes away from that pit window closing as Mark Burton continues to get some good laps in as he works his way past the traffic.
The other one that needs to come in as well, of course, is Christopher Gordon, and Reese Bithry on the YouTube comments reckons that it might be Jack getting back in the car for a final stint, as there's a couple of spinners I can see up at Brooklands. The camera swings round to pick those up. There is one still there, honestly, and that is the number 19 car that's we've had see make its 2 stops. So car 19, the Roger Wadley Smith and David pickup car, is stationary at the moment on the apron of the circuit at Brooklands, but looks like it's about to rejoin the track.
Yep, so back on his way goes number 19, David Pickup, and Richard Wadlow Smith are the 2 drivers within that car. But it's Simon Walker-Hansel who we're waiting for to come in for a pit stop. Keep an eye out to see what's happening further back as well. But this is also the one we're waiting for, as Ian just mentioned, for number 71, just in the background there. The yellow, orange and red stripe through the black car, and that is Chris Godden. Just stepping to one side, and we reckon from the comments that Jack could be getting back in before too much longer. But for now, the 232 car goes through, and with just around about 17 minutes left in this race, the 90 minutes has elapsed quite quickly, but still got plenty of good racing to come.
Yeah, absolutely right. There is the 71 car coming into the pit lane, so that is Christopher Godden. Now, is it going to be Chris staying out there or Jack getting in the car? To be fair, not a lot of difference between their lap times from what I can see. Best lap of the race, 1:16.72, and from Jack, and Christopher has got in. Simon Walker-Hansel's made his pit stop as well now, I can see. So the driver that was leading the race has been in and gone back out again. So momentarily the Goddens are at the top of the timing screen. Jack is getting back in for the final stint of the race. But someone take a photo of that timing screen, because the Jack and Christopher Godden car is leading the race at the moment.
That's right, their first race as well. That would be something to take home and remember. So let's see how they can get back onto the track, and if they can make up any further places. Not too sure where they're going to rejoin, possibly just inside the top 10, I reckon, but we'll see where Lewis Tyndall rejoins. He's come back out in 7th, so after his pit stop, that's not too bad at all for Lewis. He's got a little bit of ground to make up on the Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield car. And yeah, it's getting very close now, isn't it? Because with Simon Walker-Hansel and Mark Burton not separated by much, and of course Mark Sullivan in the 777 machine, one to watch out for, and also the Povies trying to close that gap down, we're going to have some real fierce fighting towards the end of this one. And I think there's going to be a good shuffle of the podium before we see the checker flag. But for now, the Gremlins, by the looks of it, of that number 99 car may have gone, fingers crossed, touch wood, and all of that, because it's back onto the track once again.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we could be in for a grandstand finish here. Just the Goddens won't be in contention. They're dropping down the time screen now. So it's Simon Walker-Hansel leading by 0.3 of a second from Mark Burton. And Mark Burton on that last lap was 0.4 of a second faster. So we'll see if we can pick out the leaders on the live stream for you in a moment, because they are nose to toe at the moment. It's then Mark Sullivan third. He's 6 seconds behind the 2 leaders. And then 4th is Anthony... Alex Povey, I should say, in the number 93 car. So the top 4 covered by only 10.5 seconds after an hour and a quarter of racing. Fantastic stuff.
Really, really good indeed. So let's see how this plays out then. I think the Povies are also one to watch for, because last time round they were pretty much a second quicker than Mark Sullivan. So 777 could be under attack here before too much longer. And then behind the top 4, you've got the Seddon and Caulfield number 5 machine, which is also on par with the Povey. So they could potentially get themselves higher up the order. And then we'll see what pace Lewis Tyndall has got. He's also quicker than those 3 cars ahead. So here's another one to watch out for in car number 75. So really, really good stuff here in this 116 trophy race.
As it's side by side for the lead as they come down towards Copse Corner. It's Simon Walker-Hansel on the inside, but he's got a 5-second penalty now as well, Simon Walker-Hansel, for exceeding track limits. Just as we thought we've got enough drama on our hands, a little bit more, because Simon Walker-Hansel now really needs to pull away to the tune of 5 seconds in the remaining 13 minutes of this race if he's going to get the win, because if Mark Burton can stay with him, then he will get the win. Because Simon Walker-Hansel picking up a penalty, 5-second penalty for track limits, and he's got to be careful now not to do it again, otherwise it'll be another 10.
And what were your words, Ian, at the beginning of the race? It's a longer race. There's more potential for you to get more penalties for running wide. So Simon Walker-Hansel runs a little bit wide or takes a different line, which allows Mark Burton back through. So he now leads the race, which is not good news for Simon Walker-Hansel with his 5-second penalty. He needs to be ahead and pulling away, as Ian said. So let's see what Simon can do. Maybe the traffic might be able to help him to get back through and start to pull that gap out. But for now, Mark Burton is the man who goes back ahead then as he comes through to complete lap number 57 in this 90-minute race. It's the red and black car of Mark Burton that heads Simon Walker-Hansel. And then for third place, very shortly across the line, should be the number 777 car in the hands of Mark Sullivan, which will come up to the line now. But right on his tail, we can see out in the commentary box, the Povies are about to make a move for third place. There's traffic to deal with as well. So there's lots going on for third. There's lots going on for the race lead. As we said, this is going to hot up right towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a much slower lap that time from Mark Sullivan. It was a slower lap too from Alex Povey. So whether they fell over each other or some traffic, not quite sure. There are the leaders heading into or out of Beckett's along the Wellington Straight. And about 15 seconds behind them now is the battle for third. So we might just see that appear into the view in the background in a moment. Yep, they're in that group of cars there, just as we see the leader, Mark Burton, turn into Brooklands. He's pulling away now from Simon Walker-Hansel, who of course also has that 5-second penalty. So Walker-Hansel really needs to get a wriggle on now, get back ahead of Mark Burton and pull away. It looks like it is between these two for the win now, with Sullivan and Povey all of a sudden really quite a long way behind.
Yeah, they are. I think they're dealing with traffic as well, but I can confirm that it looks like the Povies have gone through. So they're now up into third place as they come through the final couple of corners of Luffield and Woodcote as the leaders of the race now through the traffic once again heading towards the first corner at Cop. So still Mark Burton ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, and yeah, they go past us here for third and fourth place. I'm just wondering if Mark Sullivan now might come under attack from the Seddon and Caulfield car, because the number 5 machine, although saying that last time through, was about 3 seconds slower than 777, so at that rate they're not going to catch.
They're certainly not. Well, there's Burton and also Walker-Hansel, and Burton not being shy about using all of the circuit, certainly. I wonder if he knows that Simon Walker-Hansel has got that 5-second penalty. There's a board also being shown. I think that is the board for Simon Walker-Hansel being shown from the pit wall, and he goes through Simon Walker-Hansel because Mark Burton goes too wide at Brooklands corner that time. Just got his braking points a little bit wrong, maybe ran out wide, and that's allowed Simon Walker-Hansel to go back through. Now this might not matter because, as we say, Walker-Hansel, number 34, needs to pull out a 5-second advantage if he's to win this race, because he's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. He's going across the line now. There are 9.5 minutes of the race left to go. It's probably going to be 8 laps, I would think, and he'd need to pull out sort of more than half a second a lap, therefore, to go on to win this race, with Mark Burton at the moment still clinging onto the hatchback of that 116. Further back, Alex Povey now pulling away from Mark Sullivan in third place.
Yep, certainly is. So we'll continue to see how the positions change further back as well for third and fourth, but it is his battle out front as Simon Walker-Hansel runs wide there. He's got to be careful, hasn't he, because I think you spoke yesterday in the F1000 race about Matthew Booth doing that, and if you do that too many more times, you then could receive an extra 10 seconds on top of the 5, so that would not be good news for Simon Walker-Hansel. There's a healthy amount of traffic as well up the road, which is potentially going to play into the hands of Simon, but he needs to stay ahead, which he's not really doing, because Mark Burton fights back once again down towards Brooklands. He's on the outside line in towards Luffield. They're going to run side by side. Just wonder if Simon will use the elbows here to put Mark into the gravel. Nope, plays it very well indeed. They give each other enough room. This is great racing between these two cars. They've been like this for the majority of the race. Not always for the race lead, but for now, in these crucial stages of this race, is potentially for a first victory of the year. And who's going to be the leader in towards Copse? I'd say it's the 34 car, which it is, of Simon Walker-Hansel still.
Yeah, absolutely. Time running out. Less than 8 minutes to go now in the race. It says 9 and a bit minutes on the clock, but I can see the official time on my timing screen here as well. And over the line as they went that time, it was just 6/100ths of a second between them, but it's Walker-Hansel that's got out in front. And again, both of them that time fairly clearly to me well over the white line. We'll leave it at that. Lights being flashed by Simon Walker-Hansel to his own blue flagging effectively and let the slower cars know that he's coming through. The 11 car is the next one that he needs to lap. That's Richard Lakey. But he is keen now to waste no more time. And it is, 15 seconds now for Simon Walker-Hansel. 15-second penalty for Simon Walker-Hansel. And I have to say, Matt, that comes as no surprise to me at all.
No, he was running wide, wasn't he, on many occasions through that corner, so if the job wasn't hard enough, it's got even harder now for Simon, so potentially he could be on the fringes of losing second place as well, because just as I say that, look towards the screen, and Mark Burton now receives a 5-second penalty as well, so this is nicely playing into the hands of the Povies, because if they can get a wriggle on, and with this traffic playing a part as well, the Povies could potentially be close enough to take the win, not on the track, but on the timing screen at the end.
Yeah, it's going to take some working out this. I'm glad I've got a maths degree, because it's going to get complicated towards the end. I have to say, not too surprised that Mark Burton's got a penalty either. So now we're in a situation whereby Walker-Hansel needs to get 10 seconds ahead of Burton, and he's pulling away at the moment, but also Burton's got to be 5 seconds clear of the Povies at the end. Last time through there was about 15 seconds between them, and the Povies only a fraction of a second faster. Unless he picks up another penalty, Burton should be good for the win here, I would suggest. But it is getting a little bit on the confusing side. The Goddens, by the way, Jack Godden now back with them in 9th place, and Jack's actually just done the best lap of the race. I don't think he's going to make up any more positions though, because he's 27 seconds behind the car in front, number 77. But nevertheless, a good first race for them, as the number 11 car has spun at Luffield, and that is the Richard Lakey car, and he was in 17th position.
Yep, so he will recover hopefully before too much longer. Just waiting for a gap in the traffic, very close to the edge of the circuit there, so everyone's got to be careful not to run wide as they head their way through Brooklands, but for now there's yellow flags at that part of the circuit. There's the number 93 car, so that's the Povies, which run in 3rd place, 15.37 seconds back, so as it stands they would still be in 3rd place because Simon Walker-Hansel is that far up the road, but with a 15-second penalty, so it's still very close. The Povies need to get a move on now if they want to find themselves any higher up, and their last lap time wasn't too bad. It was quicker than the top two, but not quick enough, if you get my drift, to be able to close that gap with just a few minutes now remaining, because I think we're into the last 5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, we are indeed, so all still to play for. Burton in 2nd place on the road, needing to tread carefully. If he does so, then he should win this race, if not on the road, certainly on the published results. After he's only picked up a 5-second penalty compared to the 15 of Simon Walker-Hansel. It doesn't look like the Povies are going to make enough inroads here, with only 4 and a bit minutes of the race left to go. There is the 93 car of Povey, Alex Povey, running in 3rd place on the road then. The question is going to be whether they finish 1st or 2nd. As things stand, it's going to be, it'll be 2nd they finish, won't it? Because Burton will win. They'll finish 3rd. Walker-Hansel will get 15 seconds added to time, and they're just a little bit over 15 seconds behind him. But they could pick up 1 podium spot if they can just make up a few tenths of a second in the remaining part of this race. Traffic could easily do that one way or another.
Yeah, they're being harassed at the minute, or pushed along could be another word, by the number 77 machine, because Harry Ormerod, Tim Crichton and Peter Ormerod are right there and really getting the Povies to get a wriggle on now, so let's see if they can close that a few tenths of a second down to be in with a chance of finishing higher than 3rd. Just in the background you can see as well the 777 machine is nearly going to be passed there by the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. Last time through they were separated by 1.5 seconds, so watch out for those 2 cars which will be coming in towards Brooklands and through Luffield any second, just behind these 2 cars, and we may just catch a glimpse of them behind the number 25 machine, and there they are. So that's 777, that's number 5, and this is the fight for 4th place in this race. So Mark has done a grand job of carrying on what Sam did earlier on, but of course we know he didn't quite have the pace of Sam Carrington-Yates, but to be inside the top 5 he's done a tremendous job. But can he hold off the number 5 car in the remaining minutes of this one?
And it's going to be a tall order, isn't it? Because the gap between them was less than half a second, about 0.4 of a second, as they went across the line. The countdown clock on the screen now is correct, so it agrees with what we have on the official timing screen. So no confusion there. They are side by side briefly through Maggots, but Caulfield pulls in behind Sullivan, but at Beckett's goes through to take 4th position. So that has changed around. Caulfield goes through to 4th, Sullivan down to 5th, but he should be safe there because Lewis Tyndall's another 14 seconds behind him, something like that.
So yeah, down towards the left-hander of Brooklands they come. So number 5 is now through. On the charge he'll go to try and catch up with the others, but 7 seconds adrift of the Povies. I don't think that number 5 car is going to be able to get any higher within this race as they come through to complete their what's going to be 65th lap in this 90-minute encounter. And just looking up the road, still keeping an eye on what the Povies are doing. They need to be, as I said, within 15 seconds of Simon Walker-Hansel. They've now lost a little bit more time, so they're 16.5 seconds back. So as it stands, with the penalties, it would be Mark Burton for the win and Simon Walker-Hansel for second. But last time through, Mark Burton did his best lap of the race with just a couple to go, a 1:15.5. So he's not backing off, is he? But Mark Burton knows what Simon's got. He wants to try and win on the road, and that's what he's going to try and do down towards the left-hander at Brooklands. He'll try to dive to the inside line, but again, he doesn't need to try anything too silly here. He knows that the penalty is to Simon, and he just needs to sit there in the wheel tracks for the next lap or so.
Well, does he know? That is the question. Does he know that there's a penalty? We've already had the board shown from the start and finish line, or from the finish line, but it may be that he's not picked up on that. I'm not sure what team he's got with him to make him aware. They're going to come across the start and finish line to start their last lap then. The two of them are side by side. Mark Burton on the inside line, Simon Walker-Hansel on the outside. Who is going to sweep into Copse Corner first? They're still absolutely together as they have been for so much of this race. And, well, difficult to call. What do you reckon as they head down towards Maggots, Matt?
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it, isn't he? Mark Burton, whether he knows or not, he's going to try and win on the road overall. He's on the inside line down towards the right-hander at Beckett. It's a little bit squiggly there from number 34, which is Simon Walker-Hansel. He also wants to win on the road as well, but this is fantastic stuff. Bear in mind, we've been racing for 90 minutes. We've had 2 pit stops. We've got through this safety car free, and they're going to be separated by the looks of things by less than a second, possibly half a second, as they make their way down towards the left-hander at Brooklands for the final time, with Mark Burton ahead at this point.
Yeah, and is he going to stay that way? Simon Walker-Hansel pushing on, uses quite a bit of curb there at the apex of Brooklands now, almost taps the back of Mark Burton's car as they look up the inside. As he looks up the inside going through Luffield Corner, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. As I say, it's academic anyway because he's got this penalty, but it's going to be Mark Burton then, first time out in the Gas Shocks 116 trophy, coming up to the line to take the checkered flag and win the first round of 2021. It's going to be Simon Walker-Hansel in second place, assuming Alex Povey doesn't come across the line too quickly from his point of view. Alex Povey just making his way out of Woodcote Corner now, up and over the line he goes. Wait for the time screen to tick over, and he is more than 15 seconds adrift, so Simon Walker-Hansel will get second place. Alex Povey and Guy Povey third, fourth to Alan Caulfield and Anthony Seddon, fifth to Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates. Gap back then to Lewis Tyndall, who's about to cross the line now in sixth place. There you could just see going through shot the ninth place car of Jack and Christopher Godden. They are just about to take the line now. And they will be, I think, 1 lap down in the end. So 6th to Lewis Tyndall, 7th to James Reddish and Jeremy Woodgate, 8th to the Ormrods and Tim Crichton, 9th to the Goddens and Chris Noakes rounding out the top 10. But in spite of their time penalties, Matt, it was the 2 solo drivers that came out on top, and you were saying earlier on that might be an advantage.
Yeah, it seemed to be the way, didn't it? The strategy played out for them. They left pretty much their pit stops towards the end of the pit stop window. And despite those penalties, I know that will differ the gaps we have when the final results are published, but on the track after 90 minutes, less than half a second separating the top two. It all came together at the end, didn't it, as endurance racing kind of does, and it's Mark Burton who, as you said, takes his first win in the 116 trophy. A great way to start 2021 for him. I'm sure he'll be delighted when he speaks with Anthony down there in the pit lane, but really good race. 90 minutes flew by. Let's hope it's like that for much of the season, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. They're at Donington Park. Next, in a month's time, as I mentioned, then they go to Anglesey, to Cadwell Park, Brands Hatch and Snetterton to round out the season. There are the results, though. Mark Burton taking the win by 0.4 of a second, so 26th the winner. From 34, Simon Walk-Hansen in second place. Those times to be adjusted, though. Third to number 93, that's the Povis. Fourth to number 5, Seddon and Caulfield. Fifth to treble 7, Sullivan and Carrington Yates. Sixth to 75, Lewis Tyndall. Seventh, number 1, Reddish and Woodgate. They're the first car not on the lead lap. The top 6 all on the same lap after 90 minutes of racing. 8th, 77, the Ormerods and Tim Crichton. 9th, 71, the Goddens. And 10th, number 2, Chris Noakes. A bit further back, we can see also, well, actually, there's on 65 laps, so 2 laps down, 22, Richard Roundell. The Dockrells in car 232. 80, Millward and Bayliss. 12, Andrew Woodbine. He had some extra stops along the way. 44, Richard Phillips. The 417 car of Scotting and Cunniff. Then another lap down, you'd got Fradiani and Weinberg, number 43 and 17th. Long, Webster and the other driver in the number 40 car. I've put my list away now. In 18th place. 19th, the 41 car, 63 laps completed. And 20th, number 888, Sean Gosling. He picked up some damage, of course, along the way. Pickup and Wadlow Smith, they had at least one spin along the way. They were 21st. Richard Lakey, 22nd. Car 42 taking 23rd position. Seabold and Palmer from the back of the grid up to 24th, but then we're getting into drivers that didn't make it all the way to the end. So Scharfer and Killam could get back out again, but Louis Woodward, he had problems. So too did Robin Ian Carvel. They retired on the same lap. Chris Kershaw and the Horgans also didn't even see half of the race. So that is the opening round of the Gas Shocks 116 trophy for the 2021 season. Don't go away, there's still 4 races left to come. We've got the Mazda 7s, we've got the Classic Stock Hatches, we've got the Sport Specials and the Sports 1000 to round out the day. But for the moment, let's head down to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, a very thrilling 90 minutes, and I'm sure someone who can tell us a lot about it, Mark Burton, what a result that is to come first in that one.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I didn't know what to expect coming here. You know, it's a new car. It's a lockdown project. Built it over the winter and thought, you know, I'll try something different. I'm used to doing 15-minute low-cost races with 750, so 90 minutes seemed like a challenge, but I was up for it. I didn't know where the car would be. You know, genuinely, I was hoping top 10, finish the race. You know, and then it sort of started progressing through the race, and I was getting closer with Simon every time. Every time we came out the pits, we were together, and I was thinking, it's game on. You know, this is good. You get a whiff of it, and that's it. You're after it.
Well, something that became a question for the commentary team and myself as well was, were you aware that Simon Walker-Hansen actually had a 15-second time penalty at the end of that race?
Yes, I was. Yes, I wanted to win across the line, so I was going for it.
We were all saying to ourselves, there's no way he knows. He wouldn't be that silly to try and dive down the inside, but
yeah.
you were.
Yeah, I knew it. I've got a radio kit thanks to Race Car Radios and 4040 Racing. It was really good. It was really useful. I couldn't have really done that race without that radio. And yeah, I knew, and I had a penalty as well. I think it was all track limits. I saw Simon pushing the limits quite a lot, so I was happy to keep pushing him to make him do that. But I wanted to cross the line, so I went for it.
That's fair enough, and you did it yourself. Well, what a fantastic result. A first win for 2021 for the 116 class, but yeah, great result.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Spot on. Cool. So excellent talking to Mark Burton there, and a great first race for the 116 trophy here at Silverstone National. Like Ian said, plenty more action to come up, and if you are enjoying what you're seeing on the stream, please do make sure that you do like the stream, share the stream as well, and make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Life channel as well if you are enjoying all the content you're seeing. But up next, it's the ever entertaining Mazda 7s.
Yes, indeed. The second race of the day for the Mazda 7s. Earlier on today, we had a win for Danny Andrew in the first ever championship race for these cars, and he beat Jonathan Lister and Ben Powney. The grid, though, is set by the second fastest qualifying time. So it's Danny Andrew and Ben Powney on the front row of the grid, 27 and 37. Row 2, you've got 71 Jonathan Lister and 56 Daniel Sippens. Third row is 43 David Mason and number 99 Martin Shelton. On to the fourth row, 35 David Winter and James Lewis Barnes. I think he was a non-finisher for race 1. He is in car 38. Simon Court and Martin Farrelly, 55 and 24 on row 5. 18 and 47 Stephen Kimber and Lewis Penstone Smith on the sixth row. Row 7, you've got 63 James Millman and 34 Matt Groh. 8 Ollie Batten and 1 Colin Marshall on row 8. Joshua Platts, number 20, and Thomas Bates, 69 on the 9th row of the grid. And to round out the field, 44 Barry Stewart, 7 Daniel Court and 88 Michael Jacobs. 21 cars then we should have on the grid. It's the second ever championship round for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. They ran as a series prior to this year, and for those of you who've seen low-cost racing before, it's basically a low-cost chassis with a Mazda MX-5, 1.8 litre VVT engine in. There's a control package of parts to upgrade your car, ready to go racing in the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, which has very encouraging numbers for its first meeting of the season. And Matt, we had loads of entertainment in the race earlier on today.
We certainly did, didn't we? And it was ever close between what we had in the end, the top 5 as they came across the line. So hopefully we'll get much of the same here for race number 2. But it was Danny Andrew, as you said, who came through to take the win in one of his very few races he's done so far in the Mazda series. Now, of course, the championship. So Danny Andrew is going to try and look for the double. He'll start, of course, from that front row. He'll have company with the likes of Jonathan Lister, who took a couple of wins last year in this Mazda Championship at Snetterton. But yeah, really, really close fought out front, and I'm sure this 15-minute race will deliver in droves once again.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I expect we'll have another big slipstream battle like we did in race number 1. The race 1 winner, of course, Danny Andrew, is starting on pole position. Jonathan Lister, who was second early on, starts on row 2. Ben Powney, who was third early on, starts second on the grid. So leading protagonists in the first 3 places on the grid. We did have a couple of non-starters for the earlier race. Those were Oliver Batten and Michael Jacobs. We're down to 19, and James Lewis Barnes sadly didn't make it to the end of the opening race either. So there are some gaps on the grid that I can see, unfortunately, but nevertheless, plenty of cars out there for what should be an excellent race for these 7-style 1.8 Mazda engined racers. Many of the drivers having moved into the championship from low cost, but others have come from other categories as well, as the 30-second board is shown ahead of this 15-minute race for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. Danny Andrew in the blue car, Ben Powney in the orange. It's Jonathan Lister in the green car on the second row of the grid, and the dark coloured 56 car is Daniel Sippens. Lights go out, the race gets underway, an even start from the two of them on the front row of the grid. They disappear down towards Copse for the first time. It's going to be side by side between both Andrew and Powney as they head into the first corner. They see the 18 car going through as well, which is Stephen Kimber. But as they disappear over the crest and down towards Maggots, it is the blue car that shows in front. So that's Danny Andrew. Ben Powney very sideways in second place. He's going to lose a hatful of places there. A spin as well for the number 24 car. And that's Martin Farrelly, the 2016 Sport Special Class B champion, that is rotating and getting back onto the circuit, or not, because stuck in the gravel there, I'm afraid. We've got the rest of the field, though, heading down the Wellington Straight, and the leaders already into Luffield for the first time.
Yeah, Martin Farrelly managed to get going. I think it was another car in avoidance, went off into the gravel, so we'll try and work out who that is at the end of this lap. But don't be too surprised to see someone who runs 6th or 7th at the start of this race to possibly come through to win it, because we're going to see, I'm sure, plenty of slipstreaming once again as they all go across the line to complete lap number 1. It's Danny Andrew who does in fact lead the way. It's pretty close for second here. I think Jonathan Lister sits there in third, and it's the 43 car just ahead of David Mason, who's jumped up into second place from 5th on the grid. So really good start for him as they make their way for the second time down towards the left and right flick of Maggots and Beckett's, but I think there'll be a yellow flag down there on this occasion.
Yeah, we had 17 cars come back past the timing line at the end of lap 1. We watched the number 43 car of David Mason, and then sort of lighter of the 2 green cars. He's in second position at the moment. Jonathan Lister, the dark of the green cars, number 71, is in third spot. And you can see that car in the background, still with the driver on board. Frustrated, no doubt, that his race has come to a premature end. You can see him in the background there. Lister under pressure from Daniel Sibbons in the 56 car as they turn their way through Luffield Corner. Ben Powley trying to make up some of those places that he lost with that rather exuberant moment down at Beckett's. The landscaper from Hive can't get past Daniel Sibbons on that occasion, but he will have another go, I think, on the way down into Copse Corner.
Yeah, tried to pick up the slipstream there from Jonathan Lister, but then Jonathan Lister got back into line ahead of the number 56 car of Daniel Sibbons. So he wasn't able to pull his way through, but he sits there in 5th place. So he's there or thereabouts, which is good. Just gives a wave or an adjustment of the mirror just to see what's happening behind. And that's the car of number 35, which is David Winter. But all line astern at the minute for the top 7. I think it's Martin Shelton, isn't it, in car number 99, who's just about hanging on to those ahead at the minute. But it's a 7-car train on its way down the Wellington Straight once again. We've had 3 minutes so far, and it's Danny Andrew who leads by about half a second.
Indeed, it is. Daniel Courts had a good first couple of laps, up to 10th place from 20th on the grid. I don't think he was perhaps got a representative lap time in qualifying, certainly going much better in the race than he did in qualifying. So, Danny Andrew leading, David Mason 43 is in second place. Bit of a gap back now to the third place car, 56 Daniel Sibbons, then it's 71 Jonathan Lister, 37 Ben Powley and 35 David Winter. So about a second between second and third, but that's the kind of gap that can easily be overcome in this kind of racing. These cars which have literally in the way of aerodynamics, they're pretty much brick shaped with a roll cage on top, aren't they? So they don't cut a very effective passage through the air, and that really does lend itself to some great slipstreaming racing, and you can use that toe to get back onto terms with cars that are within reasonable reach, although as I say that, the gap does appear to have gone out between Mason and Sibbons a bit more, and so maybe that's beyond a gap that you can sort of toe back onto, because Sibbons, I think, distracted by trying to defend from Jonathan Lister, who goes down the inside here into Brooklands Corner. He loses 1 place, almost 2, but he just about cuts off the advances of Ben Pountney there as they turn this time into Luffield for the 4th time.
Yeah, and I think the key point here, of course, is working together. That's what needs to be in the minds of these 4 cars. So Jonathan Lister with the likes of Daniel Sibbons, Ben Powley and also David Winter, they just need to kind of stop fighting for a little while just to see if they can bridge the gap to the top 2, which on this occasion goes from what was around about just about a second is now 1.3 seconds. So it has grown very gradually, although the top 3 have just done their best laps of the race, the quickest of those being Danny Andrew on a 106.97. So he's comfortable out front by those 0.4 of a second. But let's see now what the likes of the new 3rd place man can do. Daniel Sibbons, he's finally managed to get his way through on Jonathan Lister, but let's see now if they can calm themselves down as Ben Powley in the background there really chucking the car about, ran very wide, and again he loses a couple of car lengths to the car of David Winter ahead.
Down the Wellington Straight they come. Jonathan Lister up the inside of Daniel Sibbons there, and he slices his way through into 3rd position, and now he will hopefully sort of try and work with the cars behind him to get back onto the tail of the top 6 or the top 2 to make it a 6-car train. Danny Andrew and David Mason a little bit quicker up in front. Best lap of the race so far to David Winter, a 106.93. David Mason set the lap record in the opening race, a 106.79. So we'll see if that lap record is reduced in this second race. Temperatures probably just slightly warmer now than they were earlier on. but still a pretty cool day here at Silverstone, so ideal conditions, you'd think, for setting fast lap times. 9 minutes of the race left to go.
Through go the top two once again. All action for third place it remains then, as Daniel Sibbons tries to keep Jonathan Lister behind. David Winter behind them in 5th place. And Ben Powney is just losing a little bit of time, isn't he, from that moment he had a lap ago, and he's struggling to close the gap back down. But it won't take too much for him to catch back up if they again start fighting up the road, which they will do now, because Jonathan Lister looks for a move for 3rd place. So down the inside line he goes of number 56, and it's Lister this time who gets himself back onto the podium. And before you know it, Ben Powney's back with them once again. So he dropped off the tails for a short while, but now he makes it a 4-way fight for 3rd place once again. But the important thing is to see if this gap between 2nd and 3rd is coming down. 1.2 seconds it was last time through. They crossed the line this time to go on to lap number 7, and it now sits at 1.3, so it has grown gradually.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? Loneliest man in this race is Martin Shelton in 7th place. He has got no other cars within 3 seconds of him either way, either forwards or behind. James Lewis Barnes, though, is in 8th place, I'm pleased to report, in the 38 car. He was that non-starter earlier on today, or non-finisher I should say, earlier on today. The snatch vehicle is just about on the scene now to recover the car that went off on lap number 1. Let's continue to watch this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th there, as Danny Andrew continues to lead from David Mason. They'll go side by side down the Wellington straight into Brooklands Corner. Lister it is going to be that holds on. Sibbons next up in 4th. And Ben Powney trying to go around the outside there of the number 35 car. David Winter, as they make their way back towards Woodcut Corner once again. And this is to complete lap number 7 of the race with 7 minutes left to go. Earlier on it was a 14-lap race, so we're basically now at half distance.
Yeah, we sure are, but they're not really listening, are they, about the non-fighting element of this race. It's good for us again, but they are losing touch to the top 2. So the other kind of theory you need to chuck in now is the top 2 need to start fighting to try and bring these 4 cars together to them once again. So that could be something to bear in mind, but I think Danny Andrew has just got enough of a comfortable lead now not to worry about what's happening behind, because David Mason is a second or so back from Danny, and then that gap between 2nd and 3rd is continuing to extend now to 2 seconds, as we're going to have another move, I'm sure, before too much longer. I think it's going to come from Ben Powney on this occasion, but no, not quite close enough there, so he sits behind the number 35 car of David Winter, and nothing really changes that time, because even Jonathan Lister sits there and waits his turn behind Daniel Sibbons. So let's see what this occasion brings as they come up towards the line. 2.03 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Let's see if it comes down anymore, as Jonathan Lister wants to try and get himself back onto the podium again as he draws alongside for 3rd place, but then loses the draft. As soon as you pull out, you lose that kind of slipstream and you fall back to where you were again.
Update on the lap record, that's now gone to Ben Powney, 106.70, so that's a slice another 900ths off the mark that that David Mason set in the first race. But Ben Powney, despite all of that, is still sitting there in 6th position. He might get to 5th there, because David Winter runs quite wide on the exit of Beckett's Corner. And up front, Andrew now pulling away from David Mason as well. The gap between them is approaching 2 seconds. So we might well get the case that Daniel Sibbons closes in and catches David Mason, but Danny Andrew will be out of sight by then. And Sibbons there makes a mistake and Lister pops through to 3rd.
Yep, uses a bit more of the track than he needed to, and of course some of the runoff as well, which is available here at Silverstone. This time though, across the line it's going to be Ben Powney trying to pull alongside the 35 car of David Winter, but again he lost that toe, so he drops back in. He'll try and do something similar down towards Copse Corner, but is he going to be alongside? He's going to leave his brake until the last possible minute, but again he has to pull back in. So running slightly wide there is David Winter, which will give him some forward momentum on the run down towards Maggots on this occasion, but no move being made by Ben. 3rd in the first race earlier today, currently sits in 6th place with now 2/3 of this race completed.
Driving standards flag going out to car 43, David Mason, so he needs to watch his step and watch his use of the circuit extremities as well, because he might well find that he gets a 5-second penalty if he's not too careful, which he can't really afford at the moment because he's got 4 other cars ganging up on him now to make it a 5-car battle for second position before too much longer. Certainly Danny Andrew out in front looks a little bit more comfortable now with 4 minutes of the race left to go. This is complete lap 10, so 4 laps to go, I reckon, now in this race. And we've watched this battle quite a lot during this race, but really it has been the battle of the race, hasn't it? 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. There are other good scraps going on down the order. You can see that James Lewis Barnes has lost a position since I last place checked him. Simon Court, number 55, has got through. There a little bit further back we've got James Millman in the 63 car, just behind 1 Colin Marshall and 24 Martin Farrelly. Of course, he was involved in the incident at the first corner, and 69 Thomas Bates has had a spin.
Yep, so Tom spins round. I think he had a spin in race number 1 as well, if memory serves me right. So another spin there to add to the collection, but he rejoins just in front of the race leader Danny Andrew, who now has almost a 3-second lead over David Mason, who's not yet been caught by Jonathan Lister by the looks of things, because again he's still involved in his own battle as they head towards the completion of another lap. So just wondering if Jonathan can fire himself up. Double winner from last year, but he's still got a lot of people behind to watch out for. In fact, all those people, as they go past our commentary position, are now ahead of him. So Jonathan's had a really tardy lap as we focus on Martin Farrelly in 10th, Colin Marshall in 11th, and James Millman's now right with the number 1 car, and he's going to try and get the move done as they come up to the completion of their next lap. But that allows Martin Farrelly to have a little bit of a breather now in that 10th place.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to get any further up the order. He's quite a long way behind James Lewis Barnes, who's in 9th. We're back with the battle for the leading positions, and it's sort of spread itself out a bit now, with Mason still there in 2nd. There's Danny Andrew just disappearing out, shot in the lead of the race. Number 27, David Mason, 43 in 2nd. Ben Powley looking to get back into the podium places here, and he does so. Down the inside he goes of Daniel Sibbons there into Brooklands. Jonathan Lister has just dropped away a little bit, hasn't he, from the back of this group as well, by the looks of it. It was a slower lap from him last time, so I wonder if Jonathan Lister possibly has got a problem. Just keeping an eye out of my window, he's still circulating. I thought he might dive for the pit lane, but there's only 2 laps to go. But I think that Jonathan Lister probably does have a problem.
Yeah, he was running in 3rd, wasn't he? Then dropped on that lap previously to 6th and has now fallen a couple of seconds adrift of David Winter. So I think the main thing for him is just to get some valuable points, of course. Now that this is a championship, it's about picking up solid points. So if you finish inside the top 6, that should put you in good stead for some points. So we'll carry on now, as you said, with just under 60 seconds remaining within this race. But is anything going to unfold here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th? Well, possibly not for 2nd, because I think David Mason may have enough in hand here, especially with side-by-side action like this, as down the inside line goes David Winter to try and get himself onto the podium for the first time this weekend. He finished 4th in race number 1. He's 4th at the minute, but he's all over the back of Ben Powley to try and get that final step of the podium away from him. And then not too far adrift is the number 56 machine as well, which is Daniel Sibbons. So plenty to unfold. 3 cars vying for the final step on the podium as we now work our way, by the looks of things, onto the last lap.
Yeah, last lap board is indeed out. Danny Andrew leading by just under 5 seconds, so he has checked out basically for the win. David Mason probably going to take 2nd, but 3rd, 4th and 5th still very much up for dispute. Simon Court now has got up to 6th place in 55 ahead of Jonathan Lister, who probably is going to lose another few places here before the end of this race, but still you get points for finishing, even if you are further down the order. David Mason, who's already had a warning for exceeding track limits, has gone over the white lines again at Beckett, so again, we'll see what happens there. Anything that will be done after the race now at this stage, but he's there in 2nd place for the moment, and it's side by side for 3rd and 4th between between Winter and Ben Powley. Powley it is that's going to get 3rd place, but it looks like David Mason will hold on to 2nd. Meanwhile, Danny Andrew already coming up to the line, and he takes the checkered flag and wins round 2 of the championship. Who is going to be 2nd? It looks like it's again going to be a blanket finish for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Well, absolutely sensational stuff, and it's just David Mason, car 43, that gets second position by 100th from Ben Powney, number 37. David Winter, 800ths behind him in third place. Daniel Sibbons, fourth, another half a second behind them. Simon Court, 55, is sixth. James Lewis Barn, number 38, got up to seventh place in the end. Martin Sheldon, number 99, in eighth. Jonathan Lister, a very slow last 3 or 4 laps from him. He drops down to ninth place, number 71. And Martin Family, after that spin at Beckett's on the first lap, rounded out the top 10. A much more straightforward win that time for Danny Andrew, but behind them it was very similar to the first race, Matt.
It certainly was, and there was nothing really to call, was there, until the checker flag, where they came through separated by tenths of a second there. So really good fight there. First podium of the year for David Mason after his 6th place earlier on, and Ben Powney picks up his 2nd podium of the day as well. But as we mentioned, Jonathan Lister with some problems definitely towards the end there, who was about 9 seconds off the pace of his quickest time. So he managed to get himself back home inside the top 10. But not too good for a man who was running in the podium places towards the beginning of that race.
Results then, Danny Andrew the winner by 6.34 seconds in car number 27. David Mason second on the road, 43, but only 100ths ahead of number 37 Ben Powney, and a few hundredths ahead of number 35 David Winter. Daniel Sibbons, number 56, took 5th place ahead of Simon Court, who moved his way up the order. James Lewis Barn bounced back after a non-finish early on to take 7th place in car 38. Then it was number 99 Martin Sheldon, the ailing Jonathan Lister, number 71, 9th, and Martin Farrelly, the recovering Martin Farrelly, 10th in car 24. Further back, 11th place went the way of Colin Marshall, 12th to James Millman, Stephen Kimber, Lewis Penstone-Smith, Daniel Court and Barry Stewart were all on the lead lap. Tom Bates after his spin a lap down, and Josh Platts was a retirement. So the Mazda 7 Championship, that will continue in just a few weeks' time at Donington Park. It will then go to Brands Hatch on the Indy Circuit, Cadwell Park in July, then to Alton Park and Snetterton to round out the inaugural Mazda 7 Championship season. But let's now head down to Anthony Jordan. He's in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, with our race winner there, Danny Andrew. 2nd race of the day, but this time a little bit calmer than race 1.
Yeah, I just managed to get the break, what I didn't get last time. I knew we had the pace to pull away, but just never got a chance to show it last time. So yeah, that one was definitely a little bit easier.
It was a bit dramatic at the start of the race. I'm not sure if you were part of it or avoided it. I think you were leading the way at the start, but there was a couple of spins at the back, and I think you managed to avoid all of that.
Yeah, Ben got the launch off the start on me again. My reactions are obviously going with age, but yeah, then went around the outside and went the first corner, and that was all I really saw, to be perfectly honest, which was good. So.
Yeah, it was quite dramatic through the Beckett section of the track, but like you say, you managed to avoid that one. Compared to race 1 earlier today, obviously, like I say, a lot calmer, a lot more smoother, and a great result for you again, 2 wins.
Yeah, definitely, and it was nice to show what pace we could do in clean air as well, which I think was quite competitive. Although I did have a bit of a scare about 3 laps from the end. The engine started making a bit of a funny noise, so maybe that's just leading the race. But I've got to say hello to Max, Zach and Laura, because I got in trouble last time, so you know, it might ease the grief when I get home.
Excellent stuff. Well, well done for this one, and hopefully we'll see you at Donington Park.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Excellent result then for Danny Andrew then for the Mazda 7s. You can hear them, they're lining up at the track at the moment. It's Classic Stock Hatch.
Second race of the day for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catches. Let's have a quick run through the grid. Pole position goes to number 87 Stuart Place in the Peugeot. Alongside him 41 Jason Wood in the Vauxhall. Second row 2 Ryan Morgan in the Fiesta and 88 Martin Kaiser. Third row 6 Andy Philpotts and 39 Martin Rogers. On to row 4, that's going to be 89 Richard Kelsall and 33 Ryan Clark, 91 Steve Groom and 46 Chris Deere. Line up on row 5, James Hazelhurst and Pete Morgan, 12 and 53 on the 6th row. Row 7 is going to be 73 Jason Watkinson and 24 James Hancock. Terry Roughton number 5 and Will Humphries number 30 on row 8. Darren Bassingthwaighte 18 and Jack Reynolds 27 on row 9. Pete Oscarby's Nova 58 and Gary Coburn 60 on the 10th row. Paul Brock 26 and Rick Groom 92 on row 11. David Sheeky 14 and 21 Ian Gribben on the 12th row. And Scott Ward unable to take the start earlier on. Looks like he's missing from the grid again, I'm afraid. So no Scott Ward taking part today. So we've got the cars already coming onto the grid for the second race of the day. Stuart Place it was that took the win earlier on. Of course, while I was commentating, everyone had forgotten that Stuart did win a couple of races in 2019. But he has had the opening win of the season here. He didn't get any wins during the course of last year, but did have a second and third place finish. But he has been a race winner before this year, hoping for a good title challenge. We've got the cars all ready to go then. The red lights go on. And for 15 minutes of racing, they go out after a longish hold. And this 15-minute race gets underway for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. There were one or two cars that may have been out. Someone's wing mirror already disappearing there, I'm afraid. So they will be without that for the rest of the race. Now, I wasn't sure, was Stuart Place actually there? I'm not sure whether I spotted him at the front of the field or not. Yeah, he is there. Stuart Place is there in the lead of the race, so that's good to see. They head down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. There he is, the number 87 car. Jason Wood there as well after he had dramas in race 1. He retired after 9 laps of the 13, having been in strong contention in the early part of the race, but he's dropped down to 4th position already here with a strong start from Martin Kayser up to 2nd, and the other cars start well, that of Ryan Morgan up to 3rd place, Matt.
Yep, is indeed. I think it was Jason Wood's wing mirror who went a missing down towards Copse Corner, so he might be without one to the car where he can look out of the left side, but that won't faze him too much. He has dropped down to 4th place because Martin Kayser's gone to 3rd. Good move for Ryan Morgan to jump up into 2nd place, but it is race 1 winner Stuart Place who comes through to lead the first lap of the race. Also, watch out for Andy Philpotts, of course. He was in drama in race 1 down at Beckett's, but he's made a much better this time start, and he finds himself inside the top 5. So Andy Philpotts, quick peddler, and he sits there in the red Fiesta just up the road from this little battle.
Yeah, end of lap 1 then. Stuart Place leading by about a third of a second from Ryan Morgan. In 2nd place, the runner-up in the championship last year to Pip Hammond. We were saying earlier on the drivers that have dominated classic stock catch racing over the last decade or so. Pip Hammond, Matt Rosier, Lee Scott, none of them here this weekend. Anyway, we'll see if any of them appear as the season goes on track at least. But for the moment, it's looking like it could be a wide open season. Stuart Place, though, got off to the best possible start with a win earlier on. Can he repeat that in race 2 here this afternoon on the Silverstone National Circuit? There's the 91 car going through. That's Steve Groom just ahead of Richard Kelsall. Chris Deere, number 46, who had a very good first race, finishing on the podium. Now, on second fastest times, he started back on row 5 for this one, so he's got a bit of work to do to make his way through the field, and unable there to get past Richard Kelsall, which he'll have another go at in the moment. So Deere still in 10th position, I think. No, 9th position, because he's ahead of Ryan Clark at the end of lap 2 of this race. Earlier on, we've got 13 laps out of our 15 minutes, so we'll see if we get the same again. I expect that we probably will. Down
Ryan
towards
Morgan.
Maggots, there you go. Sorry, Matt, over to you.
Yeah, sorry, I thought, Ryan Morgan has just dived through there, hasn't he, as he went through Copse Corner. So Ryan Morgan not hanging around this time. He wants to try and make sure he's in the right place ahead of Stuart Place behind him. So these two now together, but I think it's fair to say Stuart Place had a fairly comfortable win in race number 1 by just over 3 seconds. But this time round, a lot closer. And at the minute, you've still got Andy Philpotts there in 4th place, and also Jason Wood in 5th, so it's very close out front, and it's possible that Stuart Place may lose 2nd place here as well to Martin Kayser, who's all over his rear bumper as they come through to complete this next lap. Head out of Luffield and on towards Woodcote once more.
4th place car of Andy Philpotts, which goes 2 wheels through the gravel there. You see the big dent in the driver's door you did from the other angle. That was from an incident in the first race. Andy Philpotts has been a race winner in the past in Classic Stock Catch. There is Ryan Morgan then, number 2, no longer in the lead of the race because Stuart Place has swept back ahead of him, number 87. We've lost the number 91 car of Steve Groom, I'm afraid. It looks like he's parked up on the Wellington Straight, I think. And he is out of the race. Leaders heading down towards Maggots and Beckett. Looks like Martin Kayser there was going to sweep into 2nd position. We'll see if he's made that. No, he's not. So it's still Ryan Morgan there in second place, but you've got 3 different shapes of car in the first 3 places. You've got the Peugeot 205 GTI, and then you've got the Fiesta XR2 of Ryan Morgan, and then the injection car, the XR2i, slightly more modern car, of Martin Kayser, number 88 next to it. But there's yellow flags there because of that car stationary on the Wellington Straight.
Yep, so no overtaking on this occasion until that car is moved out of harm's way by the marshals, and I'm sure that will be done very efficiently in the next few laps. But Stuart Place, as you said, finds herself now back into the race leads. A little bit of a tighter line there, whereas the likes of number 2 and definitely the car of number 6, Andy Philpotts, likes to use all of the track and also a little bit of the curb and maybe sometimes a bit of the gravel as well. But they come through line astern this time, which is great to see. So single file down towards Copse Corner. Just over 5 minutes completed, so Ryan Morgan now back down to second as Stuart Place heads back to the front of the field. Martin Kayser there in third, Andy Philpotts, the red Fiesta, in fourth, Jason Wood in the red Nova fifth, and then Martin Rogers next up in sixth place in car number 39. A big lock up there you can hear from Martin Kayser. Does that make him run wide? No, not at all. He did that very well, managed to regain it and get himself through very safely.
Philpotts and Wood going a bit wide there in 4th and 5th positions, cars 6 and 41. The exit of Beckett's along the Wellington Straight we go then for the 5th time in what should be a 13-lap race. Stuart Place just trying to assert his authority on this now and get away from Ryan Morgan here in his 2nd season of circuit racing. Burst onto the scene in the opening meeting of the season at Snetterton last year. Watching Andy Philpotts and Jason Wood there. 2 red cars, the XR2i and the Nova. Then you've got the Martin Rogers, number 39, 205 GTI just behind him, and Richard Kelsall and Chris Deere, who's now been to 8th place with that demise of Steve Grimm a couple of laps ago. Down the National Straight they come, and it's still 87 leading Stuart Place from 2 Ryan Morgan, the National Pit Straight. There's 41 Jason Wood, the PDC back to car. And then he is going to jink to the left, isn't he, on the way down towards Maggot. So I wonder if he'll be able to get alongside. I don't think he did. No, not quite. Both of them lock up fairly heavily there. But both get turned in okay and through the corner. But I think that just does bring Martin Rogers closer to them again. And again, second lap in a row, I've noticed that the number 6 car, Philpotts, has gone quite wide there at that part of the circuit.
Yeah, he likes to use all of the circuit, doesn't it? Does he? Sorry, does Andy in car number 6? He's looking to be under attack here from number 41, as in the background Chris Deere is trying to attack and defend at the same time, although he has made up a couple of positions from where he started this race, so from 10th to 8th, now looking for 7th on the back of number 89, which is Richard Kelsall, and he may just get the job done here on the tighter line. He gets a good run, but will he have the momentum to get through up towards the line? Not quite, because I think Richard Kelsall is going to try and shut the door, although Chris Deere keeps on coming. He's going to have the inside run down towards Copse Corner, but again, it's going to be that tighter line in towards the first corner, and he's now going to be under attack from Ryan Clark in car number 33. So from going to get a place, he's now lost one. And at the same time, Ryan Clark was trying to get past Richard Kelsall as well. So Ryan almost got 2 in the space of 1 corner.
So just over half of the race has gone. Jason Wood, back end of the car, just steps out a little bit there. So it was unsettled under braking for Beckett's corner. He's just lost a couple of lengths, I think, to Philpotts as a result of that. Puts him back into the clutches of number 39, Martin Rogers, who was 8th in last year's Classic Stock Cats Championship. Along the Wellington Straight they go. Rogers with a bit of a gap back to Richard Kelsall now in 7th, and Chris Deere in 8th position. Fastest lap of the race so far, it looks like it's gone to Stuart Place, a 1:13.02. The best lap in the race went to place a 1:12.60, so not quite down to those times yet, and certainly not down to Matt Rose's lap record, which is a 1:12.01.
Chris Deere and the number 12 machine now side by side. That's James Hasselhurst who's going to try and go through. So just after praising Chris about how well he's done to get himself up into 8th place within this race, he's now, I think, dropped himself back down the order into 10th. Yes, he has, as he goes across the line on this occasion. So number 46 did make progress, but now no more, as the top 3 start to spread themselves out once again, pretty much equidistant between the Stuart Place, Ryan Morgan and Martin Kayser machines. And there's Andy Philpotts still using all of that track and a little bit more as he comes through Beckett's, but he's keeping himself ahead of number 41, Jason Wood, so that's good news for him. But what can Jason do about getting a good result this time round? Of course, he was a non-finisher in race number 1, running inside the top 5 for now, as he sits himself in this sandwich with the Philpott's car ahead and the Martin Rogers machine just behind in 6th place.
So 5 minutes of the race left to go, probably 5 laps to go at the end of the one they're about to complete. We're watching the battle for 9th and 10th. James Hazelhurst and Chris Deere. Chris Deere going backwards a little bit after good progress in the first part of the race. He's not going to repeat his podium of race 1. I think we can be pretty sure of that. That was behind Stuart Place and Ryan Morgan. Certainly Place and Morgan on course to repeat their positions at the moment. 1 second between the first two, nearly 2 seconds between second and third at the moment. So that's the battle we're watching for 5th and 6th. 41 Jason Wood and 39 Martin Rogers, who's going to be on the inside of the left-hand flick. And he's done it. Martin Rogers has gone through. Gets the car turned in for Beckett's as well. So a nice move there from Martin Rogers in the Peugeot 205. And a bit like race 1, Jason Wood just drifting down the order as it goes on. And sadly in the first race that then led to retirement.
And just like that as well, Martin Rogers is on his way, isn't he? After getting that move done on Jason Wood, he pulls the gap out between himself and the 41 machine. And if Jason's not careful, he may be passed here as well by Richard Kelsall, because he's got that gap closed down on this lap as well. So through they turn in towards Luffield. Jason Wood just struggling with the Nova at the minute by the looks of things. And the Fiesta now may be able to put itself onto the rear tail as Ryan Clark runs slightly wide, and that will allow the other Peugeot on his tail, number 12, of James Hasselhurst, possibly to get a move done here as he looks towards the inside line down towards Copse. Very, very tight line up against the pit wall, but will that work for James? It's going to be close between the two of them. I think they'll just about give each other enough room. Number 33, Ryan Clark, runs wide, and with it, I think may just keep the place, although they're going to be side by side as they come back into view down towards the left-hander at Maggotts.
Martin Rogers had 2 5th-place finishes during the course of last season. I don't think he's done any better than that previously, so at this stage Martin Rogers on course for his equal best result as Chris Deere National reclaims some of those positions that he lost. He did his PB on the previous lap, a 1:13.26. Best lap of the race is still, though, to Stuart Place. He's got into the high 12s now, 1:12.83. So there, Martin Rogers, number 39, Jason Wood, number 41, and Richard Kelsall, number 89. That's 5th, 6th and 7th positions in this class for classic stock hatches. From primarily the late 1980s and very early 1990s, they are 2 valve per cylinder, 1.6 litre cars. You can run a 1.4 multi-valve engine if you've got the right kind of car for that. There's a minimum weight as well, including the driver, and there's also success ballast as well that comes in after each race. So don't forget that will have been applied to Stuart Place, Ryan Morgan and Chris Deere after race 1.
And that possibly is showing in the terms of Stuart Place. Of course, he still leads the race, but the gap is a little bit less than what he won by in race number 1. So currently between him and Ryan Morgan is 1.1 seconds. As that rear wheel of Jason Wood locks up once again. And just as I said, he was kind of dropping back from Martin Rogers. He's managed just about to bridge the gap once again, although he may be being helped by the number 89 machine of Richard Kelsall, because he's kind of pushing him along as they head onto the straight. So Richard Kelsall making sure Jason Wood gets a move on. The gap closes right down in towards the left-hander at Brooklands. And again, this fight for 5th place is nose to tail with Andy Philpotts, again, not too far up the road in that 4th place. So a nice little 4-way fight here for this classic stock hatch race.
Yep, coming into the closing stages now. 2 laps to go for Stuart Place. He completes lap 11 and he has extended his lead further from Ryan Morgan at 1.75 seconds, and it's more than 3 seconds between Morgan and Kaiser as well. So top 3 looking fairly well sorted. Then it is therefore about these minor positions, 5th, 6th and 7th and 4th actually that we need to get sorted out, because Philpott's just ahead of them. Spinner, and that's Hazelhurst, isn't it? Number 12 that's gone off at Copse, but of course, as Matt was saying earlier on at Silverstone, with such large runoff areas, you can afford to have a spin like that. It's not often going to result in a serious accident and an expensive repair bill. There's the 39 car of Rogers then. holding on to what is now fourth, but no, he's still fifth, isn't he? Just behind the 6 car of Andy Philpott. So it's this 4-car battle, Matt, that we need to watch for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it doesn't help. They're all red, pretty much, does it? But they work their way through then, and they are about to start the last lap, especially that of Stuart Place. But what can Andy Philpotts do about keeping at bay Martin Rogers? He in turn, as Andy Philpotts goes very wide there, lost a bit of concentration, runs out onto the gravel. That's what he did towards the beginning of the race. He's done it again towards the end, but on this occasion he loses 3 places, and he's probably not going to be able to make any of those back up unless anything happens ahead. So a slight mistake there for Andy Philpotts. He weaves across the track to try and get rid of all the dirt and gravel on his tyres, but Andy Philpotts goes from 4th to 7th. If race 1 wasn't bad enough, this one's not going to be a good end to it, unfortunately, either. But they're all through. Copse down towards Maggots and Beckett's, and that's where Stuart Place is about to head on to the Wellington Straight for what's going to be for him the final time.
Good battle going on there between number 60 Gary Coburn in the green Fiesta and 27 Jack Reynolds as well. Also getting involved is the 73 car of Jason Watkinson, just going past both of them there. He's a little bit out of position, really. But as you say, Matt, working his last lap is Stuart Place. There he is, turning his way through Brooklands for the final time. Ryan Morgan too far away to do anything about him now. So it's going to be 2 wins to start the season for Stuart Place. Couldn't get any better than that in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Through Woodcote he goes, up to the line he comes. The checkered flag is waiting for him, and it's a victory 2 today for Stuart Place in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. His eventual margin of victory is 2.2 seconds. Martin Kaiser was 3rd, and it was Martin Rogers 4th in the end, from Jason Wood, Richard Kelsall and Andy Philpotts. But that looked like a spin there for another of the Peugeots, Matt.
Yep, William Humphreys was the spinner, car number 30. He gets away, I think, with not too much time lost, but as you said, Stuart Place winner this time by 2.2 seconds, so a second or so less than what he did it by in race number 1, but a win's a win, so maximum points for Stuart Place at the first 2 rounds of the 2021 Classic Stock Hatch Championship. So well done to him. Brian Morgan and Martin Kaiser are the 2 that worked their way onto the podium, and Andy Philpotts, after that leery moment towards the end of the race, he eventually comes through in what's going to be 7th place.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, so an exciting race there for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship there. The drivers, hands out of the cockpit in some cases, waving to the marshals to express their thanks. And I'm sure the marshals waving in return, because they always appreciate a good race, and that was certainly a good race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, which will continue at Donington Park. They have a triple header actually on the Donington Park National Circuit in a month's time. Let's have a look at the results though, if we can, for that Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship race. Stuart Place it was that took the win by 2.2 seconds from Ryan Morgan, so 87 the winner, 2 in second place. 3rd went to number 88, Martin Kaiser. 4th to number 39, Martin Rogers. Jason Wood 5th, so he got to the end this time, which was good. Richard Kelsall 6th in 89, and then Andy Philpotts after that gravelly moment towards the end lost a few places, so number 6 was 7th. Ryan Clark 8th, number 33, 9th, 46, Chris Deere, and Pete Morgan completing the top 10 in car 53. James Hazelhurst had that spin, but still came home at 11th. Then it was Terry Roughton, number 5 in the Citroen AX. Darren Bassingthwaite, number 13, was 18th ahead of Jason Watkinson, Jack Reynolds, Gary Coburn, Paul Brock, William Humphreys, again another late spin-up, Pete Osgerby and David Sheekey. And then towards the back you got Rick Groom, and we lost during the course of that race Ian Gribben and Steve Groom right at the beginning. So that is the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch action. There were still 2 more races to go here at Silverstone this afternoon. One of those is for the Protect Shock Sports Specials Championship. That's coming up next, and then towards the end of the afternoon, the final race of the weekend, the 21st and final race of the weekend here at Silverstone, is the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. So that is coming up to round out the day at around about 5:30. You can see that the drivers heading down the pit lane now. I think, though, that Stuart Place has peeled in, and very shortly we'll be able to go down to Anthony Jordan. Anthony, all over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, another exciting race there. Stuart Place, another win, 2 for 2. A great start to the season.
Can't want for more. Yeah, just absolutely awesome start of the season. Just hope the season continues like this. It'd be great.
Now, I was a bit curious. Paul just drove past and you had a little bit of a special moment there, special clap moment. What's that all about?
Oh, there's a little bit of a film with Eddie Murphy in. I think it's a Nutty Professor, and we just have a laugh. And if it wasn't for the boys, I wouldn't have the confidence to do it. You know, I've got Jason, Ryan, and Paul, and also I've got my wife and my daughters. And without them, racing wouldn't be the same. I've also got a mechanic who works with me at home, and without them, it doesn't make sense, you know. And we've been waiting for the COVID thing to lift so we could all come racing, because it's family for us. And all the guys I race with, we all get on really well, you know. It's good fun, best class to race.
No, definitely so, and when we see the racing out there, it always looks clean. The lockups look fantastic under braking, and yeah, it just looks like a fantastic series to be involved in.
It's just awesome. It's nice, quite simple. The cars are relatively easy to maintain, and they're just, you know, they just work for us, and it takes a while, but once you're there, it's great.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Do we hope to see you at Donington Park in a month's time?
We'll be there.
Excellent stuff. Well done for today, 2 wins.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff then from Stuart Place, who places first in both the races. Now it's time for our penultimate race of the day. It's time for the Sports Specials.
Protec Shocks Sports Specials taking to the track, but let's first of all have a look at how they line up the grid for this one based on the second fastest times from qualifying early on. It's the Eclipse front row lockout, 11 Paul Collingwood and 99 Martin Gambling. Row 2, last year's champion, 53 Andy Hiley and 64 Anton Landon and Lee Sayana. And then the third row, 40 Darren Berris and number 7 Stuart Much. Second of the Mevs is number 71 Ben Short on the inside of row 4. Next to him number 20 Mark Conroy. Row 5 is 74 Stephen Wells and 30 Stuart Thompson. Row 6, 13 Colin Charles and 18 Colin Benham. On to the next row, row 7, 69 Gerard O'Donoghue and 22 Peter Robinson. Mickey Scott 58 and Nigel Brown number 10 are on row 8. Sylvia Much 79 and Andrew Hayward 27. They line up 17th and 18th. 19th is number 46 Warren Vesey. And then I can tell you that 20th is 44 Marcus Roskill. Then row 11 we've got 87 Dan Young and 26 Alan Robinson. Row 12 is 29 Justin Cox and 77 Brad Snow. Row 13 72 David Barrow and 65 Martin Hayward. And the 14th row 19 Malcolm Shaw and number 70 Trevor Harbour. So that's the way it should all line up for this 15 minutes of racing. Martin Gambling it was that took the victory in the earlier race today, but Paul Collingwood, he was very quick, wasn't he, earlier on today, Matt?
He certainly was, yeah, and of course he had a speed in race number 1, so if it wasn't for that, he may have been the race winner. But as we said, these things happen. He did well to claw himself back towards the front. He finished just a couple of seconds adrift of Martin Gambling, but it was a brilliant race, not just for the overall win, but also for class battles as well. I think most of the race we focused on Class C, which hopefully we'll have again this time round as the green flag is waved from the back of the grid.
Which means that we're almost ready to go racing. So red lights go on now, and then they go out, and away we go then for 15 minutes of racing. Looks like another good start from the Darren Barris. There's one pulling off there. Now that may well have been Paul Collingwood, was it? Yeah, but there's Paul Collingwood going, well, up to speed now, but looked like a slow start from Paul Collingwood from pole position, number 11. So does that mean they've got Martin Gambling out front on his own? I didn't spot him there either, so we'll try and get another shot in just a moment as they turn their way through. It actually looks like the car out in front is the Mev, doesn't it, of Stuart Much, who started 6th. Paul Collingwood is pulling off in the Eclipse, so he might finish 2nd in race 1. Well, actually, he's going to go back onto the circuit. Yeah, there's no Martin Gambling there either, so did he Oh no, he is there. He's so far out in front, he's not in our shot. So Martin Gambling is there, well out in front in the lead of the race. And then it's the MEV in second place of Stuart Much, who had a very good start from 6th position. But Martin Gambling leads, and then the battle for second is headed by number 7, Stuart Much.
Yeah, Martin Gambling so quick, he's gone pretty much. Andy Hiley may have some problems as well as he comes across the line. So number 53 to the left of your picture, yeah, arm in the air. So Andy Hiley, another normal front runner, has problems as well. So Paul is pretty much out as he comes towards the end of this lap, and he'll probably head for the pit lane. And Andy Hiley with some dramas as well. And to be fair, everyone did very well to avoid Paul Collingwood because he was on the pole position of the grid, and with 20 plus cars behind you, pretty much everyone did a sterling job of avoiding him. But Paul Collingwood into the pit lane, Andy Hiley with some problems. Someone with no problems at the minute is Martin Gambling, leading this one by a good 3 or so seconds. But look at this, the fight for second place, Stuart Much and Anton Landon, and that's a Group C car up there in second place. Fantastic.
Yeah, so the 3 classes, of course. Class A for cars of up to 340 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for up to 270. Class C is for all of the MEV vehicles, though, including that one of Stuart Much that runs in second place at the moment. So possibly Martin Gambling's main opposition for this race would have come from Paul Collingwood and Andy Hiley, so he has been left out on his own. Does this mean that we're really focusing on the battle for second position here? Well, and there is Hiley pulling off. Marshall's getting ready to open the gates for him to get him out of harm's way. But yeah, the battle for second looks like where it's at as we watch the 26 car going through. That's Alan Robinson's Silver Phoenix. Here's that battle for second.
Yeah, and a good one it is as well. As we said, just before the race got underway, we had a fantastic Group C battle earlier on, which involves Stuart Much and Ben Short. Well, Ben Short is a little bit further down at the minute, just behind Darren Berris there in car number 40, although he's going to try and make a move now once he's seen the green flags. But yeah, it's Group C that's been the class of this Sports Specials race so far, as through on the inside goes number 30, Stuart Thompson. And I think Stuart and Ben, and also Stuart, had much to play with each other in the first race, so they're back together again in this. So great stuff here from the top 5 or so, but it's Martin Gambling who's already gone through some 4.5 seconds up the road.
Indeed he has. More like 6.3 seconds now, in fact, so he's well clear of the rest. There's number 30, Stuart Thompson, in the car that he also raced last season for the first time, the MK Indy. He raced a Caterham before that, I think. There's Darren Berris just chasing after Stuart Much, so Darren Berris number 14, 4th position. We've often seen Darren as well in the Armed Forces race, challenge races in the past, but he's been a regular in Sports Specials as well for the past season or so. Looks like he's going to try and make a move. Got a bit more straight line grunt possibly with that V8 engine Westfield, and he does go through. But that MEV of Stuart Much is no slouch in a straight line either. We saw that early on when he did battle with Ben Short and was able to sort of get away from Ben down the straights, although Ben was perhaps a little bit quick through the corners. So let's see how this pans out down the straights. Well, Berris, I think, is going to stay ahead, although Much dives down the inside into Cop's corner, and he does make it through on the brakes for the right-hander.
He does indeed, so Much keeps himself in 3rd place, but he's got to be careful not to fight too hard here with the different class cars, because before too much longer, his fellow Group C competitor, Ben Short, may be with him. So Ben's being spurred on for now by Stuart Thompson. A little bit of a moment there for number 29, is that possibly? I think it is.
Yeah, it is the 29 car, isn't it? Which is out of the race, which is Justin Cox's Caterham. And he was a non-finisher earlier on as well.
Yeah, so some problems there for that car. So double yellows as they work their way in towards what's going to be Luffield. So that car now being pushed to a place of safety just through camera point there by the marshals. And as soon as they see the green flag, it's Stuart Thompson on the attack. So he goes through now on Ben Short. And as I said, this is deja vu, because this is exactly what happened in race number 1, although they were also with Stuart Much at the time, and he's not too far up the road as he now makes a move on Darren Berris. So back into 3rd place goes Stuart Much. Up the road is still Anton Landon, Class A car, which sits there in 2nd place overall, albeit 7 seconds now behind Martin Gambling. But this is definitely the fight of the race so far.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? So 7 Stuart Much, 40 Darren Berris, then just behind you've got 71 Ben Short, back ahead of 30 Stuart Thompson, and Mark Conroy, number 20, in the S2000 engined Sienna, closing in on them as well. In the background you can see the Class B leader, number 74 I should say, Steve Wells, the driver from the Isle of Wight. He's leading Class B comfortably again. He won it earlier on today as well. Of course, number 30 Stuart Thompson originally raced in Class B. He switched to Class A in this Formula Championship winning car, however. Along the national pit straight they go with 8.5 minutes to go. The first race went for 15 laps, so I'd imagine we'd get the same race distance out of this one as well. Turning their way through Copse Corner, the rear of that little group is Mark Conroy, you can see, in the Sienna. There's Berris being pushed hard by Stuart Much, but Berris it is that's back ahead at the moment, so a good scrap between those two. They've changed positions several times. And along the straight goes Stuart Thompson with Ben Short in close proximity to him. Then it's Mark Conroy, then as I say in the background, a very lonely actually Steve Wells.
Through goes number 7 once again then, so Stuart Much back ahead of Darren Berris, then Darren Berris fights back round the outside in towards Luffield, gets much more momentum and grip on the outside as Darren, so he now finds himself in 3rd, and that should remain the case as they come up towards the line. So number 40 ahead of number 7, then through in 5th place number 30, which is Stuart Thompson in that next car through, number 30, so he pushes on, and then Ben Short, number 71, is just ahead of Mark Conroy, who has also joined the mix now as well. So Mark, who runs in 7th place, non-finisher from race number 1, so things seem to be going a little bit better for him on this occasion. But these groups now just starting to pair themselves up, haven't they? Because you've got Much and Berris together. Oh, we've got a race leader, Martin Gambling, with a problem. So it hasn't been the day for Class A, has it? Because we had problems for Paul Collingwood, we had problems for Andy Hiley, and with a bang of the steering wheel, Martin Gambling is not having much luck either.
So really the 3 quickest cars in this race, Martin Gambling, Andy Hiley and Paul Collingwood, all out of it. That's not one of the quicker cars, but it's number 19 that's getting back onto the circuit. That's Malcolm Shaw in his Ginetta G4. So what was the battle for second is going to be the battle for the win. We're watching here Nigel Brown, number 10. He's in 9th place, just ahead of Colin Benham, a former champion in sports specials. And then just behind him, I think, is 46 Warren Vesey as well, getting ahead of Gerard O'Donoghue, who completed the first race, albeit he did make a visit to the pits during the course of it. So Nigel Brown in a Class A car, the others in this group in B or C class cars, but they're having a good scrap. Up and over the line they go to complete their 8th lap. So Anton Landon it now is that assumes the lead of the race with the demise of Martin Gambling, and he's got a 2.5 second advantage over Darren Berris, but Berris on the last lap was about 0.3 of a second faster.
Yeah, so it makes our battle for the lead now a lot closer, doesn't it, after the demise of Martin Gambling. So Anton Landon, can he maintain that 2.5 second gap over Darren Berris, of course, who has been fighting pretty hard with Stuart Much? So if he can shake off those attentions, then he might be able to keep himself up there in 3rd position. But Stuart Thompson is the man who's going to try and close things down. He's still got Ben Short to worry about, because last time through across the line there was nothing to choose between them, and as they came through this time I don't think there was too much difference, although Ben Short did move back ahead of Stuart Thompson.
Just keeping an eye on the number 46 car. Heard a whisper that there might be a flame of fire coming out of the side of it. It's hard to see too much on that shot, just out the left hand side. That's where the exhaust is, running down the left hand side of the car. Yeah, there is a flicker of flame just underneath the car, isn't it, just from the exhaust there, Matt? So that's something that may be a concern.
Yeah, keep an eye on that one, but hopefully the wind that we have here at Silverstone should blow that away. But yes, a constant little fire, isn't it, under the left-hand side of that number 46 car. So we'll see if the scrutineers have anything to say about that. But that's Warren Vesey in his Fisher Fury, which makes its way onto the back straight for another time. We've got just over 4 minutes to go. Anton Landon is still your race leader by about 2.5 seconds ahead of Darren Berris, who has now in turn managed to pull away to the tune of about 2 seconds from Stuart Much. Well, that was the case. The gaps now have come down between first and second. Darren Berris in the Westfield trying to catch up with the Sienna of Anton Landon, and he's doing a good job about it, because last time through he was about 9/10 of a second quicker than the race leader.
Yeah, he was, so we'll try and pick up in a moment on what's going on for the lead. We're still watching this battle for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th come down towards us, and Vesey has now gone to the rear of that group. Those are the two leaders just going through shot then. This is the scrap for 3rd and 4th, and also for the Class C win. That's Stuart Much versus Ben Short. Here are the 5th and 6th place cars as well. Stuart Thompson and Mark Conroy going side by side, so they're really paired off, but you've got a battle for the lead, you've got a battle for 3rd, you've got a battle for 5th as well, with 3.5 minutes of the race to go. Stuart Thompson makes a mistake there. He clips the curb, clips the bank on the inside of Luffield there. That just sends the car across the circuit briefly, and that's a mistake that he will regret, I'm sure, because it's allowed Mark Conroy to get through Paul away quite convincingly. Now Mark Conroy is going to, Stuart Thompson is going to struggle to recatch Mark Conroy for 5th position.
I think that number 30 car may have some more serious problems, because it had just started to slow off before that incident. So let's see if number 30 falls further back. He's got Stephen Wells to worry about before too much longer as they work their way down towards Beckett's now as they come into shot. It doesn't look too bad. I think it's picked up the pace once again, but now down to 6th place has gone Stuart Thompson. Here's that fight for 3rd place, and more importantly for Class C honours as well. So Stuart Much still remaining ahead of Ben Short by a few tenths of a second, but this is exactly what we saw in race number 1 as well. So nothing has really changed. I think the only thing that has changed is that number 30 is not embroiled with them as well, because Stuart Thompson was a little bit of a nuisance for these two earlier on. It was a great race, but they were trying to focus on their own class battle as they come through now to complete 12 laps. Onto lap number 13 they go, and just to point you in the direction of the top two, that gap between Anton Landon and Darren Berris has now grown slightly to almost 2 seconds.
Less than 2 minutes to go in this race then. I can see the battle we were watching earlier on out of my window, and Gerard O'Donoghue has got ahead of Nigel Brown now for 8th position. So that scrap continues. There's the scrap for Class C, and Short in the green car, Much in the blue car. Absolutely side by side. Mark Conroy just behind, well not just behind him, but quite way behind him in 5th. And Stuart Thompson number 30 in 6th. Is Ben Short going to get through on the inside into Brooklands? No, he's not. So he'll be on the outside line for Luffield Corner now as well. Meanwhile, Anton Landon comes through, and he is going to see the last lap board. So Anton Landon goes on to his final lap of the race with just about a minute to go, and he is 2.27 seconds ahead of Darren Berris now. There's the Class C battle, just hovering into view behind one of the slower cars. So Ben Short is in the moment number 71 in 3rd position. Of course, earlier on today it was Stuart Much that won Class C, so is it going to be a reversal of fortunes? Let's have a look as they head down towards Maggots.
Yeah, eyes glued on this Class C fight. There was a lock-up, and it's Stuart Much who runs wide, so Ben Short may have just been gifted the opportunity for 3rd place overall and also for Class C honours. He really is pushing now, but Stuart Much will have a couple of chances to try and fight his way back through. First off, in a straight line here, can he go to the outside in towards the left-hander at Brooklands? He's going to give it a good go, but Ben Short just needs to defend here, which he can't do, because alongside comes Stuart Much. Is it going to be arms and elbows? We'll wait and see, but Anton Landon on towards the line for the checkered flag.
Yeah, so Anton Landon, number 64, goes over the line, takes the checkered flag and wins round 2 of the Protect Shock Sport Specials Championship. And he's done that by 1.37 seconds in the end from Darren Berris. There is Anton going through, and for 3rd and 4th in the Class C, it was a dead heat. Identical times for number 7 Stuart Much and number 71 Ben Short. We'll see if our timekeeper Terry Stevens can find a fact paper to put between them and work out whether one of them has finished 3rd and one of them has finished 4th. But for the moment, they're showing on our screen with identical times, 8.86 seconds behind the leader. Here's that battle that was going on for 8th place. Nigel Brown back ahead of Gerard O'Donoghue then as they come towards Woodcote for the final time. It is going to be Nigel Brown that hangs on, and he takes 8th place. In the meantime, Stephen Wells has come across the line in the Sub-Zero to win Class B once again. But an entertaining race there, and we lost 3 of the leading protagonists, Matt, but it was no less entertaining because of that.
No, with that, it gave us a great fight out front, didn't it? And it was Anton Landon who came through in the Sayonara to win for the first time this year. I think Darren Berris is happy with the 2nd place as well, but I think it was that swooping outside line from Stuart Much that may have just given him the Class C honours there, because he's done that so many times here today, and if they can be separated, it's going to be by a very, very small margin for 3rd place.
Yep, those are the results then. Anton Landon, the winner from Class A in the Sayonara Mark II. He did his 14 laps 1.37 seconds quicker than number 40, Darren Berris, in the Westfield V8. Stuart Much, 3rd overall, winning Class C in the MEV XZR, given on identical lap time to Ben Short, 8.86 seconds behind the winner at the end. 5th, number 20, Mark Conway. 6th was 30, Stuart Thompson. Then in 7th place was the Class B winner, Steve Wells, in the Sub-Zero, number 74. Nigel Brown was 8th, number 10. Gerard O'Donoghue 9th and 3rd of the MEVs, and Warren Vesey, despite that flick of flame that we saw for much of the race, number 46, came home 10th. Then it was Colin Benham, Andrew Hayward and Martin Hayward. The Haywards finishing in consecutive positions as they did in race 1. Marcus Roskill 14th, Brad Snow 15th, Sylvia Much 16th, and David Barrow 17th. I think the last of the drivers to make it to the checkered flag. And the Protec Shock Sports Specialist Championship, that's another one that continues at what's going to be a very busy Donington Park meeting in a month's time, which we look forward to. One more race still to come today. That is the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. That's the last of the action from here at Silverstone today. Let's go down to the pit lane for the penultimate time today, and it's Anthony Jordan once again.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, we are with our race winner, Anton Landon. Now, Anton started 4. It looked like everyone was sailing away, and then mechanical gremlins came into a factor, and your quick driving helped out for a race win on that one.
I think so. Yeah, I think when you saw Martin pull off, he was miles ahead, and he'd got it in the bag. But then he was actually, pulled up just past the Beckett's area and managed to sneak through, and I thought at that point, I'm first. I didn't believe it, but there you go. And I think Paul had spun earlier, so yeah, it was great.
It's always a nice feeling knowing that you're first. Sometimes it can also play tricks on the mind, so it's always better to not think you're first.
And there was a lot of oil down, and you're thinking someone's going to get the better of this rather than me, and I wasn't doing very well around the oil. So, but managed to get, and the checkered flag couldn't come soon enough, could it? You know.
I can imagine. So 15 minutes doesn't seem like a lot of time, but when you're racing out there in these cars, it seems like an eternity.
Yeah.
The sun is quite low in the sky, and of course, and you've got the clear visor on, so I can imagine that's a bit of a challenge for you as well.
It is. It's not that good, but to be honest, you just focus on in front. You're not looking at that. You squint a bit, but there you go.
Excellent stuff. Well, well done on a race win in the second race today.
Take care.
Spot on. Excellent stuff then from Anton Landon there. A race win for himself there. As some of the other cars you can see there have pulled into the pit lane, I think going to be getting a bit of a telling off, I think, at some point. Not too sure what for, but an exciting race for the penultimate race. It's now time for the final race of the weekend here at sunny Silverstone. It's time for Sports 1000.
Yes, the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship cars are coming out onto the circuit. They're picking their way between the recovery trucks, picking up broken down sports specials cars, and the marshals who are laying some cement dust on the oil. This is the order in which they will line up. It's based on the fastest lap times from earlier on today, so pole position goes the way of number 67, Victor Newman, although I can't see his car there. So 1, Ryan Yarrow, may well be on his own on the front row. Second row should be 5, Michael Roots, and 6, Daniel Lana, but again, Michael Roots appears not to be there. And nor 2 is Daniel Lana, so it looks like we've lost all of the Metals, unfortunately. So 31, it's the next car that's actually out there, which is Colin Spicer. He should be next to 24, Rich Miles, but he looks like he is also missing. 63, Colin Chapman at the back. I'm just wondering, yeah, we have got some of these cars that have been moved to the back, so I suspect we've had an amended grid, which is what I am just going to locate now, if I can. I suspect there's been some issues after the first race, possibly some changes to the results as well. So let me just get the right information in front of me for you before the race gets underway. So yeah, in the results we did have a number of exclusions, and it's for ride height infringement. So Matthew Minette, Rich Miles, Stephen Dean, Andrew Timpson, Michael Roots, Dan Lana and Victor Newman all failing the post-race ride height check, which meant that Ryan Yarrow took the win from Colin Chapman and Carl Austin. And that means that the grid has been amended and has on pole position then number 1 Ryan Yarrow, and alongside him 31 Colin Spicer, 63 Colin Chapman and 20 James Walker on the second row, 44 Carl Austin and 72 Jonathan McGill on the third row, 87 Tom Johnston and 50 Tim Hovard on the fourth row, 21 Phil Hutchins and 49 Tim Gaunt on row 5, number 9 Ian Hutchinson and 77 Matt Thomas on row 6, row 7 is 67 Victor Newman and 5 Michael Roots, row 8 6 Daniel Lana and 24 Rich Miles, 9th row 23 Matthew Minette and 34 Stephen Dean, and row 10 on his own number 42 Andrew Timpson. So a lot of very quick drivers at the back of the grid then, Matt.
Well, that's a way to set us up, isn't it, for the final race of the day. There's going to be plenty of action for those quicker cars, I'm sure, to work their way through the field. So watch out for all of them. But Ryan Yarrow, one of those who was quickest earlier on and picked up eventually the win, as you said, with those exclusions and penalties that we had from the ones who came through on the road as the top three. But yeah, it's going to be one to watch out for. Looking forward to this with the Mattels to work their way through from near enough the back of the field. I think they're about 3/4 of the way down, and also Daniel Lana I can see in front of our commentary position, so number 6 is down towards the back as well, and also number 24 Rich Miles, as you said. So yeah, it's going to be a fast race to see how they work their way through, but for now we're just getting the grid lined up.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a delay in getting the cars on that. I wonder if the marshals have got the up-to-date paperwork with the revised grid on it, because they seem a little unsure as to where all of these cars should be being lined up. It caught me by surprise, and it's no surprise it's caught the marshals by surprise as well. Certainly a big shake-up to the results then, as I mentioned, to that earlier race, with Ryan Yarrow getting the verdict on the win from Colin Spicer, from Colin Chapman in second place, and in the results it was Carl Austin third, but it's based on fastest lap time, so Colin Spicer it is that lines up alongside Ryan Yarrow on the front of the grid. But with these quick drivers towards the back, we've got an intriguing racing prospect. It does seem as if it was all of the Mattels that have been affected, unfortunately, by this post-race ride height check, which is done to make sure that all of the cars are compliant with the regulations. Obviously, in this case, several of them weren't, and that has cost a number of drivers very strong results from the first race. So a bit of a shake's been affected in that way. Matthew Minette as well has also been in touch with me. You remember he had some spins in the first race, and he was saying that his brake bias was set incorrectly, and so he was locking the rear brakes more than he would hope, and the tyre pressures were out as well. So he's got his book of racing driver excuses, no reasons, out, and let me know what the situation was. Hopefully Matthew will have a better race second time around, but yeah, unfortunately that a number of drivers have been penalised or excluded from the first race, so they won't be able to carry any championship points from that, and that means they have to start from the back of the grid for race 2. If the old system had been in operation of the second fastest lap times from qualifying, setting the grid for the second race, then they'd have been all right. But the regulations rewritten a couple of years ago for Sports 1000, and that means it's race 1 fastest laps that set the grid for race 2. Right, we have got a green flag at the back now, so very shortly we'll be able to go racing for 15 minutes for the Rimac Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. There's the 1 minute board, and Marshall's just getting off the circuit. We should be in for an excellent race. It's going to be fascinating watching these cars battling through from the back. I'm sure we'll see at least some of them making their way up into the top 3 positions, but Ryan Yarrow, you have to fancy then for a second victory, as it will be at the start of this season. The 5-second board has been shown, the revs are rising, the race about to get underway. Lights go out. Good start by Colin Spicer from the second position on the grid. Can he get the march on Ryan Yarrow as they go down towards the first corner? It looks like he can, so I think it's Colin Spicer then that goes into the lead of the race. There's 87 Tom Johnston, so a few different names up towards the sharp end of the field for at least the first few laps of this Sports 1000 race. Looks like Spicer from Yarrow then as they head down into the second corner at Beckett's. It's James Walker third, Carl Austin fourth, Colin Chapman fifth. That's the way of things then, Matt, as they make their way along the Wellington Straight for the first time in this race, with the quick drivers trying to work their way through.
Yeah, how long will it take them to get through as well? Already, Michael Root's making light work of some of the traffic. Number 5 up the inside. He's going to have to be careful, though, because everyone vying for the same position in towards the left-hander. That's Daniel Lana a little bit wide, so he's gained a couple of positions, but then runs wide in towards Brooklands. There's Michael Roots as everyone turns their way through the cement dust, which was laid down after that race we just had. So, yeah, very eventful start there, but a few positions already being made by those lower down the field. But it is going to be Colin Spicer who comes through to lead lap number 1. Second place is Ryan Yarrow from the front row, and then third place for James Walker across the line in the Spire. But we'll keep an eye on the quick ones like Newman, Roots, and of course Lana as well.
Yeah, there is James Walker in third place at the moment then, so Colin Spicer managing to hold on to the lead of the race from Ryan Yarrow here. Walker in third, so it Spires in the first 3 positions at the moment. In fact, the first 5 positions at the moment. The first non-Spy is now Michael Roots. He's got up to 6th position ahead of Tim Hovard. The reigning champion, Ryan Yarrow, thought about making a move on Colin Spicer. Then you see that Colin Spicer's car is for sale, and Colin has been developing with M&R, Mark Norton Racing, a new car which he hopes to have out for Anglesey in June. So watch out for that. In the meantime, this Spy is for sale. There, Tim Hovard being chased by number 21, Phil Hutchins. He was one of the drivers that started at the back of race 1, qualifying out of session. The exclusion of others has really gifted him a higher grid position for this second race. And he's making the most of it, having a good scrap with Tim Hovard. He's got Daniel Lana trying to come through behind him as well.
Yep, so another lap completed. Lap 3 we're on to. It's Michael Root who has made his way up into 6th place. So not too bad. He's a couple of positions better off than his teammate of Victor Newman, who's just there coming through now in car number 67. So that's the car in 8th place. And between both of them is number 24, which is Rich Miles, who's also come from a little bit lower down, as now Michael Root tries to make a move on number 63. Very late on the brakes there was Colin Chapman. That may just mean he runs wide in towards the left-hander at Brooklands. And now can Michael Root go right round the outside on some of that cement dust? No, he can't. He's going to be right in the best position, though, to get a good slipstream up towards the line as side by side for the lead, because Ryan Yarrow now goes ahead of number 31, Colin Spicer.
Yeah, he does. So Colin's lead lasted for just under 3 laps, but Ryan Yarrow, as we perhaps expected, takes the lead now. He started on pole position, of course. Spicer there, number 31 in 2nd position. James Walker in 3rd place, number 20. He's been a champion in Arctic B, as it was at the time in the past as well. Drove previously in the front-engined category. He's out there in the ex-Duncan Hauler Spire. Rich Miles has made good progress, as well as Michael Roots there, and is right behind Roots actually. So those two in 6th and 7th places, with Newman in 8th. Looks like Roots is going to make up one more place now. He goes down the inside of number 63, Colin Chapman, up into 5th position then as he goes into Brooklands. So Roots gets that slightly slower car between himself and Rich Miles, but Miles immediately goes up the inside of Colin Chapman, going into Luffield Corner, and I think we'll get through as well. So those two running 5th and 6th now, with Chapman down to 7th.
Yeah, good run here from Rich Miles. He's going with Michael Roots at the minute, and also Victor Newman now about to make a move through up into possibly 7th. No, he's going to stay in 8th place, or is he going to go to 7th? It's going to be close because Colin Chapman's in there as well. So some good battling at the minute as they work their way through this race, with almost 5 minutes to be completed as they come down in towards Maggots and Beckett's. There's the number 5 car of Michael Roots, which may be able to get past James Walker and also Colin Spicer on the straight. Let's see how much speed the Mattel has got. while all this goes on, Ryan Yarrow continues to extend his lead out front as they come down towards the left-hander at Brooklands. There goes Michael Roots, but he can't quite go to that inside line, can he? Because the cement dust is there, and it's a mistake from our third place man, James Walker. He takes a rotation. Luckily, he finds himself pointed in the right direction, but he has to fire the car back into life, and he was trying to defend there, wasn't he, from Michael Roots? Just wondered if he was put off by where Michael may end up in towards the corner.
Yeah, so Walker makes an error there. He'll be frustrated by that as Roots about to make up another position then. That's going to be Colin Spicer that he gets past. So he's up into second place now is Michael Roots. Now, how far behind? He's only just over 3 seconds behind Ryan Yarrow. So bear in mind this is a 20-minute race. There's still 14 minutes or so to go. We still do have a race on our hands for the win here, don't we? It's not all over yet by any stretch of the imagination. Victor Newman now is ahead of Rich Miles as well, so Rich Miles' progress has stalled. He's still in 6th place, and it's Newman now that will be able to give chase of number 5, Michael Roots, the fellow Mattel driver, and as they both set off in pursuit of Ryan Yarrow, who's 3 seconds up the road.
Yeah, Rich Miles catches the cement dust that time, so almost runs into number 44, which is Carl Austin, but manages to avoid him. But can Rich Miles get through on Colin Spicer? At the beginning of this lap, he was second. He's going to be down into 5th place by the looks of it now, as Rich Miles gets up alongside on the inside. Across the line he goes, so Rich Miles and Colin Spicer together behind. I think Colin Chapman and Dan Lana are possibly side by side as well, so a good fight here for 6th on backwards. But you're right, the gap out front is going to surely come down between Michael Roots and Ryan Yarrow, and it's effectively like Ryan's been given a head start in this race, hasn't it? Because in race number 1, if it would have stayed as it was a 6-second victory for Michael Roots, and at the minute that gap is 3.5. So let's see if they can work together to close the gap down, but it's Yarrow that leads from Roots and Newman as they work their way past a slightly slower car there.
Yeah, that looks like a car that's going to go into retirement. I think that's the 77 car of Matt Thomas. He's only completed 2 laps according to our timing screen, so he's clearly got issues. I think he was not classified in the first race either. So Colin Chapman and Colin Spicer, who've often been in a battle together over the years, are in a battle again. They're just ahead of Carl Austin here as well. Carl Austin in the 44 car, who was a newcomer just a couple of years ago, the mechanic from Devon. But up front, it's Ryan Yarrow leading by 3.46 seconds from Michael Roots. He's 1.11 seconds clear of Victor Newman. There's that 77 car of Matt Thomas being lapped once again. There's the 2 Mattels together. Next car through should be Rich Miles. It is. There it is. 24 in 4th position now. Looking at the lap times, the best lap of the race so far is a 1:00.90 for Ryan Yarrow. Set on the last lap of the race, actually. In the earlier race, Victor Newman did a 60 seconds dead, exactly 60 seconds, just 2/4 outside Tim Gray's lap record from a few years ago.
Yeah, and if anything, the gap between the top 2 has actually grown on that previous lap. So let's see if Michael Roots can respond. Let's see if Victor Newman could do anything as well. He lost a little bit of ground to his teammate on that previous lap, but as they come up towards the line, Yarrow and Roots, the gap was 3.4. It's down to 3.1 because Roots now has done the quickest, the new quickest lap of the race, 1.008. Scrap that because Victor Newman behind has gone slightly quicker, also to do a 1.008.85. So yeah, the gap is now starting to close. It's eyes forward, isn't it, for Michael Roots and Victor Newman, and with still half the race to go, there's plenty of time for that gap to come down as we watch the fight for 4th place, which continues now between Rich Miles and the number 63 car of Colin Chapman.
Yeah, Colin's not been able to make his escape really, Rich hasn't been able to make his escape from Colin Chapman in the way that I thought he might do. Last time through, in fact, Chapman did his best lap of the race at 1:01.47. He was 4/10 faster on that lap than Rich Miles. Colin lapping almost as quickly as he did in the first race as well, when he did a 1:01.39. Coming up to the halfway mark of this race, which is likely to go for 20 laps, I would think. That's what we had in the first race. It is Ryan Yarrow still leading, but the gap is coming out because Michael Roots has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:00.58. So he's now eating into Ryan Yarrow's advantage. But the one that doesn't look like he's making much progress towards that leading group is Rich Miles in 4th place, car number 24.
No, he's kind of stagnant, isn't he, in that 4th place. The gap is about 4 seconds between him and Victor Newman, although that time through, Rich did do his personal best lap time, 101.3, although that is still slower than the 3 cars ahead of him. So Rich Miles continues to fall back, but I think the main point for Rich now is to keep Colin Chapman at bay, and also Colin Spicer is not too far adrift in that number 31 machine, the black and red car, which, as Ian mentioned, is for sale. As behind, Dan Lana now tries to make up a position, again gets on that cement dust, just makes the car a little bit squirrely coming down towards Brooklands. So in a move that could have happened and probably should have happened, Dan Lana doesn't go through past on the number 44 car of Carl Austin. So they remain as they were for 7th and 8th places. But now Dan Lana gets a much better run through the final corner. He comes up towards the line and he may have a chance of diving to the inside at Cobb's Corner. So watch out for number 6, Dan Lana. This time does now go through to get himself up into 7th place.
Yeah, Lana, who did 3 seasons of RGB races, it was then between 2015 and 2018, brings a privateer. He's a solution architect at Jaguar Land Rover, making his return to racing. What he admits is a bit of a battered Mittel, but still quick, he says, and he's proven that to be the case. He's lapping in the, or capable of lapping the low 1-minute ones in this race so far. Up front, Roots has taken another half a second out of Ryan Yarrow, by the way, so the gap now first to second is barely 2 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on how that pans out. Let's watch the Jonathan McGill car go through. He's chasing after number 49, Tony Gaunt. Tony from Belper, semi-retired these days. The orange and white car, you can just see towards the back of the shot, just turning through. That's a self-designed and built car, which is certainly something to be very proud of. He has raced that car since 2012, previously racing in kit cars since 2006 and RGB since 2009, and obviously now it's known as Sports 1000. He didn't design and build that car to go rallycrossing in, though, which is exactly what he's just done, and allowed Jonathan McGill to go through.
Yeah, only loses the 1 position, but a little bit of dirt kicked up there to give the left-hand side of the car a little bit more of a lesser finish. But on they battle now for places around 14th and 15th places. Just to update you on what happened at the front that time, the gap came down even further. So Michael Roots now is only 1.3 seconds adrift. So more inroads being made for the victory here between Ryan Yarrow and Michael Roots, and as they go past our commentary position this time, I think it's come down even further between the top 2. So some really good laps now being set by Michael Roots, but I think it's the man in 3rd place, that of Victor Newman, that we can see now, car number 67, which again is the quickest man on circuit. So these 3 are really concertinaing together, and it's Ryan Yarrow before too much longer, which will be feeling the pressure from behind from these 2 light blue liveried cars. And it's not going to be too much longer, I don't think, Ian, before they're right with the race leader.
I suspect that Ryan Yarrow wasn't expecting to feel the breath on his neck of Michael Roots during the course of this race, with Roots, of course, having to start virtually at the back. He was excluded. There were several cars excluded, though, so there were several cars behind him still. He wasn't right at the back of the field, but he was not where he was expecting to be on the grid, nor too was Victor Newman. So 5 car of Roots comes through. The gap was 0.99 at the end of the previous lap. Does it come down again? The answer is yes, it has, to 2/3 of a second, so it's come down by about 3/10 that time. Yarrow is probably going to have 7 laps to try and defend his lead here, and that's going to be awfully hard work, because now Michael Roots will be able to pick up the tow. We've got the 42 car of Andrew Timpson ahead of them. They'll need to lap him. They'll probably get him down the Wellington straight, though, which is not the worst place to catch him. And I just wonder as well, if Ryan Yarrow and Michael Roots start to slow each other up, whether Victor Newman, who's still about 1.5 seconds behind them, whether he will start to come into the equation a bit more as well.
Yeah, Victor Newman there in 3rd place didn't make too much of ground on the top 2 that time. He was in fact the slowest. No, he wasn't. It was Ryan Yarrow who was the slowest of the 3, but Victor Newman slower than he once was before. So it's game on here for the race victory. We've got 5 and 3/4 minutes to go as they come through, but it's still Ryan Yarrow that heads the way. And I wonder if they're going to catch any more traffic. There's a little bit that's gone through, but they may just escape it before the end of this one.
Yep, it's I think traffic will come into play again before the end. Ian Hutchinson's the next car up the road that will need to lap. He's about 15 seconds ahead, but he's lapping 3 or 4 seconds later, so I think they will catch those back markers towards the end of the race. So, gap stayed pretty static on that lap. 0.65 seconds is now the difference between number 1, Ryan Yarrow, and number 5, Michael Roots. Victor Newman got marginally closer than he was on the previous lap as well. Mitch Miles just did his personal best lap of the race, so he is getting away from Colin Chapman now, but not really making any inroads on the leaders. And the 77 car, I can tell you, of Matt Thomas coming into the pit lane as well. That's the Spire GT3, I think the ex-Jason Stowe car that's coming into the pit lane. But with less than 5 minutes to go now, very much a race on. Ryan Yarrow against Michael Roots for victory in round 2 of the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship.
And this is by sure the closest it's been so far. Is this a move for Michael Roots? Very late on the brakes, trying to get to the inside of Ryan Yarrow. Ryan sees him coming, but keeps that outside line to keep the momentum going as well. But across the line, less than 0.3 of a second between the two of them. And watch out now for Victor Newman, because as you said, Ian, he's not too far adrift with the squabbling that's now starting to begin. I think Victor Newman is almost close enough to start to pick up a tow from the top two, because that time round, he again set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:0.16. And again, it's Michael Roots who dives out from the rear of Ryan Yarrow's car. He tries to go to the outside line in towards Brooklands, but he's not quite brave enough to get the job done. So now Ryan Yarrow is going to have to defend for his life here with 4 minutes to go. And just as he does that, look who's there. Victor Newman has well and truly now caught the second place man.
Well, Newman is closer to Roots than Roots is to Yarrow now as they go over the line. 16 laps completed. I expect that means there's 4 laps to go in this race. Half a second first to second, 0.2 seconds to third. So a 3-car fight, and Mitch Miles in 4th place, just not lapping quite as quickly as those. He's lapping in the 1-minute ones, whereas all of the others have broken into the 1 minute, the 60-second mark. Not broken the 60-second mark and got into the 59s at all during the course of the day, but who knows, might see that before the end of the race. Or number 9, Ian Hutchinson, who was the first back marker that they were going to catch, has well, he's been caught now because he's driven off the circuit, almost perhaps in avoidance of the leading cars at Beckett. So here come the leaders turning their way into Brooklands for the 17th time. Very tight between the first 3 cars in this race. 10 seconds back, Rich Miles in 4th, Colin Chapman 63 is 5th, and Dan Lana number 6 is rounding out the top 6 places.
You're right though, Ian, the gap between 2nd and 3rd is closer than it is to 1st to 2nd, although it becomes very equidistant across the line on this occasion. So through they go, 4/10 between 1st and 2nd, and it's now going to be, by the looks of things, pretty much 4/10 between 2nd and 3rd. So yeah, pretty equal there on that occasion, but it's kind of that thing now, isn't it? Michael Roots probably won't think Victor Newman's going to try anything silly, but you still have that focus in the back of your mind that your teammate and your competitor is there trying to make a move at the same time. So on they go now to the Wellington Straight for the 18th time of asking, just over 2 minutes remaining, and let's see who picks up the tow on this occasion. I think Victor Newman's going to be very close to make a move for 2nd, but again, he's not quite late enough on the brakes to get anything done. So through they come now towards the completion of this lap, and they may just catch one more car before the end, but as you said, Ian Hutchinson made it quite easy, didn't he, just to step out of the way a couple of laps ago. As the race leader Ryan Yarrow runs very wide, that could give a chance now for Michael Roots to get through at Copse Corner.
Well, let's see if it's sapped Yarrow's momentum. There's one of the back markers turning through. There is Yarrow, there is Roots. Roots right in the tow, and Newman just behind him as well as they turn their way through Copse Corner, heading down to Maggots and Beckett's, with just this and one more lap to go at the end of it. Well, there is the number 1 car, and where is Roots? Roots has lost a little bit of time there through Copse by the looks of it, so all of a sudden Ryan Yarrow just a little bit more of an advantage.
He certainly is. So I just wonder if Michael Roots ran very wide through Copse Corner just to lose some momentum to the race leader, because it was definitely on the coattails going down towards Copse. He now tries in towards the left-hander at Brooklands, but still not quite close enough there. And the back marker will come into play, but where will it come into that play? Because it's going to come now onto the start-finish line, and if they can all get past before the first corner, then they should be safe. But if they catch them in the corner, then that's going to hold surely a few of them up as they come through now to get the last lap board in this last race of the day. So it's all on here. Top 3 together. Ryan Yarrow leads by 4/10. Second place is Michael Roots, and third place for Victor Newman. So here we go. Who's going to take the final spoils of the weekend? It's going to be the back marker, which is just going to be caught probably in the worst time for Ryan Yarrow.
Yeah, down at Beckett's, that's Matthew Manette getting well out of the way of all three leaders. So, Yarrow leading, number 1, 5, Michael Roots in second place, 67, Victor Newman in third. Certainly Roots is close enough to challenge. He pulls out of the slipstream, he goes to the inside as they go into Brooklands corner. And can he do it? Can he do it? He leaves his braking very late. They're overlapping as they go into Brooklands corner. Oh, and a mistake from Ryan Yarrow. The car twitches sideways and Michael Root capitalises on it. Can 67 Victor Newman go around the outside as well? No, he can't. So is Michael Root's now going to hang on this run to the flag. Ryan Yarrow has led for 19 3/4 laps of this race, but Michael Roots wins it. He won on the road earlier on today. He wins on the road the second time. Let's hope the ride height's sufficient this time. But Michael Roots at the penultimate corner of the race pulls off a great move to take the win by 0.3 of a second from Ryan Yarrow. Victor Newman was third. Rich Miles across the line in fourth place, number 24. Fifth to number 63, Colin Chapman, who has, just gone across the line. Sixth to number 6, Daniel Lana. Seventh to number 44, Carl Austin. Eighth to number 31, Colin Spicer. Ninth is going to be number 20, James Walker, after his early spin. And 10th, I think, number 21, Phil Hutchins. We're just watching the battle between Tim Hovard and Tony Gaunt. This is for 14th and 15th positions, and Tim taking time out from jabbing people, which is his regular pastime these days. That is part of the vaccination programme, I hasten to add. He is coming up to the line to take 14th position, just ahead of Tony Gaunt there, so a good scrap there. But what a dramatic conclusion to the weekend's racing, Matt.
Certainly was. It was that pressure, wasn't it? That pressure point down towards Brooklands, and in the end it was the overlap that got Michael Roots through to get the job done on Ryan Yarrow, and then a slight mistake with him being out wide, caught a bit of the dirt, and the back end stepped down, so it just allowed the number 5 car to come through, and almost number 67 Victor Newman as well. But Michael Roots on this slowing down lap, making sure he picks up enough rubber to make sure that car is as high as possible, not to be too low for the scrutineers. But fantastic way to end the weekend, as you said. Some really good racing, and it's the Sports 1000s that wrap us up nicely.
Yeah, a very good race indeed. Michael Roots then taking the victory, snatching it from Ryan Yarrow, 2 corners from home. So number 5 takes the win, 0.29 seconds clear of Ryan Yarrow, number 1. In second place, Victor Newman, 67, was in third place. They were about 11 seconds clear in the end of Rich Miles, number 24, who took 4th. Colin Chapman it was that took 5th in the number 63, Spire. So Mittel's first and second, Spire's first and third, Spire's second, 4th and 5th. Number 6, Daniel Lana was in 6th place, number 6. 7th to number 44, Carl Austin. 8th to number 31, Colin Spicer. 9th to number 20, James Walker. And 10th to number 21, Phil Hutchins, all in Spires. And further back, Tom Johnston was 11th, Stephen Dean 12th, Tim Hovard and Tony Gaunt 13th and 14th. Jonathan McGill 15th, Matthew Manette a lap down in 16th, along with Ian Hutchinson and Andrew Timpson, with Matt Thomas failing to make it to the end. But a great way to round out the racing, Matt, but also we've had some excellent action all the way through this Sunday of the 750 Motor Club race meeting at Silverstone.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Really good racing, as you said. Close as ever. You wouldn't expect anything different from the 750 Motor Club. And the weather has been perfect as well. We've had some sunshine, we've had some lovely weather, and it stayed dry, which is always the main thing. And I've got to work with you again, Ian. It's been a few years since I've been in a box, although a distant box, but no, thoroughly enjoyed it.
We might even let you do it again sometime. Who knows? I know you're joining us again on the live stream later in the year at Snetterton, so we'll look forward to your company then as well. But let's now head down to the pit lane to talk to Anthony and hear from our race winner for the final time. But from Matt Suckling and myself, it's good night. And Anthony, we'll leave it with you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, our final race winner of the weekend, Michael Roots. Honestly, Michael, I wasn't expecting to be speaking to you. I was expecting to be speaking to someone else. But what a lunge. If ever I've seen an advertisement for licking the stamp and sending it, it was that.
Yeah, it wasn't too much. It was a timed overtake.
It definitely didn't look it from our point of view.
He saw me coming, but yeah, I thought it was quite a nice move. But I had to do it for Scott and Ian. They've worked really hard on the car, Todd, and yeah, the kids said, yeah, we're going to sell the car if you don't win. So I had to try. So I didn't expect to win, but I thought Ryan would have just got away, to be honest, because he was pretty matched on the pace. But I think actually the changes that we made to the car made us even kind of quicker race pace, I think. So that's great.
No, it's excellent stuff. Of course, the race there was fantastic. Now, talk us what actually happened at the end of the first race, because I heard it only at the beginning of this one. I'm thinking there was something to do with some ride height issues.
Yeah, I had a little, I think it was a back marker. You could see some of the cracking all on the bodywork. And it just knocked this bottom corner down 2 mil, but obviously that chucked us out. So hopefully we pass the ride height in a minute.
Let's hope so, because it was a fantastic race. It'd be a shame for it to not go on paper.
Yeah, thanks.
But excellent stuff. A great result for you. Again, second race of the day.
Thanks a lot.
Spot on. A great result there for the Mattel cars and the MC53. A great result for all the drivers here as well today. Now, final race of the day here at Silverstone. A quick reflect of what's happened. We've had a busy old few races, but I think at the end we've had excellent races, excellent companionship here. Of course, the team's really happy with everything that's happened for them, and the great emotions all the way around. It's been absolutely fantastic. So I'm sure from myself, Anthony Jordan, Ian Sowman and Matt Suckling up in the commentary box, and of course a huge thank you to all the marshals, the Alpha Live team, for a great production. We have been 750, we have been Alpha Live. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.